2 weeks into the train survival game, no fleet would say my name aloud. They called me Melancholy French Fries, the man who never lost a raid, and none remembered I had started with a rusty carriage and 2 days of food. Then a talent called Master of Delight woken me, handing over food, armor, and weapons every dawn while the rest starved. One by one, the most beautiful women alive chose my train over the fog, and my empty carriage became a home. Before we go any further, like the video and subscribe. The channel runs on you. But none of this happened overnight. Let me start from the day it all broke open. A cold mechanical voice was counting somewhere inside my skull, announcing that train survival was loading. 10%, 20, 50, and the darkness behind my eyes peeled back while I sat there rubbing a head that throbbed like a hangover I hadn't earned. My first coherent thought was that I'd been kidnapped, hauled off somewhere, and the second was a stupid little worry about whether I'd still make it home for the holidays. The room around me was bare except for 7 bottles of water and 9 pieces of dry bread laid out on a table. When I looked up, a screen with a blood-red border bloomed in the air, telling me the load was complete, that I was now in Train District 10086, and that a novice survival manual had been issued to me. The manual spelled out the rules one by one. Every survivor began with an identical train that had to be modified and upgraded as you went, and the choice of upgrade paths mattered. The train answered to the survivor alone, and nothing aboard it could be plundered unless the owner was killed or handed it over willingly. Every survivor received a gift from a fallen god that awakened a random talent, and whether yours was any good came down to luck. The train could stop whenever I wanted, to gather supplies or crack open a roadside treasure chest, but I was warned to fear the crimson fog at my back, because falling into it meant death. This was a lawless place, the manual said, so I should trust no one and let nobody board my train until I had them controlled. I wouldn't be lonely out here either, since crimson monsters would come for me in sieges, though I could also hunt them in the wild and keep them as slaves. The novice protection lasted 7 days, and after that the crimson fog would shift into a new phase and the monsters would start sensing nearby trains. If anything still confused me, the voice added with real contempt, I was welcome to sit in my carriage and wait to die, because survival games didn't roll out the welcome mat for fools. Then it told me to begin exploring, mentioned there were plenty more ways to play that I'd have to discover for myself, switched on the chat sector, the trading network, and the information panel, and went quiet. I sat on the hard seat and let the whole thing sink in. A train survival game awakened talents, the works. I'd lain down for a nap in my own bed, and woken up transmigrated into something out of a web novel. And I couldn't even be properly angry about it, because there was nothing here to be angry at. I opened the information panel. It listed me as a survivor at seniority level 1, 0 out of 100, with the panel's snide little parenthetical calling me a newbie fit only to shine veteran shoes. My train was level 1, strength 5, spirit 6. My sanity sat at 100, with a note warning that dropping below 50 would trigger crimson intrusion. Below 20 meant madness, below 5 was mental collapse, and below 1 was something the panel coyly trailed off about. My talent line read awaiting awakening, and my personal space had 5 slots, all empty. Then the screen flared, and a new message told me I'd awaken the Talent Master of Delight, which let me draw a delight card every morning when I woke, a card that improved my quality of life with the quality and the drop rate both upgradable. The panel cheerfully informed me I'd received 1 common delight card. That stopped me cold, and then I raised an eyebrow because this was a top-tier awakening if I'd ever seen one. Half a lifetime of saving up my luck, and the universe finally paid out in one fat gift pack. Praise Delight. I opened the common card on the spot, no hesitation, and watched the readout tick my critical hit chance to 1% and my drop rate multiplier to 100% before it dropped 10 soft cream-filled bread, 3 exquisite fruit platters, and 1 comfortable sleeping bag into my hands. Food, drink, and shelter, all handled. I was grinning by the time I turned to inspect the train itself, which at the moment was just a locomotive and a single carriage, short and weak and a little pathetic to look at. The train panel told me a level 2 upgrade required the train conductor to hit level 2, plus 100 red crystal coins and 30 units of red iron, and that it would unlock a second storage carriage and a basic offensive-defense module. Only 2 materials, which meant red crystal coins were probably the basic currency of the whole game. I flicked over to the chat. The friends panel sat empty and silent, but the regional channel was already a riot, and a counter at the top showed survivors dying off in real time. A handle called Ye Biom was begging everyone to cling to his thigh because he'd figured out the system, and 3-coin dumpling shot back asking if his brain was waterlogged, since everybody here had the same system. Ye Biom puffed himself up, declared he'd known this kind of survival gameplay in a past life and was practically a pro, and went off to scavenge, while Black and White Hat diagnosed him as brain dead for charging out blind like he thought he was the protagonist. As they squabbled, the survivor count at the top dropped a few more, so there were real dangers outside. I kept my expression level and tried to decide whether to feel lucky that my talent let me bunker down in the train, or grim about the fact that death could still find me anytime. I tidied the carriage instead, shoving 6 hard seats together into a bed frame and dropping the sleeping bag on top of it. And whatever the bag was made of, it was soft enough for 2 people. There were the gifted supplies and a table for cooking, and beyond that the carriage held nothing at all. One carriage gear entirely dependent on scavenging, and they hadn't even handed me a knife. I rubbed my forehead. Going out right now was suicide, but the supplied food would barely stretch 7 days, and after that I'd be forced out anyway, weak and starving and dying faster. The earlier I went, the better my odds, which made the math simple even if I didn't love it. The panel pinged that I'd arrived at a resource point called Deep Red Town and asked if I wanted to dock. I hesitated, then told it to dock. Sitting around wasting away got me nothing, and the train needed upgrading while my delight cards only covered the basics. The weather outside was gloomy when I stepped down, the surroundings a flat wasteland with a town built into it not far off. I'd entered the outskirts of Deep Red Town, the panel told me. Monster difficulty level 1, resource output running to basic survival supplies, special minerals, and random novice blueprints with a note that being scratched by a crimson monster carried a chance of infecting me with the crimson virus. My stomach tightened at that. Average level 1 or not, these things weren't to be trifled with. High risk, high reward, I told myself, and if it went bad I'd run, because living 1 more second still counted as living. Inside the town the silence had weight to it. The houses stood well preserved, the streets too quiet, and a faint scent of blood hung over everything. I picked a small house and watched it a while before deciding to go in, on the principle that the easiest targets came first. Easing the door open, I checked through the crack until I was sure nothing was waiting, then slipped inside and went straight for the kitchen, where I finally found gear worth having. A big black iron pot and a kitchen knife still wickedly sharp. Pot for back armor, knife for offense. I scrounged some rope, lashed the pot across my back, and caught my reflection in a mirror where I looked uncannily like a teenage mutant ninja turtle. It was undignified, but I felt steadier for it, so I crept toward the bedroom and leaned against the wall to listen rather than barging in. Low growls leaked through the door, and I understood something then. These things weren't stupid. One was hiding in there, dead silent, waiting to ambush me. I tightened my grip on the cleaver and judged there was only one of them, probably level 1 at most. At the door I drew a breath and kicked it in, and there it was, a humanoid creature with its blood vessels exposed all over its body, growling low. The panel tagged it as a Crimson Servitor, level 0, with the skill Infection and a description calling it a feeble low-level thing I could likely punch the head off of, so long as I didn't let its claws or teeth break my skin. Level 0. I gaped for half a second, embarrassed at how much a level 0 had spooked me, then raised the blade and brought it down, splitting the servitor open in one stroke. A red crystal dropped from the body, the panel logged 1 experience and 1 red crystal coin, and a warm current flowed into me that put back the strength I'd burned. Newbie mobs, basically. This game had a shred of conscience, easing me in instead of slamming a monster down my throat on minute 1. 1 coin per servitor meant 99 more kills to level, so I hoped the outer area was crawling with them. I decided to stick to servitors, the weakest thing on the board. Clear them out, and only then think about bigger game. Searching the room turned up nothing but useless 101 bills, which stung when what I wanted was minerals and food. But under the bed I found a bronze treasure chest, and that paid off. It dropped 1 high-quality harpoon, 2 junior resistance potions, and 1 junior workbench blueprint, which meant a starter god-tier weapon, potions that granted immunity to the crimson infection, and a workbench for building and upgrading the train. The harpoon read as level 3, high quality with 5% armor penetration, and a description full of nonsense about tragic background music and fluttering snow. I tossed the blood-stained cleaver aside without a thought, an ingrate to the end. With a god-tier weapon in hand, I didn't have to fear getting bitten, and I moved on to the next room without slowing, though I still wasn't fool enough to open any door that smelled like an elite was lurking behind it. Kill the mobs first if mobs level you up. Before long, I'd cleared most of the outer area, and counting that first servitor, the kills had handed me 81 experience total, leaving me 19 short of level 2. My whole body felt like it was running over, like I could put a fist through a brick wall. Then I reached a small convenience store and stopped cold, because there were fresh footprints on the ground. Somebody had been here. I tucked myself off to one side, the weight of the pot on my back a small comfort, and edged closer without a sound, harpoon up. From inside came a furious argument, 4 women going at each other, and from the sound of it 2 of them had been scratched clearing servitors out of the store, and were on the edge of mutating. A refined woman in round-framed glasses was tearing into a sturdy one she called Yia, demanding to know where she'd vanished to during the fight after they'd agreed she would hold the flank. Yia waved it off with her hands on her hips, perfectly unbothered, saying the servitors had scared her so she'd hidden, and that as a defender she had no obligation to protect anyone. The glasses girl sputtered that she was being unreasonable, and Yia just spread her hands and said she hadn't forced anybody to go kill the things, so what was the problem? The other infected woman stayed quiet, like she was brewing something behind her silence. A leader in a tight suit cut in, telling them to shut it and search for a cure to the infection, though her eyes said she resented hauling 2 dead weights around, and would rather burn them as cannon fodder to get the other 2 safely back. Then she snapped her head toward my hiding spot and called me out, declaring her talent was super sensing and she already knew I was there. Discovered. I walked out with the harpoon and a friendly little wave, told them hello, and watched the leader frown at the sight of me, a big black pot strapped to my back and a battered harpoon in my fist. A genuinely bizarre figure. I introduced myself as Melancholy French Fries, a nickname I made up on the spot, and floated the idea of cooperation between fellow survivors, all the while keeping my strength coiled so the harpoon could come down on the leader's skull the instant anything went sideways. The glasses girl snorted and warned me to leave quick, that these heartless people would eat me alive and pick the bones, and I nodded at her quietly because a kind one was rare. Then I told them I had no intention of letting them go. The moment they'd spotted me, I'd already decided to kill them, because they weren't good people and they shared my district, which made killing them sooner the safer bet. Had they never noticed me, I might have let them live, but it was too late for that now. I produced a junior antibody potion and asked, with the wide-eyed innocence of a choir boy, whether any of them happened to need it, and greed lit 4 pairs of eyes at once, because a cure was a life-saving treasure right now. The freckled woman, the other infected one, came shuffling over with her hand out, reaching for the potion like it was owed to her. A freeloader. I sneered inside and kept my smile pleasant, telling her I liked doing business and might consider it if she could offer the resources I wanted. She got anxious fast, jabbing a finger at my nose, snapping that nobody had resources this early and that I clearly just didn't want to share. And then she played the card I should have seen coming, that she was a girl and I was a man, and I therefore owed her service. Playing the gender card with infection eating up her veins took a special kind of death wish. I let my lips twitch and shook the potion at her, told her fine, come and get it, and gathered the strength in the harpoon while she walked up muttering that little men ought to serve great women. The harpoon swelled across her vision before she could finish her last sentence, and the 2 prongs went through her eyes and out the back of her skull, killing her so fast, she barely felt it. I yanked the harpoon free and turned to the remaining 3 with the same kind smile, telling them again that I was here to do business and that wanting something meant paying for it. They stepped back. The glasses girl, pinned by a thigh wound, watched me with rising terror, clearly shaken by how fast I'd killed. Wasn't it obvious, though, that hesitation got you killed first, and that I wasn't idiot enough to keep walking up to people I'd already pegged as rotten? Threats get pulled out by the root while they're still weak. The leader told me not to come closer then, realizing she was no stronger than an ordinary person with a handful of experience to her name, forced a smile and asked what I wanted, promising they'd hand over anything they had. I scratched my chin, honestly puzzled, and pointed out that if I killed them everything they had became mine anyway, so what I wanted was something they didn't possess. Make an enemy of me and still expect to walk away, dream on. While she stood there stunned by the logic, I drove the harpoon forward, pinned her to the wall through the chest, and ripped it back out, the 81 experience behind the blow making my arm move with a strength no ordinary person had. Yea screamed at me then, the same tired line, that I was a man killing weak women and didn't deserve to be called one. I raised the harpoon and struck her down mid-sentence, because this was a lawless world and she was still playing the gender card, and arguing was a waste of breath. When acting got it done, that left the girl with the round glasses, and I walked toward her with the harpoon. She asked if I meant to kill her too, her pupils shrinking, tears starting up, because who wants to die when they could live? I rubbed my chin and thought she at least seemed to have a conscience, but the manual had said plainly never to trust strangers, so even a pretty one stayed an unstable factor, and I sighed and told her I hit hard enough that she'd be dead in an instant, and wouldn't feel a thing. She steadied, took a breath, and told me her name was Lee Haeon, then asked what she could do to make me spare her. I told her flatly that sparing her wouldn't help, since she was already infected and would die regardless. She tried a different angle, asking if I wasn't even a little interested in her body, and I looked at her with open disdain and said she was sick, so I might catch it, and that the moment a man dropped his guard, for that was exactly when he got ambushed and killed. She lowered her head, out of moves, until something clicked and she blurted that she'd give up her status as a survivor and become my subordinate. That got my attention. Becoming a subordinate tied her life to mine, she explained. So if I died, she'd be buried with me, and she laid out the pros and cons calmly, word by word, knowing this was her last card. She said that living alone I'd stay forever on edge against threats and could lose my mind, but that she could watch the train and soothe my nerves. And wasn't that better than fighting solo, since humans were social creatures who went crazy without company? She hoped I'd weigh it carefully. I asked her what her talent was, and warned that a trash talent meant she might as well kill herself, because early on I couldn't afford to feed dead weight no matter how pretty the face. And she did have a face. A natural baby look with almond eyes and a fine nose under those round glasses. The picture of a delicate girl from a good family. None of that mattered without a talent. She told me hers was sanctification, which multiplied her physical attributes 5-fold for 1 hour on a 30-minute cooldown, and seeing a sliver of hope she forced herself upright and activated it. Her delicate aura tore apart in an instant. She shot up to nearly 3 meters, valiant and wild, with the presence of a dragon, and a strange familiarity prickled at me until it landed. I was looking at Lady 8 Feet made flesh. She asked, fidgeting, how it was, whether it was all right, tugging self-consciously at the short skirt she'd chosen for the form, since the trench coat and skirt had turned out far too eye-catching at the scale. She added that she could hold the sanctification form indefinitely, though the actual buff only lasted an hour. I stayed quiet, craning up at the towering Hyon while her shadow fell across my face, privately overwhelmed by the sheer scale of her. And then I sighed and asked the practical question, whether her appetite had ballooned along with the rest, because if she ate like a horse I couldn't keep her. She rushed to reassure me that her food intake stayed about the same as before, that she could haul cargo and assist me, patting her own chest to advertise how capable she was. That settled it. Doesn't eat much, can work, she could join for now. I told her to relinquish her survivor status and become my subordinate. Opened my panel and got the prompt asking whether I accepted survivor Lee Haeyeon's voluntary application. I chose yes. The control rights to her train were stripped from her and dropped into my hands, and the panel offered to dismantle her train, which I did, harvesting 10 basic defense parts out of it. I told her to search the convenience store and asked whether she knew where the other 3 kept their trains, and she shook her head explaining they'd only teamed up after entering town. Trains broke down into attack or defense parts, exactly what I needed to unlock the attack and defense modules on a level 2 train, so I held out my hand and told her to give me every red crystal coin she had. I was no saint. Pretty or not, I'd taken her in because she was useful labor, nothing more. She handed over 3 coins, no longer worth anything to her now that funding my upgrades raised her own odds of living, and I pocketed them and told her to find a bag and clear out the whole store. Not a single item left behind. She pointed at herself in disbelief, asking if she was supposed to empty the entire place alone, and I told her casually that I'd help in a bit, since what was the point of her if she did nothing, then waved a basic antibody potion in front of her, and promised to cure her the moment she finished. That perked her right up, and she dove into the shelves, stuffing the big items into her storage space and bagging the smaller food in sacks. I looked over what the other 3 had dropped, plus 3 small orbs glowing milky white. Poor pickings. Just 10 bottles of water and 8 pieces of hard bread, the only thing worth anything being 16 red crystal coins, which together with what I'd already banked put me over the line to upgrade the train. I touched the 3 orbs, and the instant they met my panel they melted into a warm current and flowed into me, granting 30 experience and pushing me over the cap. The panel announced I'd reached level 2, and the rest of the sheet had changed with me. Experience now sat at 11 out of 1,000, the train still level 1, my strength 21 and spirit 22, though sanity had dropped to 8, Master of Delight hummed along at 100% drop and 1% crit, and my personal space held 100 red crystal coins, 50 red iron, 40 red wood, and a basic workbench blueprint. I stretched and threw Haeyeon, who just finished packing, a thumbs up and a word of praise, then lobbed her the basic antibody potion. She caught it carefully and injected it, and the swollen red veins along her body went down at once. She asked how she looked now, giggling, pleased with herself, and I told her bluntly that she looked very sexy, because I wasn't about to lie. Only now that she was a subordinate did I let myself actually take her in. The perfect proportions the thin skirt couldn't hide, the soft strength of her, the faint milky scent. A top-tier dual form, a delicate beauty in one shape, and an 8-foot lady in the other. Then I stood, walked to the front, and told her to carry the bags and follow me. She froze and asked plaintively, hadn't I said we'd do it together? Eyeing the 3 large bundles she'd be hauling. I told her, as if it were obvious, that I led the way and she carried the goods, which was doing it together, and that nobody expected the train conductor to do the heavy lifting. She called me Lord Train Conductor in a small voice, slung all 3 bundles onto her back, and trudged after me, and eventually, watching her genuinely struggle, I took one of the bags off her to lighten the load. Back at the train, Haeyeon shoved the 2 big bags into the carriage and collapsed onto the sleeping bag, wiped out. I ignored her, went to the control console and ordered the upgrade. The materials drained, and the train began to remake itself from its own rules, the bare locomotive and single carriage growing a freight car for resources. The panel confirmed the upgrade, unlocked the attack and defense modules, set the train to level 2 with matching defense intensity, and offered me 2 new equipment slots, though I had no idea yet what I could build into them. Feeding the train the basic workbench blueprint unlocked its manufacturing function, and for now all I could make was basic protective equipment, since anything higher needed blueprints or research. I fed the 10 defense parts and my last 20 units of red iron into the workbench, and produced a common protective shell, then equipped it, and a pale red iron skin with a metallic sheen sheathed the outside of the train, enough to turn aside ordinary hits. Defense still needed work. The way this game ran, monster assaults on the train would unlock eventually, so I had to push offense and defense at my own level hard now, or the next beast tide would turn this thing into a coffin. I checked the level 3 requirements and the difficulty had jumped off a cliff. Train conductor at level 3, an area boss mark, 500 red crystal coins, 100 red iron, 10 units of deep red organization, and 1 crimson crystal core. The boss mark meant deep red town almost certainly hid an area boss, and walking up to it now would just be serving myself on a platter. But the deep red organization and the crystal core were probably its drops. It was dark outside and I was tired, and with the train safe for 7 days I let myself relax. Back in the carriage, I found Hyon sprawled across my bed, so I swatted her backside and told her to wake up, that her bed was the floor and the sleeping bag was mine. She blinked awake, yawned, and in a soft, sticky voice complained the floor was too hard, and begged for the sleeping bag too, a subordinate fighting the conductor for the bed. I climbed in and reached for the zipper, and she stopped me, suggesting sweetly that we could just sleep together, blinking those big eyes with most of her clothes already off, adding that she still had her white stockings on. I looked at the 3-meter impossibly resilient woman beside me and swallowed hard, because no young man alive passes that test clean, and mine wasn't the steadiest mind in that moment. I asked if she wanted the bed that badly, and her face fell, because she was showing loyalty, betting everything on me up front rather than easing in slowly, which she decided was the smarter play. She drew my arm against her and murmured that sleeping together kept the night from being cold, and the softness made my breath catch, and I told her to get in. I'll leave the rest of that night where it belongs, except to say she'd long since stopped acting, and that somewhere in the small hours we both finally slept, her thoughts a happy tangle because she'd gotten me to accept her, and figured I couldn't very well disown it in the morning. Morning light spilled across the carriage, and the panel woke me with the news that my delight value had risen. Drop rate now 110%, crit at 3%. I stretched and looked at Haeon in my arms, pleased the value had actually climbed, then noticed she'd shrunk back into the little girl form overnight, which told me something worth testing later. I dressed, crawled out, and sat on a hard seat to check the chat for anything useful. The regional channel header read 98,153 out of 100,000, which meant well over 1,000 people had died in a single night, despite the 7-day grace period. The idiots evidently convinced they were protagonists and going out to explore in the dark. The channel was chaos, one player begging for food after a group robbed him, another offering 500 red iron and 100 cotton for sale, a third hawking private photos for cheap resources. Underneath the noise, I could see the shape of things forming, people teaming up, some already raising others like livestock, keeping the weak penned to harvest basic resources instead of killing them. The pigs, naturally, weren't worth killing monsters to level. So this was already happening on day one. The ambitious moving fast, and I had no intention of becoming somebody's penned animal with my life out of my own hands, which meant I needed to keep pace. I claimed today's delight card, and the panel offered me an excellent one and asked if I wanted to open it. I did, and a golden light flashed, and the readout told me I'd triggered a critical hit at 110% drop, and pulled a legendary growth weapon, the 1000 Mechanism Umbrella, along with 5 virus immune antigen, 1 common water condenser, 1 comfortable residence set, and 2 delicious curry chicken rice. The umbrella appeared shaped like a spear, gold at the tip and handle and ribs, pure white across the canopy, laced with fiery red patterns, with a switch on the handle for changing its form. The panel listed it as level 3, excellent, growth type, with an effect called myriad changes that let it become a knight sword, tonfa, staff, rifle, and more. In melee, it added 20% penetration and 10% damage amplification. At range, 30% armor piercing and 15% slow. In the description spoke of a powerhouse from another world who'd forged it, daring me to become as famous as he was. Truly blessed by luck. I pressed the switch and the umbrella flowed into a long spear flashing gold, and just like that my strength sat near the top of the area. The virus antigen mattered most of all, and the water condenser, while less flashy, produced about 15 liters a day once I set it in the carriage, enough for 3 people. The plan for the first 7 days stayed simple: gather materials and level up, because strength held everything I had together. And every novel and most of real life taught the same lesson. With enough power you can keep everything, and status and women are just accessories to it. I went back, swatted Haeon's backside, and told her to wake up and eat, then get ready to scavenge, because with a real weapon in the antigen I urgently needed to go out and level, and trump cards in hand meant calculated risk was fine. I also wanted to learn whether anyone else could raise my delight value, since the critical hit smelled a lot like the 2% crit bump from sleeping beside her. She propped herself up and crawled out, and when our eyes met my gaze went appreciative, because the little girl version of her had a charm all its own. She felt the look, glanced down, flushed scarlet, and dove back into the bag to dress before reappearing. I asked why she was suddenly shy when she'd been so forward the night before, and she trembled and stammered that the conductor hadn't exactly been honest either, that her clothes hadn't fallen off by themselves. Little fox, she trotted over and kneaded my shoulders, flattering me, asking whether we could stay together again that night, and I nodded because I did appreciate her to a point. She had a brain, knew her place, and could haul cargo and help with monsters. I told her to come kill with me and aim to unlock the living carriage, since the sleeping bag was too small for certain things, by which I meant her size shifting, and I still meant to run my test that night, because every bit of pleasure raised the delight value and sweetened the rewards. I laid out a fruit platter, curried chicken and rice, sausages, and 2 bottles of soda, and told her to sit and eat. Her eyes lit up at the curried chicken, and after one bite she teared up because she hadn't had a hot meal since coming back, and this was finally what humans were supposed to eat. We reached the outskirts, me with the black pot on my back and the 1000 Mechanism umbrella in hand, Hyon trailing with a black pot of her own and the harpoon, the pair of us looking like two armored turtles patrolling our turf. At a 2-story villa, I gave her a look and told her to kick the door, since the antigen meant nothing short of being bitten to death could hurt her. She braced and kicked it in. The servitor inside lunged, and I took its head clean off, the panel logging 1 experience and 1 coin. Then a hoarse roar tore down from the 2nd floor along with breaking glass, and a mass of red humanoid flesh slammed into me, which I flicked away with the spear, though the force knocked me back a few steps. Elite monsters on the outskirts already? Shaking the numbness out of my arm, I looked at the thing, which resembled a pregnant woman swollen with tumors, a split belly dripping foul mucus through which small eyes peered out, and my sanity dropped 5 points on the spot, while my stomach turned. The panel named it a symbiotic red body, level 2, with infection and deterrence, warning that a pair of little claws inside the belly would launch sneak attacks. I stepped back, pressed the mechanism, and the umbrella became a rifle. The times had changed. I fired, felt the shot eat my mental power, and watched the bullet pop the symbiotic red body's head in midair. The fetus in the belly shrieked, tore the stomach open, and lunged with a tumor-headed face to bite me, and my sanity plummeted again, so I emptied the magazine into it on raw reflex, riddling it before it could close the distance until it collapsed and dropped its loot. 10 experience, 10 coins, and 1 unit of deep red organization. A divine artifact really does make clearing monsters easy. I wiped the muzzle and sent Hyon in to scavenge the villa while I covered her, but the haul was thin, just useless gold and silver in a safe stuffed with worthless banknotes, until she dug out a bronze treasure chest and ran it to me like she'd struck gold. Inside was nothing I wanted defensively, only 10 more red iron, but I told her to keep pushing forward, and to run if we hit real danger. We worked the outskirts together, Hyon clearing the level 0 servitors while I headshot anything level 1 or above, until I stopped short. She caught my tension and asked in a low voice what was wrong, and I told her there were people nearby and to be careful, my eyes already sweeping the street. Then a car engine growled somewhere close, and my expression hardened because somebody already had a working car on the 2nd day. I shifted the rifle back to a spear, betting on surprise, and a dilapidated black vintage car rolled up and tried to ram me, only for a ridge in the road to stop at 10 meters out. 3 doors opened, and out came 2 men and a woman. The leader was a muscular type with a scar running from eyebrow to mouth, black jacket, spiked mace, and behind him a green-haired youth with a baseball bat who looked straight past Hyon, fixed on me, and licked his lips. The woman behind them was well-dressed and curvy and a solid 7, and her eyes locked onto me too. The leader stayed silent while greed flickered in his eyes, and the youth's stare made my skin crawl, and it hit me that they hadn't approached because of the women at all. They'd set their sights on me. Killing intent settled in quietly. Anyone coveting my hide had already booked a one-way trip. The one I'll call Scarface finally spoke, calling me little brother, pitching a team up to raise our odds in his raspy, ruthless voice, and I told him plainly that I had my own teammate. He pressed, repeating that cooperation meant survival, and I let a sneer cross my face and asked whether anyone had ever told him his acting was genuinely pathetic. Regret flashed across his eyes, and he clicked his tongue and said I shouldn't have seen through it. That obedience could have kept me alive, but now he'd have to give me a reality check. The green-haired youth chimed in, telling his boss to stop wasting words, to kill the woman and keep me for their amusement. As they tensed to move, I manifested the rifle and fired without hesitation, dropping the youth where he stood, with a hole in his head. The shot froze the other 2 solid, their eyes glued to the gun, because nobody was supposed to have a gun this early. I told Scarface his time was running out, and he forced a smile and backed up, saying everything could be negotiated, and I told him negotiate my foot, and blew his head apart. Done with the talking. That left the woman, who trembled and looked up into the muzzle. I asked whether she knew where their trains were, and after a shaky moment she said she did, and would take me, but only if I didn't kill her. Setting conditions now. Hyon read me instantly, stepped up, and cracked the woman across the face hard enough to snap her back to reality, after which the woman reversed herself, sobbing that she didn't actually know. Please don't kill her, crawling to my feet and tearing her collar open in a last desperate offer of her body. I raised my hand and fired, which startled even Hyon, and told her we were leaving, that I didn't like useless second-hand goods. There was a cap on subordinates anyway, 2 slots at level 2, 1 already filled by Hyon, and I meant to spend the last one carefully on a woman with a healing talent, not one to warm a bed. I sorted the loot, mostly red crystal coins and 2 units of deep red organization, and absorbing 3 experience orbs put me at 328. On top of that came a pleasant surprise, an excellent soft armor at level 5 that blocked most sharp weapon damage, its description cheerfully noting it covered the body but not the head, so I should watch my noggin. It didn't hinder my movement once I had it on. The outskirts were mostly picked clean by then, and Hyon had hit level 2, so the depths were within reach. Deep within Deep Red Town, a furious roar shook the air hard enough to rattle eardrums, and 2 women came sprinting out of the noise. The one in a student uniform complained to the older woman beside her, asking how many people were crammed into this town, because from the tracks alone there had to be no fewer than 100. The older one was a teacher with a mature air, peach-soft cheeks, and a side-swept short ponytail draped over her chest in a faintly housewifely way. She answered gravely that the game likely meant to herd everyone to one resource point so they'd fight and thin themselves out. The death toll had skyrocketed on the second day once people learned the rules, with over 3,000 already dead. The survival game weeding out the useless during the grace period. She called the girl by name and asked her to use her acceleration, and the girl, a white-haired, red-eyed student who just turned 18 with a baby face and a startlingly developed figure, agreed at once. Her talent was spatial acceleration, warping space to move faster, and behind the two of them surged countless servitors and a fair number of the parasitic red bodies. The teacher, whose name I'd later learn was Liara, frowned and asked what those people had been thinking, triggering a corpse tide during the novice period. The pack roaming this area was the Black Wolf Gang, 3 strength talent leaders who'd enslaved 6 subordinates to gather materials. A real power in Deep Red Town, and today, hunting firearms in the police station at the town's heart, they'd somehow set off a beast tide with no telling what they'd disturbed underground. Hyon drove while I mounted my gun on the vehicle and mowed down everything in our path, and when she noted the servitors seemed to be multiplying, I told her to get closer and look. As we approached, I saw them pouring out like a flood. Thousands of servitors with symbiotic bodies scattered among them, more than every monster on the outskirts combined. And I told her to ease in because we'd likely found the boss's lair. I switched the rifle to a cannon and fired into the middle of the horde, and the shell tore a crater of bodies, dozens of experience flooding in at once, my grin splitting my face. I told her to drive along the edge and work the cannon in rapid succession, the panel rattling off 1 experience and 1 coin again and again as I burned through the crowd. A whole ring of them wiped out, and my experience rolled into level 3, the panel updating me to strength 35, spirit 38, sanity 87, my personal space now holding curry rice, 100 bottles of water, 3 antigens, 50 bread rolls, and 2,315 red crystal coins. Past level 3, the level 0 servers gave me nothing, so I dropped back to the rifle, harvested a few level 2 symbiotic bodies for the experience they still paid, and headed back to the train. Hyon wanted to level 2, and I waved her off to go for it, warning that getting bitten to death was on her, not me. Her talent suited growth beautifully, a 5-fold multiplier on base attributes that already averaged around 20, which meant 100 points in form. Practically invincible at her level when my own level 3 average only hit 35. She giggled, gave me a quick kiss, and left, knowing full well that staying useful meant I'd never abandon her, and outside she shot up to 3 meters with the 2-meter harpoon looking like a rapier in her grip. While she cleared servitors, I opened the market to see what I needed. Food and water topped the prices, then vitamin items like fruit, with roughly 10 units of iron ore buying 1 standard loaf of hard bread. Resource points were scarce, and the good ones, the convenience stores and butcher shops and hardware stores, had been seized from the start by maybe 1% of the player base, leaving daily necessities short everywhere. Finding nothing I wanted, I opened the chat to read the room. One player was screaming about a maniac driving a train around the map killing people, which I filed away as a frankly excellent idea. Another announced he'd occupied a hardware store and disassembled 500 red iron. Another was hawking photos again, and then a message caught me, from a handle called Low-Key Salted Fish, selling large quantities of fresh water and black bread, prioritizing construction and equipment blueprints, attached to a picture of a small mountain of bread and bottled water. The channel erupted in awe, people calling him a big shot, a girl offering photos for blueprints. I felt the familiar pull of recognition. So this was the true global survival protagonist, a man short on neither food nor water, though whether he'd awakened a talent or a system I couldn't say. And given that his haul was all black bread, I pegged him as some daily doubling type. Nothing special. I kept watching to see if any fool would give away blueprints or gear, and right on cue one did, a handle called Smoothbrain offering a piece of special equipment for food, with the stats attached. Soft gold armor, excellent quality, reducing blunt and sharp weapon damage by 15% each. A top-tier early game item, and I couldn't sit still, because with armor like that you go scavenge your own food instead of trading it for a few dozen rock-hard loaves. He really earned the name Smoothbrain. Salted Fish offered 10 loaves and 3 bottles of water. Smoothbrain balked at how little that was, and Salted Fish leaned on him, saying supplies were scarce and his prices would only climb, so take it or go fight the resource holders for food. Smoothbrain wavered and went quiet, and that was my opening. I private messaged him under my old throwaway name, Melancholy French Fries, offering 1 meal of curry chicken and rice, 30 filled bread rolls, and 10 bottles of water, with 30 seconds to decide. He came back almost instantly, calling me his real brother, and the trade closed, the trivial food vanishing from my space, and the soft gold armor appearing in my hand. The price several times Salted Fish's offer, yet enough to feed 1 person for a month. I told Smoothbrain to bring me anything else he had, that my prices stayed fairer, and he promised to come to me first. I'd struck gold, and as for being targeted by that Salted Fish who reeked of protagonist energy, I genuinely didn't care, because I needed to arm myself however I could. and nobody knew whether crisis or tomorrow arrived first. Some low-key salted fish. What did he have to do with me? I put on the gold-threaded armor and combed the market again, on the logic that with a protagonist around, there'd be more bargains floating loose. A few pages down, the screen refreshed onto a blueprint. The Crimson Baffle, Level 9, Epic, with powerful defense that could fire concentrated beams of crimson power to counterattack and absorb external blood to repair its durability. Its build cost ran steep: 100 red iron, 50 defense components, 50 attack components, 50 coins, and 10 deep red organizations. It was up for auction, and the cost had scared off most bidders, leaving the high bid at 30 loaves and 3 waters, the familiar stinginess telling me exactly who it was before I even checked. Salted fish again. The buy it now sat at 50 loaves and 10 waters, or special items or coins. No haggling, so I dropped 15 loaves, 10 waters, and 200 coins to claim it outright. And the success notice came back in seconds. Blueprint pocketed, I kept scanning for whatever else I'd missed. On another train across the map, salted fish sat gnawing a softer than usual loaf and sipping water when the auction failure notice popped, and he froze, muttering that somebody had actually outbid him at a time like this. He'd wanted that blueprint to lock down his early defense, to live easy inside his train. And now it was gone, snatched, he assumed, by one of the shop-holding factions, and he cursed them and told them not to let him catch them. He looked over his capital: a box of bread, 3 packs of water, a box of instant noodles, 20-odd sodas. He reminded himself that before all this he'd been a street thug nobody respected, a guy who only knew how to brawl, and now he was a big shot in everyone's eyes. Women he'd never have dreamed of throwing themselves at him for supplies. This survival gain, he told himself, would be his home field. A friend message popped from a girl handled Big Bear, a top-tier find he'd spent ages filtering for, offering a basic defense shell blueprint for water and bread. And he perked up, traded 10 loaves and 2 waters for it, then looked at the thing with disdain. The stats no better than a cardboard box, though some defense beat none. He noticed Smoothbrain still hadn't confirmed selling the gold armor, and got curious, wondering if the man had pulled it off the market, since those stats boosted damage reduction nicely. But asking directly would expose his interest and risk the price, so he decided to watch a while longer. I refreshed the market a few more times, found nothing, and lost interest just as Hyon ran up beaming, covered in blood, presenting something like a backpack as if it were treasure. The panel read, "Basic backpack. Excellent. 10 slots, no weight burden no matter how much you packed. A high-quality item for long journeys." Not bad. I smoothed her messy hair and stuffed some food into the backpack, then tested whether I could store the pack itself in my space, and the one on my back vanished, which meant it worked. The basic backpack folding right into a survivor's space. In a good mood, I asked how much more experience she needed, my tone softening a touch toward the obedient little follower, and she said a few dozen, since the level 0 servitors barely paid out, 20-something points even if she cleared them all. I looked at the police station nearby, threw her the excellent soft armor to put on, and told her to come in with me, because firearms were vital early and we had to get our hands on them, then shouldered the cannon and led the way. Corpses littered the police station entrance, and the inside showed signs of fighting, so I touched the pot on my back and went carefully, finding servitor bodies still wet with undried blood, meaning they'd died not long ago. Sounds of combat carried from inside. I slowed, Hyon matching me, and we crept toward the noise which came from an underground warehouse. A girlish voice was crying out that they'd been tricked, that the others had no key to the armory at all, and through the underground passage I made out 3 women and a man, none of them in good shape. 2 torn-apart corpses on the ground. The teacher, Liara, asked bitterly what these people were trying to pull, since they'd all agreed to open the armory together. Counting both groups, there'd been 12, she explained inwardly. 6 of them trapped while the other 6 went for the key and never returned. And now the servitors here were cleared and the survivors were too drained to notice the 2 of us at the entrance. Then footsteps came up the passage, and a man with slicked back hair and a suit arrived, machete in hand, the armory key visible at his waist, telling them they'd all done very well. Liara frowned, dread rising, and asked why he was so late. He apologized smoothly, said there'd been trouble on the way and they should open the armory now, walked up to her with a sneer, and brought the broadsword down without warning. The strike caught everyone off guard, but the white-haired student, whose name was Baekyoung, screamed for the teacher to dodge and accelerated several times over, shoving Liara aside so the blade only cracked the floor. He clicked his tongue at the miss, eyes mocking, and Liara demanded to know why he'd attacked when they'd never even tried to take the guns for themselves. He told her he admired her beauty and her talent, but it was a pity she couldn't be used by him, because her talent was healing elf, capable of mending any injury, even regrowing severed limbs, far too strong to leave running loose where she might one day join a rival force. So destroying her was the cleanest option. She argued for cooperation, refusing to join a gang where she'd be sacrificed on a whim, especially with Baekyoung to protect. And he shook his head and offered her one last chance to live by becoming his subordinate, in exchange for real status, because a developing gang needed powerful support behind it. The others had already slunk behind him, choosing dog's life over no life, and one of his subordinate women urged Liara to just agree. while a seductive one rubbing his shoulders mocked her for playing the chaste maiden, kissing him to flaunt how she'd personally betrayed her own boyfriend to cling to a stronger man. I'd already had the cannon ready in the dark, and I fired a shell into the middle of them without bothering to ask a single question. Because if they died, everything became mine. The slicked-haired man stood at the heart of the blast and died instantly, the rest thrown clear and injured, Liara among them knocked back by the shockwave. I walked in with the umbrella shifted to a rifle and asked which of them was a support. A seductive woman raised her hand and claimed she was, and Liara, shielding Baekhyun behind her, said she was support too. I nodded, aimed at everyone who wasn't, and pulled the trigger, leaving only the two of them. Then I looked at Liara, smiled faintly, and told them to describe their talents, that if I liked them they lived, and if I didn't they died. An attitude even blunter than the dead man's. The seductive one stammered that her talent was healing water, able to treat serious injuries, stumbling over the corpse of the woman who'd been buried with her former boss. I turned to Liara, kind in tone, and asked about hers. Liara, cold with fear, knowing I was harder to talk to than the man I'd just killed, a true murderous demon, forced down her dread and laid it out word by word that her talent was healing elf, able to treat injuries including viral infections and curses, even regenerating severed limbs. My eyes lit up at a top-tier healing talent. No wonder the dead man had wanted her so badly. Anyone who came here would. I told her she'd do, and the seductive woman's hope collapsed. She shrieked that she had a healing talent too, that she was still useful, tore open her clothes and tried on me the same trick that had worked on her old boss. But I didn't bite, since you had to be both useful and not a snake. I told Haeon to kill her, and Haeon obeyed without a flicker, driving the harpoon down and ending the woman painlessly. I asked Liara whether she'd become my subordinate, and the question jolted her awake, the realization landing that everyone who'd threatened her moments ago was dead, and someone stronger now stood over her. Baekhyun shivering at her back. She gathered her nerve and offered a condition, that she'd agree if I spared Baekhyun, who was still a child, and she watched me with dread as she said it. I raised an eyebrow and asked the girl what her talent was, because something useful, something on the level of Haeon's labor, I could consider. Baekhyun answered that hers was spatial acceleration, warping space to boost her speed for half an hour, with 1 second of nothingness during the warp and a 2-hour cooldown. 1 second of invincibility. I smiled. Passable. I told them both they could become my subordinates, and Liara breathed out in relief, gave up her survivor status, scanned me once, and submitted her request, which I accepted along with the girls. The panel logging 2 dismantled level 1 trains and a haul of 10 defensive and 10 offensive parts. I welcomed them to my team, told them my name was Jingyong, and that from now on they could call me train conductor, and noted with satisfaction that both talents were solid and the trip had paid off. Liara nodded without daring to meet my eyes, Baekhyun panting behind her, and I let it go, figuring they'd get used to me. I found the armory key among the slicked-hair man's drops, along with a heap of experience and resources, because his outfit had been scavenging Deep Red Town for a full day and had grown genuinely rich. While I gathered it, Haeon went over to the 2 women and cheerfully reassured them that the conductor looked cold-blooded but treated his own people well. Baekhyun poked her head out, big eyes full of distrust, and asked if that was really true, given I'd started slaughtering the instant I appeared like some harbinger of death. Haeon patted her own chest and swore it was. That I was good to my people so long as they knew their place. That as long as they never rebelled or challenged my authority, they could do as they liked. Liara nodded slowly, plainly taking it to heart, and said she understood. I reached the armory door, opened it onto a small space holding very few weapons, some of them slimed over in disgusting red, and told them to search for anything still usable. Of 3 crates of ammunition, only 1 survived, alongside 10 Molotov cocktails, 10 grenades, 20 flashbangs, 3 assault rifles, 5 suppressed 9mm pistols, and over 2,000 usable rounds. The protective gear was mostly caked in foul, hard plasma, leaving only 5 sets of bulletproof equipment fit to wear. Less than a tenth of it was good. A real pity given those 2 crates of projectiles soaked in slime where there was no telling if they'd even fire. So I opened the trading platform and listed all the damaged weapons, and the purchase messages came in fast, all from one buyer, my old acquaintance, low-key salted fish, offering 50 loaves and 20 waters to take the whole bundle of a dozen-plus rifles, thousands of rounds, and the projectiles. Dreaming, the stingy man. Still, the gear was broken anyway, and pulling a pin on those grenades might detonate them instantly in your hand, so selling suited me fine, and I told him the price was too low and asked whether he had anything else, since I wasn't short on food. He said he'd think about it. I lost interest and was about to close the chat when a private message arrived from Little White Hair, offering a resource decomposer blueprint for an assault rifle and a few hundred rounds, the blueprint reading level 9, fine, able to break down waste into supplies, building from 20 red iron 50 coins and 1 deep red organization, a genuinely practical type. I countered with 2 pistols, 200 rounds, 3 grenades, and 5 flashbangs, and the seller barely hesitated, since pistols sufficed for self-defense, and 200 rounds would vanish in an assault rifle's mouth anyway. and he applied for the trade. I closed it at once, lighter a couple of useless pistols, and a richer one blueprint that could convert all of Deep Red Town into resources. Every pot and pan decomposed. I handed the 3 assault rifles to Hyon and the other 2 and told them to have fun shooting, since ordinary firearms only mattered early, before later stages demanded special materials to strengthen them. My own 1000-mechanism umbrella condensed and fired bullets off mental power, and an ordinary round fired at me now would likely just be turned aside by my reinforced body, since past level 3 parts of me could already block ordinary gunfire. Liara took the assault rifle and thanked me, calling me train conductor with an unnatural catch, since at 28 she wasn't used to calling someone who looked younger than her lord. I asked what had caused the horde here, and she answered gravely that it was a special monster, asleep in the underground passage until the Black Wolf gang disturbed it. Now up on the police station's 2nd floor, though she'd only glimpsed it from afar, a massive lump of red flesh. I asked whether they all knew how to use incendiary bombs, because I had no intention of leaving, meaning to gather enough to go back and push the train to level 3 and unlock the living carriage, since a good life was worth chasing. Liara said the panel came with a usage guide, no problem, because the game had semi-digitized the world and things that once needed study could now be learned by reading the data. I handed each of them a set of bulletproof gear, armed myself fully, and strapped the black pot on again, since it was pure steel and no weaker than iron armor, and Hyon strapped one on too, trusting there was a reason if I did it. Fully geared, the 4 of us moved out. Baekhyun primed to cast acceleration on me the moment anything went wrong, so the 3 of them wouldn't be buried alongside me, their lifelines all in my hands. We reached the 2nd floor, the stairs slick and damp, the floor crawling with viscous red liquid, the stench going straight to my brain and keeping a scowl on my face the whole climb. It smelled like an old woman's foot binding cloth fermented with pickled vegetables in a vat for 49 years. Through the dim light, I saw the flesh lump writhing at the end of the corridor, each movement slapping wetly against the ground, and I told them to throw the incendiary bombs. The 3 women lit the Molotovs and hurled them, and the flames lit up the lump's true face, a person, or what was left of one, only a rotting head remaining atop a mass that served as a breeding ground for the servitors. The panel named it Crimson Mother, Level 3, with differentiation, Devour, and Crimson Poison Mist. The culprit behind Deep Red Town's fall, warning me not to touch her flesh or be devoured bit by bit into nourishment for her offspring. The area boss, on the 2nd day of survival, while others were still clawing toward Level 2. I braced with everything I had. Since I couldn't get close, I'd suppress her with firepower, and the umbrella became a cannon while the 3 women readied their grenades and threw nearly all of them at once. The blast shook the whole police station, the building trembling, but the violent explosion didn't kill her, only filling the air with a faint scent of roasted meat before a sharp, piercing hiss rang out and left us all dizzy. I told them to throw everything, that now was no time to ration, and while the weapons still bit, we unloaded the lot onto her, the cannon flashing fire without pause, dust raining from the ceiling as the station teetered. After nearly exhausting the Molotovs and grenades, I poured out one final burst, and the Crimson Mother's body burst apart, spilling a swarm of crippled servitors that surged forward roaring, only to burn to death in the Molotov sea before they could clear it. The panel announced the area boss Crimson Mother slain, named me highest damage dealer, and rewarded 1,000 experience, a Crimson Bracer, a Crimson Treasure Chest, and 1 Crimson Crystal Core. The bracer dropped heavy into my hand, inlaid with a crimson gem through which a beating heart could be seen, and when I opened the chest a golden light burst out, yielding a crimson/skill card, 30 units of crimson iron ore, and a crimson chest plate. A skill card. I used it without hesitation, and the panel logged Crimson Slash, a corrosive melee slash whose damage ceiling scaled to my overall attributes. On a 1-minute cooldown, my experience bar now sat past half, my constitution at 37, and the slash could deal decent damage even to level 4 monsters, which finally gave me a real melee option. I exhaled, relieved, because until now I'd mostly fought from range, and with close quarters combat inevitable later and my talent only semi-supportive, I'd have been at a disadvantage in melee, so a skill now widened my offense considerably. The fight paid out richly beyond that. The Crimson Chestplate read level 9, Epic, reducing all damage by 25%, and able to absorb Crimson Blood to heal, part of a set whose bonuses climbed from a 2-piece 10% reduction up to a 6-piece 50% reduction and 20% damage boost. A 5-piece set in front of me, and with 3 more people I could simply ask. I turned and asked whether any of them had pulled set pieces. Hyon handed over a pair of crimson leggings. Liara produced a helmet and a belt, calling her luck a bit better, and Baekhyun reluctantly surrendered the crimson vambraces. None of them held anything back, certain that refusing would only get them searched, and I took it all without false modesty, since I was the one who most needed to grow stronger, the strong leading the weak. I told them the place was about to collapse, and led them out, and we hadn't gone far when a roar behind us announced the police station coming down. I told them to find the nearby important resource points and take them all, my tone firm. On the 2nd day of survival, we were already fully armed, the 3 women in bulletproof vests with matching firearms, enough to flatten Deep Red Town even without me, considering the police station stores had been meant as final gear for the 7th day, and I'd pulled them out on the 2nd. Before long, we reached the town's largest commercial street, rich in resources, and just as dangerous, servitors visible everywhere. And I relaxed a little, since it looked like nobody had set foot here yet. Heian drove while I watched our surroundings, and Liara and Baekhyun held their guns ready, and I told them to cut straight through and not bother conserving ammo, because early resources are wasted if they aren't used and ordinary bullets would be near useless later. With the servitors cleared, we parked inside the street's largest shopping mall, the sheer array of goods getting Heian a little giddy, and I told them to pack it all and take whatever they could carry, the three of them springing into action like bandits, grabbing food they wanted to eat, and pretty clothes they liked. I nodded along and picked out a few well-fitting outfits for myself. Their bags were still too small, which made me think I should drive the train in and just collect everything wherever we went. Though first I'd have to push the other survivors out, because the truth was I meant to monopolize the whole of Deep Red Town, every man for himself. I wasn't a bad person, but no one would call me a good one either, and without enough resources early, I'd never rest easy. The three women came back hauling bundles, all 5 inventory slots stuffed with thousands of items each, Heian dragging 3 or 4 big bags and reporting we couldn't fit the rest. I rubbed her forehead in appreciation, and told her tomorrow I'd start the train and scavenge around Deep Red Town properly. That today was just for learning where the resources sat. We were about to leave when 3 vans pulled up at the mall entrance and over a dozen people climbed out, evidently here for the commercial street themselves, hurrying over the moment they saw the nearby servitors already cleared. They clocked my group of 4 loaded with bags and froze, gawking at so many supplies, and 3 pretty girls. One cracked that I was clearly a freeloading boy toy making 3 women carry everything. Another whined that he was sick with envy. A third sneered that with so many of them united there was nothing they couldn't take. This wasn't Earth anymore, and the old order was long gone, replaced by disorder and the supremacy of strength, and to them 3 women and 1 man looked like gentle sheep ripe for the taking. I extended 3 fingers and told them in an icy voice to get lost, that I was only counting to 3 since people who wanted my life didn't merit politeness. They stared at me a moment, then burst into belly laughs, one of them howling that a man with 3 women dared tell a crowd like theirs to get lost, asking if I'd slept myself stupid, another pointing at the compound bows in their hands and offering to let me listen from the corner if I handed the girls over. A single gunshot cut the laughter off mid-breath. One of them dropped where he stood, headshot, folding to the ground with all the dignity of a sack of rice, and the laughter died with him. The whole crowd went rigid, eyes snapping to the rifle in my hand, and you could read the same thought stamped across every face, that if I had a gun I should have had the decency to wave it around sooner so they could have gotten lost while they still had legs. The dead man's blood crept across the asphalt toward their shoes, and the leader's voice came out thin and fawning, begging me to talk it through, brother to brother. I fired again before he finished the word. The shot took him clean and put him down beside the first, and I told them their time was running out, my finger already moving on the trigger, working through the rest of them in a steady rhythm, while a few broke for the vans and learned that legs were no use against a bullet. In under a minute, the team of 15 was scattered across the lot, and I holstered the rifle and bent to collect what they'd kindly delivered. Another 500 experience and a respectable pile of mineral resources. It seemed even on my way out the door, people insisted on bringing gifts. How polite of them. I told the 3 women we were leaving, and they jolted like sleepers shaken awake, mumbling that yes, of course. All right, train conductor. Liara wore a strange, faraway look as she trailed me back, watching my face and finding nothing there to read, and I let her keep her thoughts to herself. Back at the train, I went straight to the console and pushed the upgrade through, watching a readout climb to train level 3 with the offense and defense module matching it, and a new common protective shell unlocked. The next tier sat pinned behind a conductor level 4 requirement and a wall of crimson iron ore, deep red organization, and 2,000 red crystal coins for the 4th carriage and slot. A residential carriage came open with it, and I slotted it into 2nd position and dropped the storage carriage to the rear. As I finished, Liara stepped into the driver's cabin, and I turned to her with no particular warmth, wondering what kind of trouble she'd come to make. If she'd come to lecture me about killing too many people, I'd lose every scrap of interest I had in her on the spot. She pressed her lips together, met my cold stare, and got the words out one at a time in a tone close to pleading, asking me not to abandon Baekhyun down the line, since the girl was still a child. That wasn't what I braced for. Liara was a soft-hearted woman, and she hadn't come to scold me. She'd come because she agreed the men I'd killed had meant us harm and deserved it. What frightened her was how easily I did it, how cleanly, and the fear underneath was simpler than principle, that the day she lost her usefulness, I'd throw her out like spoiled food. I let out a breath. Was I really that cold-blooded? I treated my own people perfectly well, by my own measure, though I supposed a few days of corpses had earned me the reputation. The world misunderstood me. I walked up to her, looked at this woman who carried herself with the warm steadiness of someone older and settled, and pinched her soft cheek, telling her not to worry, that I stayed friendly with my own people as a rule. Then I let my voice cool a degree and added that the rule held only for people who followed orders. Anyone who decided to play the righteous independent on resources I provided would get my apologies and nothing else, because the ones who depended on me to breathe had to keep me at the center. That was the foundation, and I had no patience for people who lived off my back and called themselves free. She relaxed at that, and then her eyes flicked over my still young face and my closing distance, and she took a step back on instinct, only to think of something Hyeon had whispered to her on the road, and step forward again. Hyeon, it seemed, had spent the walk coaching her, insisting that as long as you opened your heart and followed the train conductor wholeheartedly, he'd never treat you badly, all of it carefully aimed at raising her own standing in my eyes. The girl had been busy. Liara drew a long breath to steady herself, and I nearly laughed, because in that moment she looked like a ripe peach left too long in the sun, the sweat on her skin reading not as grime but as something warmer. I've never been one to waste food, and when the food jumps into the bowl on its own, you eat it in one bite. Outside the cabin door, Haeyeon had her ear pressed flat to the metal, and the instant she caught movement inside, she peeled away to go find Baekhyung and pile chores on her, making sure the girl had no spare minute to come looking for her teacher, or to interrupt the train conductor's good business. The #1 general at work, she congratulated herself, admiring her own handiwork before drifting back to lean against the wall and listen some more. By the time we came out for the evening meal, I had my arm around Liara's waist, my hand resting easy on the curve of her, and Baekhyung looked up from wiping sweat off her forehead to ask her teacher where she'd been all afternoon, since she hadn't seen her once while cleaning the warehouse. Liara managed a sheepish smile and said she'd been helping the Lord train conductor handle some matters, her body giving a small involuntary tremble before I finally withdrew my hand. Her figure didn't have Hyeon's enlarged softness, but the sweat-sheened warmth of her was its own irresistible thing. Still catching her breath, she handed Baekhyung the virus immunity antigen I'd given her. After level 3, I didn't have much appetite, so I went to inspect the residential carriage, roughly 50 square meters, 30 for the bedroom, and 20 for a combined kitchen, toilet, and bath that doubled as a 500-liter water store wired into the primary condenser. The store sat nearly empty, so I'd poured in the water I'd scavenged, thinking ahead to a proper bath, and walked into the bedroom to find a single bare wooden plank of a bed. No quilt, nothing. Genuinely shabby. I used the comfortable residence set I'd been saving in the warehouse, and the plank vanished, replaced by a bed wide enough for 8, soft quilts, a real sofa, a fully fitted kitchen. The whole carriage suddenly fit for humans instead of cattle. I sank onto the sofa, and a private message arrived from Low-Key Salted Fish, offering me 100 loaves of bread and 100 bottles of water for the gun. I laughed. The man thought I was a beggar. I told him the price was insulting, and that I decided not to sell at all, and he came back with the indignation of a fish who believed himself a shark, warning me food was about to become priceless, and that I'd be crawling back when I got hungry. I left him on read. He kept saying food was scarce. I had cleared out an entire shopping mall, enough to feed 100 people for 10 years, and the only thing scarce on this train was his sense of proportion. On his own level 1 train across the map, Salted Fish stewed over the silence, snorting that I had no seller's ethics, telling himself that food consumption would spike later and that when it did, he'd be the god these people prayed to, and he wouldn't sell to me then either. 3 failed grabs in one day had soured him. The gold armor gone, the equipment sniped it buy it now, the firearms deal collapsed, and all he had to show for a long day of effort was a handful of basic materials. He decided to push his train to level 2 and console himself that his speed put him in the first tier, since he barely needed to scavenge at all, only drive and kill monsters, which in his own accounting made him the richest man in the region. He never once considered that someone might already be running faster. Back on my end, I'd finished the resource decomposer and fed it every useless piece of equipment I'd hauled out of the armory, and it spat them back as 350 attack parts, 300 defense parts, and 400 units of red iron ore. A handsome haul. I built 3 crimson baffles at the console and bolted them onto the train, and the silver-white hull vanished under a thick crust of red plating veined with crimson patterns. The kind of thing that would shock a creature dead the instant it brushed too close. That left a stack of 24 reeking bulletproof suits I had no use for, so I dropped a notice in the regional channel offering 10 of them. First come, first served. And the chat woke up at once. MJ wondered aloud whether some big shot had already found firearms. Lee Mope begged to be carried because he didn't dare leave his train anymore. And Jang Pal asked outright whether I had guns to sell. I wasn't about to sell firearms, not until my own people were all level 3 and immune to ordinary rounds, because selling you a gun today and meeting you in Deep Red Town tomorrow would make for an awkward afternoon. So I told the channel that firearms would go on sale together in a few days, that everyone should stockpile resources in advance, and that for now, only the slightly fragrant bulletproof suits were available. Gather materials for me first, and when the guns in my hand retire, I'll let you buy your own bullets. Jang Pal offered 5 units of crimson iron ore and 10 of deep red organization per suit, a fair price that would net me 50 units of iron ore for 10 suits, exactly the material Deep Red Town couldn't supply. A town produced food and almost nothing else. No mines, no factories, none of the rare crimson iron or refined steel a real upgrade demanded. He said he wanted all 10, and was midway through showing off his wallet when salted fish surfaced again, offering 200 units of red iron ore, 100 loaves of bread, and 20 bottles of water for a single suit. I sat there speechless. One man was paying in rare minerals and the other was paying in stale bread. And at that point he might as well rename himself Low-Key Bread. To a survivor stuck in a mine, food might be everything, but I was in a town drowning in the stuff. And his offer landed like someone bidding 10,000 against another man's 10,000 by waving a loaf. I posted that only rare materials would be considered, listed the suits, and watched 50 units of crimson iron ore drop into my warehouse. Before I logged off the channel, the train's new armor giving me a comfort I hadn't felt in days. The bathwater had boiled by the time I got back, and I'd barely settled into the tub to let my muscles unknot when the door pushed open and Baekhyun walked in wrapped in a white towel, her baby face flushed. Her wide eyes did their best to look innocent while half of what the towel failed to cover caught the light in a way that was hard to ignore. I stretched and asked what she wanted this time, since it surely couldn't be that she was still afraid of me, given that I was a perfectly handsome man and not some ferocious beast. She dropped her head and mumbled that teacher Liara was kind and never killed people for sport, and she hoped the train conductor wouldn't hold it against her in the future. The two of them had been together 3 years, more friends than teacher and student, and the girl had clearly decided to trade herself for a guarantee of her teacher's safety. It was almost touching. I nearly laughed out loud because thinking back to Liara that afternoon, the resemblance was uncanny, and in a single day both teacher and student had thrown themselves on the same sword for nothing. I never waste a grain of rice. I stood up and looked at her, pretending to cover her eyes while peeking through her fingers until her whole face went red. I told her plainly that I had no such grand demands of my own people, that Liara was a healer, and only a man with nothing better to do would send a healer to the front line to kill. I tilted her chin up, the towel slipped, and the two of us stood there in perfect honesty. Out in the corridor, the architect of all of it had returned to her listening post, and the moment she judged the operation a success, Hyeon smiled to herself and decided she'd be collecting credit from the train conductor that night. 2 women secured in a single day. Liara softened first, and Baekhyun worked the instant the first one fell. For the train conductor's happiness, she'd kept herself very busy. She decided the number one confidant could only be her. That night, she'd already enlarged herself to my preference, and pulled me into her arms, and somewhere in the middle of the rather ordinary things that followed, I asked her to cancel sanctification on the spot. Her eyes went wide and scandalized, as she demanded to know what kind of connoisseur asks for that at a time like this. And I let her have her outrage. The next morning, I woke at exactly 8 to the panel telling me my delight value had climbed again. Drop rate at 130%, critical hit at 6, and an excellent delight card waiting to be opened. 4 days remained before the grace period ended, and I hoped for defense and survival supplies, since the only path to a comfortable life ran through turning the train into a fortress. I opened it and pulled 10 portions of braised pork, a primary water condenser, a map of my current location, and a space gem. The gem widened my personal space by a slot, useful in itself, but the map was the real treasure. As it unfurled, it laid out every resource point in Deep Red Town in fine detail, the 3 large ones I already held marked among them. An account of 93 survivors still breathing in the area on the 3rd day. Red dots were living trains. The small gray ones were trains gone ownerless after their survivors died, and the density of dots seemed to track the density of resources. Convenient. It made scouring the town a matter of connecting points on a chart. I got out of bed, and the little lazybones beside me rubbed her eyes awake, remembering the size changing of the night before and flushing red. She complained privately that 1 chain should have been plenty, only for the train conductor to run her up and down until she was wrung out, then decided it had all been worth it since she'd been the first to pin the train conductor beneath her. I fed the new primary water condenser into the carriage, doubling our daily yield to 30 liters, and stepped out into the smell of cooking. Liara stood at the stove, and I admitted some surprise that on top of being a top-tier healer, she could also cook, which struck me as an excellent bargain after days of prepackaged meals had nearly turned my stomach. She said with a light smile that she knew a little and hoped I wouldn't find it unpalatable, her figure moving gracefully in front of the flames in a way that made for a pleasant view. Baekhyun yawned out of the bath and fixed me with a sullen stare, complaining that the train conductor had clearly been playing all night, since she and her teacher had lain awake the whole time eavesdropping through the wall. I felt no shame whatsoever, and offered mildly that if it bothered them that much they were welcome to move in, since I had a reliable method for helping people fall asleep faster. Both of them went stiff. The night before, comparing notes, teacher and student had finally grasped how thoroughly they'd given themselves away at light speed inside a single day. Liara brought the food over and used the opening to ask about my plan, whether we'd take direct action today given that scouring the town would mean conflict. A night of thinking had brought her around to a hard truth, that a person who isn't ruthless never stands on stable ground, and that if her trivial kindness dragged me down in a life or death moment, she'd be the one to blame. She decided to be a villain first and a saint later, once she'd risen high enough to afford the luxury. I nodded and told her the policy plainly. Kill anyone who resists, take half the resources from anyone who doesn't, and on the final day of the grace period we do one clean harvest of everything left. 2 days of filtering had taught the survivors the only rule that mattered, that you plundered to level, and I saw no reason to hide my thinking, because the resources were finite and whatever I didn't grab, someone else gladly would. Hyeon grinned around a mouthful of food and promised she was on standby at all times, the first to back any order I gave, as a confidant should be. I stretched after the meal, thoroughly comfortable, and called for departure. The crimson armor manifested over me at a thought, deep red patterns and a bone-deep chill radiating off the plates, and I took the driver's seat and started the engine. The behemoth lifted, floated to about a meter off the ground, and slid into motion, and I steered first for a cluster of gray dots to decompose every ownerless train along the way. Over on Deep Red Town's commercial street, the cleared-out servitor nest had drawn attention fast, and 2 outfits had already begun carving up the spoils. The leader of the Moodiok Society was dividing the 2 streets with a man called Hyuk of the Black-White Gang, handing Hyuk the east and keeping the west, his tone leaving no room for argument while a row of men behind him hefted iron bars. Hyuk studied the map and asked, grave, what they'd do if the people who'd cleared the servitors came back, since that kind of combat power wouldn't be easy. The Moodiok leader chuckled and lifted his shirt to show a pistol tucked at his waist. 8 rounds scavenged from a police chief's house, 4 already spent building his little society, 4 left before the thing ran dry. He said that unless they weren't afraid of guns, they'd hand the street over the moment they showed their faces. Wariness flickered in Hyuk's eyes, smoothed over with a few forced laughs and some flattery. And the Moodiok leader smiled back, the gun out partly to cow Hyuk into behaving, and partly to keep the Black-White Gang collecting supplies for him, until the day he double-crossed them. Firearms were the ultimate early-game weapon after all. He was still savoring that thought when my train came roaring through. He shot to his feet at the noise and looked out the door to see a behemoth bearing down, its silhouette swelling until it filled his entire field of vision. And somewhere in the last half-second he understood that this was the end of him. The discussion room came apart under the train, leaving a field of rubble, and the crimson hole rose over the survivors as a cold dread climbed from their souls. The carriage door slid open onto a cannon shell I'd already chambered, and after the roar settled there was nothing on the ground but scattered loot. A clean sweep. I climbed down and told them to come move the goods, and as I gathered the experience ores my bar filled to the brim, and a surge of raw energy slammed into my lower belly. The level up nothing like the gentle ones before. My blood vessels stood out under the strain and I panted through the pain until it broke, leaving me feeling scoured clean and twice as alive. The panel read Seniority Level 4, Train Level 3, Strength 101, Spirit 105, Sanity 95. My attributes essentially doubled in a single step. The jump from level 3 to level 4 was a change in kind, not degree, and to test it I drove my fist into the nearest wall and blew a hole clean through it, only to find a stunned Hyeon standing on the far side. She puffed out her cheeks and informed me, hurt, that I'd nearly killed my own cute body pillow. And she was right, since even sanctification wouldn't have spared her months in pieces if that punch had landed. I gave her a sheepish smile and said I hadn't known she was in there, which was true, because I'd only wanted to measure the power, and the answer was that one punch now hit like a cannon shell. Killing a level 3 survivor barehanded would be no trouble at all. We emptied the commercial street, and when I checked the storage carriage it still sat half empty, the space expanding faster with each upgrade than we could fill it. Baekhyun crammed a backpack into the hold and reported, gasping, that there was a cold storage warehouse nearby the train couldn't fit into. So I walked over to find the power dead and the air thick with rot. I stopped at the threshold rather than walk blind into a dark room full of meat, and told them to hold and throw a Molotov cocktail instead, since I had 3 left and they were perfect for testing a path. The flame caught and explosions rippled through the place, and as half the warehouse went up the rotting meat began to crawl together into a single heaving mass, the whole stinking pile revealed as one creature's body. My stomach turned, and I was grateful I hadn't stepped inside. The panel named it Rotting Flesh, a level 2 elite fond of playing dead to lower your guard while it watched you the entire time, and I pointed and told the girls to give it 2 grenades. They'd already armed themselves, more than happy to put distance between their faces and that thing, and after a string of blasts it came apart in wet fragments. The drop was a rotting core, excellent and corrosive, a crafting item I had no use for given I was already kitted out in the full Crimson set with the 1000 mechanism umbrella, so it went into storage to gather dust. The panel congratulated me on clearing every monster in Deep Red Town, and asked whether I'd like to announce it under my real name. I chose anonymous because the early game was no time to paint a target on my back. The regional channel lit up an instant later with the news that Deep Red Town was the first area in the region fully cleared, crediting the most kills to an anonymous survivor and handing over a crimson treasure chest as reward, and the server-wide notice yanked every lurker out of hiding at once. Wang Ho refused to believe one person had cleared a whole map on the 3rd day. Seo Da begged to cling to a leg. Jang Yip-young wondered whether this was a child of destiny straight out of a system novel, and Lee Jia sniffed that anyone with a good talent could do the same. I skimmed the noise, found it all worthless, and lost interest. Opening my own map only confirmed the bad news, that there were no monsters left to kill, the ground plowed 3 times over, which made the next upgrade look hopeless until the game, with impeccable timing, dropped its next piece of content. The notice gave the grace period 5 more days before the first beast tide broke, warned that basic living supplies would after that only come from treasure chests, and told everyone to hurry and reinforce their trains, with the tide ranked on a comprehensive score, and the top 100 rewarded. The channel that had spent the last hour praising me flipped instantly to wailing and blaming, because bread and ready food would now have to be hunted or scavenged from the wild, and plenty of players hadn't dared set foot in the newbie map, let alone the wilderness. So to them the announcement read as a death sentence. After a moment's daze I went calm, because the beast tide that meant certain death for them was, for a fully armed me, simply an experienced dungeon, and food was the one thing I'd never lack again. Enough to feed 10 more mouths without strain. Liara came over wearing a worried look to ask whether we should reinforce our defenses over the next few days, and I told her we should. That we'd sell off half the unpalatable food for mineral resources and snap up any train equipment blueprint the moment it appeared. The train still crawled at low speed and needed to stop and drink crimson power to recharge, so I decided to stop traveling and start building, to weld the whole thing into a solid fortress. A mountain near Deep Red Town carried a skull on the map, the universal mark of a boss, and once the town was scoured clean, I parked there and sent Hyeon, Liara, and Baekyoung out to comb the area for special buildings, with strict orders not to rush anything blind, while I checked for roads of my own. Halfway up, I found a broken mountain track lined with architectural ruins that led to a black cave mouth, and a flashlight turned up nothing, so I called the others back and we assembled a simple exploration party. Baekyoung offered a speed buff to everyone in case we needed to run, her acceleration the augmentation type that could be shared, and I took it, since at a moment like that every fraction of survival probability was worth having. My feet went light at once. Inside the cave lay old skeletons picked to bone, and at the far end stood a massive iron door that threw up a window the instant I neared, naming the Crimson Shelter Dungeon, difficulty level 5, dropping coins, organization, crystal cores, set pieces, and chests. The description called it a shelter built in the early days of the outbreak that had carried humanity's hopes and failed, birthing a powerful monster inside. The note said I could leave any time, that exiting before the boss died would reset every monster except the chests, on a 2-hour cycle. A dungeon, and level 5 against my level 4, which was distinctly unsafe, except that the freedom to leave at will handed me an idea. I'd skip the boss, farm the trash mobs, and withdraw, since I could grind the mobs forever. Hyeon's eyes lit up at the panel, a sliver of experience short of level 3 and convinced after days of empty maps that her leveling was finished, and now a dungeon had fallen into our laps. I arranged the formation before we went in, myself at the front, Baekyoung behind me feeding acceleration, Haeyeon at the very back as our second blade, and Liara tucked in the middle where the healer belonged. The heavy door cracked open and the world changed. The inside a string of dilapidated catacombs lit by faint fluorescent stones, the air heavy with the bloody reek that clung to crimson monsters. A roar told us the things inside had caught the scent of living humans, and as they closed they made out a pack of dog-shaped shapes that turned out to wear hideous human faces, named bestial blood thralls, level 1. Canines infected with crimson and then fed human flesh until they became something new. I told the others to take the level 1 thralls and went hunting for bigger game, since 10 level 1 kills wouldn't equal the experience of a single level 2 for a level 4 like me. Better to leave them as fodder for the others. A level 2 thrall lunged with a bite, and I welcomed the chance to practice melee, the umbrella reshaping into a night sword in my hand. A crimson swordlight flashed on the word Crimson Slash and split the thing into 2 halves in midair, and its dying cry shook the whole shelter and called up something far larger, an elite blood beast, level 4. 4 meters of muscle that loomed over me like a small mountain. Battle intent rose in my chest. The beast slammed a fist down, and rather than dodge, I set my feet, gripped the sword two-handed, and met it, the collision throwing back a gust of wind and forcing the beast several steps before it toppled. My arms went numb from the shock. The dungeon monster's clearly stronger than anything outside, but I still held the advantage, because the Crimson set gave me an innate edge against Crimson monsters, and cut 50% of their damage outright. Among equals, no Crimson monster could ever be my match. A line of blood opened across the blood beast's chest as the cooldown finished, and I brought the blade down again, the 2 halves of it sliding apart until they fell separate, the panel handing me 200 experience, 3 deep red organization, and 100 red crystal coins. I exhaled and kept killing, charging back into the level 2 monsters that followed while my experience and my combat instincts both climbed by the second. Liara worked a rifle from the rear, sniping the level 1 stragglers, her eyes flicking constantly to me and Hyeyeon, and the instant anyone took a wound she triggered her healing elf talent, her housewife hairstyle coming undone as her black hair ran to gold, her ears lengthening into delicate elven points. She pressed her hands together in prayer, called healing holy light, and a pair of emerald wings spread from her back to scatter glowing light across all of us, every wound sealing at once. A genuinely excellent healer. My wounds closed, and some of my stamina returned with them, and I waded back in with the sword in both hands, mowing the blood beasts down like grass. until the field was nearly clear and Baekhyun dropped the last one. One full run had handed me over 2,000 experience, and Hyeon and the others had all reached level 3. Dungeon grinding was absurdly fast. We rested a while before I went searching the ruined houses for chests, turning up nothing but junk until an administrator shelter room stopped me cold. A silver treasure chest sitting in plain view. Too plain. Every chest I'd found before had been buried in some toilet, and this one parked so obviously in front of me reeked of a trap, so I shifted the umbrella into a rifle and put a round into it. The chest roared, split open into a bloody maw, and lashed a giant tongue at me, but I was already braced, the knight sword back in my hand to sever the tongue on Crimson Slash. Then a single thrust through the howling mimic to finish it. It dropped 10 defense components, 30 defense parts, a crimson crystal core, and an excellent grade growth weapon core. The exact thing I'd been wondering how to find, since it could lift a growth weapon from uncommon to excellent. I used it on the umbrella immediately and the panel ran the upgrade, leaving it level 5, excellent. Growth type, with myriad changes intact and every special attribute up 10%. That meant 30% penetration and 20 amplification in melee, 40 armor piercing and 25 slow at range, plus a brand new weapon skill called Sharp Blade that dealt 100% penetration damage ignoring physical defense on a 1-minute cooldown. I gave it a few swings, found it a touch heavier with a cold light flickering at the tip, and decided that 100% true damage made me a hard counter to any physical monster in the early game. Whether I could yet handle a level 5 boss was another question. So I chose caution. 2.5 days of grace remained, plenty to push toward level 5, and there was no sense risking everything for a head start when dying would erase all of it. Hyeon and the others were still resting near the exit when I came back, and she promptly latched onto my arm, pressed her face to my shoulder, and announced that she was hungry. I asked mild whether she really hadn't packed any food before coming out, which seemed impossible for someone with her appetite, and she tapped her fingers together with a foolish giggle and admitted she'd cleaned out her whole backpack while moving Deep Red Town and brought nothing. Hopeless girl. But who could stay annoyed with someone so obedient? So I handed her a few soft cream buns to tide her over, and she took them with a grin and informed me she was nourishing her body, since if she produced milk later, it would be the train conductor's to drink. I froze, because she just said aloud the exact thing I'd been thinking, and that earned her a flick to the forehead and an order to talk less and head out to wait for the refresh. She winced, ducked her head, and trailed behind me munching, privately certain that once the milk came in I wouldn't refuse it, and pleased to find that the train conductor could take a joke as long as she stayed obedient. After a 2-hour wait, we resumed grinding, and our leveling shot upward, my own kills coming faster and faster now that a single sweep of the umbrella's new skill could clear an entire room. The panel pushed me to seniority level 5, strength 236, spirit 242, sanity 92, though the gain felt smaller this time, which made me guess that the real jumps came every 3 levels, and that I'd need level 7 for the next big leap. After level 5, even the level 2 monsters paid out less, until barely anything in the dungeon could feed me experience anymore. I told the others to grind a few more rounds until they all hit level 4, and only then would we go in for the boss, since I wanted Liara safely leveled before we took that risk. A day later, the team averaged level 4 while my own bar crawled, just over 3,000 and no longer moving. The dungeon run dry. So I called it, told them this run had nothing left to give, and that we were going straight for the boss, and the 3 of them nodded. We cut through the trash mobs in the familiar slaughter, and pushed to the shelter center. The old research lab now sealed behind a heavy steel door that opened onto a curled creature half seen in the fluorescence, a foul, fishy stench rolling out ahead of it. The panel named it Crimson Aggregate, level 5, a fusion of man-made and wild crimson monsters, 5 skills deep, able to summon crimson monsters out of the shadows, the strongest thing I'd ever stood across from. Even ordinary firearms wouldn't scratch it. I told the 3 of them to do nothing but support me and clear whatever it summoned, since sending them in against a level 5 boss would only deliver it a snack. Baekhyun's acceleration sank into me as a wash of blue light, my movements going feather-light, and Hyeon patted her chest and swore that as long as she drew breath she'd hold the entrance, taking the trash duty as the team's second strongest, her raw attribute values actually higher than mine. The umbrella became a long spear, and I walked slow toward the aggregate, while it still slept, the chance too good to pass up. Red specks gathered at the spear tip over a cold edge, Crimson Slash stacked onto Sharp Blade, and I leapt with everything I had to reach its head and drive for the eye, since eyes are a weakness in nearly every living thing and I wanted to know whether I could punch through to the brain. The point burst the eyeball and blood sprayed, but the skull held, and I cursed the missed kill under my breath, ripped the spear free, and bolted back to distance. The roar that followed shook the whole shelter and brought every crimson monster into place rushing in like a tide, the stench thickening as the aggregate hauled itself upright, 5 meters tall, arms like vats, its hide a thick pelt that swallowed ordinary bullets. One eye burst and the other fixed on me with pure resentment. The ground jolted with each step. I gave it no room for carelessness, leaping clear as its fist came down to hammer a crater into the floor, then springing onto its turning blind side the instant my cooldowns reset, the spear shifting to a saber that took off half its head in a single cold flash. It swiped at me anyway. Half a head gone and the thing was still alive, which told me it ran on instinct rather than a brain, existing only to crush whatever stood in front of it. It charged at the smell of my blood. 20 meters, 10, a killing fist falling, and I dodged each fatal blow with my muscles strung tight, scanning for a real weakness and settling on the heart and the neck. With my skills still cooling, it leapt, dropping its whole weight to flatten me, and I threw myself aside as it landed and smashed a pit 10 meters wide, then jumped, because the combo I'd been saving was waiting for exactly this. Sharp blade crimson slash came down on the diagonal, ignoring every scrap of its physical defense, the cut running clean from the neck to the heart, and the towering body split and collapsed into its own crater of blood. The panel paid out 2,000 experience, a crimson pendant, a crimson heart, 20 deep red organization, a crimson crystal core, the skillbook fist force, plus a cleared dungeon chest that opened into the annihilation turret blueprint, 10 more organization, and 500 coins. A staggering drop rate, and I grinned at all of it. The pendant was the prize. Epic. Level 5. Granting spirit protection so I'd no longer bleed sanity to weak crimson fog, and continuously restoring a trickle of mental energy, which meant the outside world, where killing and crimson interference had always drained my sanity steadily, was suddenly mine to explore at length every day. Near the iron door, Hyon and the others had butchered the summoned tide clean, and she turned to report mission accomplished, grinning, her whole body painted in blood, since with no skills of her own she fought almost entirely with her fists, leaning on Liara's heels when hurt, and on Baekhyun's pulls to a clear space when surrounded. I told her she'd done very well, and to rest properly once we got back, my voice softening a degree, because she genuinely earned it. I checked the drop skill book on the way out, and found it merely average. Fist Force, which wrapped the fist in an energy film for extra blunt damage scaled to physique on a 2-minute cooldown. Not my style at all, given my physique was unremarkable, and I had no love for brawling. A martial arts manual I might have learned for the melee experience, but learning Fist Force would be backwards, so I handed it to Hyon, who was far better suited to it, since sanctification multiplied her physique by 5, turning her 100-odd base into 500 and feeding directly into a skill that scaled on exactly that. She learned it without a word, and looked at me with her hands itching to test it, so I pointed her at the wall and told her to measure the damage, curious myself what 5 times physique would do. She took a breath, the energy film flickering over her clenched fist, a sharp look crossing her face, and her punch went out like a cannonball and shattered the entire wall to rubble. The destructive power matched the level 5 boss we just killed. A human beast, basically. I told her it wasn't bad, which left her scratching her head and grinning, then called everyone back to eat and rest, since the last days of the grace period had nothing left to gather. Back on the train, Liara the little elf cook started a meal, while I went to the console to organize the haul. The upgrade materials all finally gathered, and a piece of special train equipment among the spoils. The Crimson Heart read Epic, level 5, absorbing deep red power more directly and continuously into train energy, while lowering the attention of crimson monsters. I fused it without hesitation, and the train shell drank it in under a fresh layer of deep red coating, then pushed the upgrade through to level 5. 2 new carriages added, attack and defense at level 6. The next tier demanded conductor level 6, 200 crimson iron ore, 500 deep red organization, and 3 quenched red seed for a 6th carriage, a 6th slot, and an automatic cruise function I'd never seen before. Quenched red seed was a complete unknown, certainly not something the newbie map produced, which told me level 5 was the ceiling here, and that a higher grade train would have to wait for new maps. So I set the upgrade aside and built equipment instead, inspecting the Annihilation Turret blueprint, level 9, Epic, which condensed deep red power into a powerful annihilation beam, and repaired its own durability by drinking more of it, for 20 crimson iron ore, 50 attack components, 30 defense components, and 20 organization. The crimson iron ore was gone. I'd burned through my high-tier stock, and Deep Red Town, all food and no minerals, couldn't replace it, so I opened the channel to sell a pistol and a rifle, since Hyon at level 4 now outclassed any firearm, while Liara and Baekhyun kept theirs for self-defense given their support builds. I listed 1 pistol and 1 rifle, and told the channel to bring prices, and the lurkers stirred instantly. Salted fish first with 10 crimson iron ore and 20 organization for 1 pistol, and 50 rounds, which surprised me only because he'd finally stopped paying in bread, though the amount was still laughable. I told him a pistol that could wound monsters above level 3 was an early exploration artifact, and that his price fell short, and right on cue Jang Pal stepped in with 300 crimson iron ore, a piece of special ore called red crystal mother ore, and a demand for 1,000 rounds on top of the guns. A genuine mining boss. The mother ore read Epic, able to add an epic grade affix to a weapon, a top grade mineral born inside red iron caves, where only a low-grade vein might cough up a single piece. So I closed the deal and posted the trade, and Jang Pal sent his thanks along with the news that he'd been pinned in a deep mine by mutant rats for a full day. That explained his generosity, a man about to be chewed to death, and I found myself hoping he survived, since those 300 units of crimson iron ore were genuinely sweet. Whether I'd ever learn to forge the mother ore into use was another matter, so I tucked it away to wait for a forging-type subordinate someday. Across the map, Salted Fish slammed a fist on his table as another item he'd wanted slipped through his fingers, snarling that everyone kept ruining his good things, still scraping along at level 2, while the first tier prepared to push for level 3, telling himself he had to hurry and find a suitable target to upgrade his talent. I built the Annihilation turret and mounted it between the 3rd and 5th carriages, its arc covering the whole train, then sat for a while turning the apple-sized chunk of mother ore over, since adding an affix now amounted to a permanent enchantment layer, and I had no guarantee it could be changed later. If I found better materials, wasting a weapon's potential on a hasty enchant would be foolish, so I put it away again to wait for a proper enchanting or forging profession. The channel was a flood of guild recruitment, several of them private messaging me directly, all of it transparently aimed at my weapons, so I left them on read. Guilds in the end were just the top draining the bottom to build themselves first. The lower ranks bled to cultivate a strong man who might someday give back, and if I were weak I might happily worm into the middle and bleed the bottom myself. But I wasn't weak. I had the strength to survive alone, and I could recruit subordinates who'd never betray me, with 2 new subordinate slots open at level 5. Enchanters and forgers were the priority for the next batch. Dinner was already a feast when I came back, Heian gnawing a chicken leg with no concern for her image after 2 days of nothing but bread, and she thrust the half-bitten leg at me to ask whether I wanted any. I waved it off and told her to eat up, since she'd have consumption tonight, and she stiffened at the words, dreading another round of the size-changing game, while I ignored her face and started eating, because every night of delight nudged my master of delight value higher, so why not? She mentioned that her mental power felt different from other people's since she'd started healing. Her attributes gone lopsided, physique at 101 but mental power straight up at 150. Badly skewed. Mine ran balanced, never more than 10 points apart, which I told her likely tied to talents. The same way Liara's healing build pushed her physique up around 130, while her mental power sat near 90. I asked Baekyoung where her own attributes leaned, and she said she also favored mental power, and that as it climbed her void time stretched, her original 1 second of acceleration now grown by half a second, small but proof that raising mental power could indirectly strengthen a talent. So talents were growth-oriented, just with different growth conditions, mine demanding delight value, while ordinary talents only wanted levels. That night, 2 figures crept to my door and lay listening for a long while, waiting until the room fell quiet before easing it open, only to find me sitting up waiting for them. I asked whether eavesdropping was really that entertaining, since at level 5 I could already catch faint movements and had heard the pair of them the whole time. Baekyoung scratched her head, embarrassed, and admitted she'd only been curious why Sister Hyeon carried on so fiercely every night, given the ghostly wailing through the wall. I told her, offhand, that she was welcome to watch her join in, though the technique itself was something she'd never be able to learn, since Hyeon's playstyle came entirely from the uniqueness of her talent. The night passed easily enough, 3 against 1, and me composed throughout, and in the morning the panel offered a rare Master of Delight card. I opened it to find a special event triggered, 3's a crowd. Drop rate doubled and the reward critical, paying out the skill book 1 character continuous slash, 24 bottles of energy drink, primary weapon insight, and 100 all-purpose vitality pills. A special event, and the skill book made me raise an eyebrow, because 1 character continuous slash made each strike twice as strong as the last, stacking up to 9 times for 9-fold damage. With no cooldown, its duration capped only by physique. No cooldown meant it could stack endlessly, and after the 9th strike every blow landed at 9-fold force, which would turn a man into mince. The energy drinks and vitality pills were recovery items perfectly suited to pair with a stamina-hungry skill, and the primary weapon insight held the usage techniques of every modern and contemporary weapon, a priceless thing. As I used it, my consciousness was dragged into a separate space, and a prompt explained that weapon insight was peculiar, that 1,000 people held 1,000 understandings, that I'd have to learn and comprehend on my own. I'd be taught by tens of thousands of weapon masters across history and even extraterrestrial civilizations, unable to leave until every weapon reached a primary level. The note added, almost gently, that 1 day outside equaled 10,000 years inside, though it wouldn't touch my lifespan. The first lesson was sword technique, so I'd have to grind it out myself, which was unreasonably realistic, since I'd assumed it would all just pour into my head, but I told myself that something practiced by hand was something truly mine. A long blade appeared at my call, and the phantoms of countless masters surrounded me, so I calmed my mind and began from nothing, listening to one master's narration and his immersive demonstration. My first swings came out clumsy as I imitated the forms and slowly made them my own, adjusting to my own body, every mistake corrected on the spot by several master phantoms pointing out the flaw in my execution. One on many private tutoring from the finest teachers who ever lived. I'd never worked this hard even in my past life schooling, though I had little choice. since failing to learn meant never leaving. 100-some years of forced training later, I'd finally finished dozens of weapons, and the only word for it was torture. 100 years of it that left me close to genuinely insane. The panel marked weapon mastery at the beginner tier complete. My vision swam, and I cracked my eyes open to the sound of Hyon eating nearby. Back. I was finally back. I stood, the century of solitude still ringing in me. The one mercy being that my strength had climbed enormously. 100 years inside for barely a dozen seconds out. I grabbed a few quick bites and stretched, since today was the last day of the grace period and I meant to wait for the settlement that evening. But first I planned to wash off a century of loneliness in the way I'd grown fond of. That evening I lay easy in Hyon's arms, my head pillowed on her softness, while Liara worked at my thighs. The whole thing extraordinarily comfortable, when an ethereal mechanical voice announced that every survivor had passed the grace period and become a qualified survivor through slaughter and strife. It said the top 100 would be ranked on a comprehensive score across strength, quality of life, train level, kills, and personal charm. The rewards split into 5 tiers, and that the list would show code names or real names. The first slot went to Melancholy French Fries with a comprehensive score of 99.99, second to a survivor named Li Chui at 91.78, third to Jang Pal at 89.71, with the rest trailing below. It congratulated Melancholy French Fries on becoming the region's #1, with rewards arriving in 10 minutes, then noted the Crimson Fog would shift the next morning at 8 to reveal a new map and new gameplay. I breathed out at the sight of my name on top. A landslide again. The pro player turned out to be me. Hyon lit up and yanked me into her arms, crowing that she'd known it, that with the train conductor first place was easy. Ever since becoming my subordinate, her life had improved by the day, her view of me softening from fear to familiarity to the comfortable certainty that she was my woman, and having the time of her life, proud above all of being the first. I told her she'd done very well too, and she beamed and said that as long as she could help the train conductor, that was enough, glancing sidelong at Liara and Baekhyung with the quiet smugness of the #1 subordinate, daring the juniors to catch up. Baekhyung watched her preen with open disdain while privately conceding that Hyon really was a monster in a fight, and that she herself was something of a freeloader by comparison. I said nothing to the silent teacher and student, just pulled both of them into the embrace, since their talents were excellent and the only pity was that I'd grown too overpowered for their help to amount to much. The rewards landed soon after, and first place was a robbery in my favor. The train upgraded 1 level unconditionally, a crimson clock granting 8 hours, personal space widened to 9 slots, 5 epic equipment selection packs, 10 doses of virus immunity antigen, and 100 crimson points. Struck rich. The free level pushed the train to 6, unlocking the 6th tier and the automatic navigation function. The next tier now demanded conductor level 7 and an elite boss mark on top of 500 crimson iron ore, 50 crimson essence, 10 quenched red seeds, 3 crystal cores, and 50 each of defensive and offensive components, for a 7th carriage, a comprehensive defense boost, and an automatic enemy scanning radar. The upgrade difficulty had begun to climb a cliff. I had under 200 iron ore in hand, short by more than half, the requirement practically a sentence to hard labor, and the new components were a higher tier of part entirely. I hoped aloud that the new map would be a mineral one, since food meant nothing to me now, and basic resources meant everything to development speed. The Crimson Clock turned out to be the real treasure. Level 9. Legendary, granting 8 hours a day to explore inside the Crimson Fog without being attacked by monsters far above my level. The timer resetting at midnight. Exactly what I needed. The only risk was losing myself in the fog, so trimming for safety left me about 6 hours of real exploration each day, plenty to reach other regions, since in the early game getting 1 step ahead and staying ahead was everything. The Crimson points came without explanation, no listed use, so I set them aside. The 5 epic selection packs proved mediocre, nowhere near my Crimson set, which was level 9 endgame gear that with its set effects left ordinary epic equipment in the dust. So I threw them to the others and told them to each pick 1 piece while I kept the remaining 2 for future subordinates. Haeyeon kissed my cheek and happily took her pick, Liara and Baekhyung following with their own kisses, Baekhyung the bolder of the two. Haeyeon's pack produced a pair of gauntlets wide as small shields, with diamond spikes at the knuckles and full forearm guards behind, turning her into a true tank with her physique. Liara chose a prayer bracelet that boosted her healing strength and range out to 30 meters, and Baekhyung took a pair of psionic pistols that fired off mental power and could spend 3 points to launch armor-piercing rounds. The 3 of them grew much stronger at a stroke, Baekhyung now a speed attacker who could pair with Haeyeon to shield Liara, the main healer. The channel nobody respected had meanwhile exploded, a comprehensive rating of 99.99 being indistinguishable from perfect. The whole crowd frantically calling out to cling to my coattails. All of it left on read. Simple enough, since these people were too trashy to be of use, when what I needed were elites who could actually help, at minimum, someone like Baekyoung who came with a movement buff attached. Down in a mine pit, 4 or 5 people sat around eating fresh roasted rat meat, faces beaming, congratulating their leader Jangpal on 3rd place in quasi first tier status. They'd nearly wiped out every other survivor near the mine and seized the whole thing to level. Jangpal now sitting on a level 3 train while his men hovered a few materials short of the same. Jangpal sighed that he burned a fortune buying equipment when the rats besieged him. Otherwise he'd have pushed for level 4. And his crew rushed to console him, insisting that melancholy French fries had simply gotten lucky finding firearms and would otherwise be no better than them. That with a touch more luck, Jangpal himself would have taken first. Jangpal only chuckled, his tone going grave, warning them not to underestimate the heroes of the world, since there was always a heaven beyond the heaven and a stronger man beyond the strong. He privately believed that even with firearms, clearing a resource point as important as mine couldn't have been mere luck, that there had to be real strength behind it, and that the difficulties involved would have broken a lesser man. Salted Fish, by contrast, sat 8th and seething, having acquired nothing the entire period, cursing that he hadn't met a single woman who met the criteria. His talent was many children, many blessings, the rewards scaling with the size of his household, and he'd already taken in 10 women without a single pregnancy among them. He'd begun suspecting the fault lay in himself, a many children talent paired with a body that produced nothing, which made the whole arrangement about as useful as a eunuch leering at filth. He swore he'd try harder and activate the talent quickly, since as a growth type it paid out daily by household size, but with no offspring it had never given him more than the same flat ration of white bread and water. He raged on about the fried fries who'd refused his 3 purchase requests, declaring it pure bullying, refusing on principle to lay any blame at his own feet, which was precisely why his life kept going so badly. I, naturally, didn't care, and didn't even know I'd earned a man's hostility simply by not selling to him. Though had I known, I'd only have found an opening to kill Salted Fish, since the moment someone turned hostile there was no reason to let him keep breathing. Strike hard against your enemies. First principle. I told the others that this was the last night of rest, that tomorrow brought the new map and nobody was to drop the ball, my tone grave. First place or not, the gap between me and the field was still small enough that a single opportunity could let someone close it, which meant I had to grow stronger and leave them all behind for good. Hyon answered with a giggle and, in the manner I favored, pressed me down beneath her, growing larger and smaller on command. I opened my eyes at 8 sharp the next morning to a wave of softness and the knowledge that the new map was due. Each carriage carried only a basketball-sized window, just enough to watch the scenery slide past as the train navigated itself safely around the dangerous places, and I checked the channel to find my friend requests overflowing. All left on read, the private messages skimmed only for useful information and yielding none, everyone a plea to be carried. There was no shortage of snowy photographs among them either, though next to Hyon every figure fell short, and I cleared out the trash until the background ran clean. Then I opened the trading network, listed my last useless firearms at the highest price I could set, and watched them sell at once despite the markup, since they were hot products, after which I held back a laugh and sold the bullets separately at a steep price of their own. Surprise. Guns and ammunition sold apart. The remaining 1,000-some rounds went for 1 unit of crimson iron ore per 50, and I strolled out of the bedroom to wash up. A new day begun. The system announced that the grace period had ended, that the crimson fog would now flow at random, and that prolonged exposure invited attack, and opened the wilderness beast tide, 7 days of crimson monsters hunting survivors indiscriminately. Ordinary beasts around level 3 attacking at all hours, with a warning not to sleep too soundly at night. The intensity was ramping up. My eyes went grave, but a glance at my nearly fully equipped train brought a measure of security, since I at least could still get a decent night's rest, though a watch was wiser than none. So I built another annihilation turret and mounted it on the train's nose, completing the loadout and adding to the calm. Then I checked the route and found we'd entered the Ghostwood Forest, monster difficulty level 3, yielding special timber, rare materials, food, and random equipment blueprints. A forest wrapped in gray fog year-round where monsters harvested lives at will inside the black mist. Caution. The level 1 Deep Red Town boss had been level 3, so a Ghostwood Forest boss should sit around level 7, already capable of threatening me, which told me the new map's difficulty scaled to the conductor's level. The higher I climbed, the deadlier the world grew. I took a slow breath and kept the train on the outskirts rather than charge in, since in an unknown like this it was better to gather a few teammates first, and it was a pity, since this wasn't the mineral map I'd hoped for. Life is full of disappointments. Take it slow. I went back and told the 3 women just waking up that it was time to set off. Little lazybones. The 4 of us stepped out and the world fell into a deathly silence. Gray fog swallowing the whole forest. Twisted, terrifying shapes resolving on a second look into gnarled gray-white trees with rough split bark. Every step raising a hair-prickling dread. I scored marks into the ground to keep us from getting lost, and we pushed on. Baekyoung shivered and complained of the cold. The temperature here lower than anywhere else. Frost crusting the bark. And after a while I stopped short, realizing the scenery around us had changed. Hyon asked what was wrong, trailing close, and I told her we were lost, my chest tightening. the place too bizarre by half. My gaze swung to the eerie trees, and I understood that they were moving. A chill ran up my back, and I turned to find a massive tree demon already standing behind me. So I shouted at the three of them to get clear, and threw myself aside as it lunged. I watched the surrounding tree shadows drift with cold fear in my heart, because these things could melt into the environment to ambush their prey. The panel named it Ghost Tree Demon, Level 4, a king among its kind, master of hiding to hunt unnoticed, a warning to beware that they moved in packs. I told the others to handle the lesser demons, while I took this one, the umbrella shifting to a long spear that I drove forward on a cold flash, and several arm-thick branches whipped out of the demon's body, hardening into sharp wooden spikes as they fell. Spike met spear with a shower of sparks, the thing genuinely tough, and I retreated nimbly through a flurry of branch stabs before reshaping the umbrella into a two-handed greatsword edged in chilling red. Crimson slash swept out like a storm scattering clouds, and took half the demon's body, but as a plant it clung to a stubborn vitality and lived on through the loss. So I gripped the hilt and brought the blade down on what remained, until the thing shattered and a gray crystal core dropped at my feet. The core was a quenched red seed, excellent, a random drop for train upgrades or equipment forging, the description openly calling me lucky, and alongside it lay a single unit of crimson essence. I needed 50 units of crimson essence to upgrade, which meant 50 ghost tree demons, while the quenched red seed dropped purely at random. The ordinary tree demons on Hyon's side were endless, the group steadily collapsing back toward me, and she warned that something else was coming. Fast shapes darting out from the waiting branches. A wolf pack. I told the three women to follow my marks and get back to the train first, since once the tree demons surrounded us, even a level 5 would be ground to exhaustion under the siege. Baekhyun worked dual pistols, dropping the charging wolves one after another. Haeon went into combat mode and carved a path by main force, and I held the rear, cursing under my breath that I'd be back with the train to plow through every one of them. The instant we cleared the forest, the ghost tree demons broke off, leaving only the wolves to lunge after us, and the train's turret blew them to pieces. Back aboard, Hyon collapsed to the floor panting that she nearly died in there, which was no exaggeration, because without my marks on the path we'd certainly have been worn down to nothing in the fog. I told her to rest and that we'd explore again tomorrow, having decided to abandon the headlong approach for a patient one, clearing the periphery first and only then pushing inward. And since the forest could lose us, I'd simply cut down every tree in it. Dusk came on and the crimson fog began to stir restlessly, a roar carrying from far off before any of us had truly rested. A mass of beasts pouring out of the fog as the system announced the first round of beast attacks, the opening wave to last 2 hours. One look at the horde and I felt the world's malice land squarely on me. The average beast level 3, the leaders among them, level 5, the same as me. Targeted, clearly. I cursed it once, then felt the fighting spirit rise, because targeted or not, every last one of them was perfect experience. I turned to the three behind me, spear in hand, and told them to fall back into the train if they couldn't win. Liara especially, who should heal us from the entrance, and the other two to stay around her and clear whatever I missed, retreating the instant any elite appeared so I could take it myself. Their whole purpose was to share the pressure and keep the healer alive to keep me standing. Then I carried the two-handed sword straight into the wave. The turret blasted a good number apart before they closed, leaving mostly level 5 leaders to reach me, and before the real fight began I cut down a few ordinary beasts to stack 9 layers of one character continuous slash, then split a level 5 lord clean in 2 with a single stroke. 9 layers was genuinely terrifying, enough to let me trade blows with a level 6 monster, though crushing a level 6 boss outright was still a stretch. A level 6 Tiger King lunged and caught between it and the Wolf King at my front. I drove the wolf back but came a step too slow, a tiger claw raking my back. There was a muffled impact and no wound, the crimson armor flaring red and hurling the Tiger King off. Not even a mark left where the claw had struck. The reward of being fully geared, though the King's raw force still left a dull ache spreading through my chest. The constant stacking of the continuous slash had meanwhile burned my physique below 20, and Liara healed me at once, warmth spreading through me as I swallowed an all-purpose vitality pill in a single gulp. Between her healing blessing and the pill, my physique climbed back near 80 and my combat power recovered to half, and I raised the sword and brought it down, slicing the level 6 Tiger King in 2. The ground shook, and a figure close to 7 meters tall stepped out of the crimson fog. It was a pitch-black bear, and the panel that bloomed across my vision told me everything I needed to know in one cold sentence. The first wave of the beast horde had finally produced its boss, a black bear king sitting at level 7, carrying adamantine claws, earthstone armor, and savage bear fury. The description warned me not to test my strength against it unless I wanted to be beaten into pulp, which was its polite way of saying I was outmatched. I was only level 5. The jump to level 7 was a qualitative gap, not a numerical one, and I felt the pressure land on my shoulders the instant I read it. There was no time to weigh options. The Black Bear King's fist came down before I finished thinking, and the roar of it slamming the earth rattled my teeth. My annihilation turrets answered without pause, hammering the boss in a steady drumroll, peeling away at that stone armor one round at a time. I breathed out, set my grip on the greatsword, and called up my strongest move. 9-layer 1-character continuous slash, shark blade crimson slash. The blade flashed with a chilling scarlet halo as I swung, and the sword light tore into flesh before burying itself deep in the bear's hide. Then it stopped. The edge had only carved through half the body before it wedged tight, stuck inside the beast, and that failure cost me. The pain drove the black bear king into a frenzy, and a paw the size of a car door swelled across my vision as it fell toward me. I shifted to dodge, but 2-leader level beast kings darted out at the same instant and cut off my line. Lee Heian reacted before I could curse my luck. She sprinted in with her fist shield raised and slammed both level 5 beast kings off their feet, moving like a war goddess who had decided the matter personally. Baekhyun fired twice, 2 armor-piercing rounds punching through the chaos, then layered a speed boost over me so my body went light. I slipped the falling palm by a hair, wrenched my sword free, and brought it down clean. An entire arm dropped away, and the Black Bear King screamed. I answered the scream with another flash of scarlet aimed at its skull, and the nearly 2-meter blade took the head off in one stroke. The kill notice confirmed I had dropped a level 7 horde boss, and the rewards flooded in: 5,000 experience, a crimson crystal core, a unit of crimson essence, and a skill book called Savage Bear Charge. The experience pushed me straight into level 6, and the ache in my chest eased as my body knit itself back together. I chose to decompose the carcass, and the train warehouse swallowed the hull. 300 units of premium level 7 beast meat on top of mountains of lower grades. I had badly underestimated this event, and the sweat on my back said so. Lee Heian cleared the last stragglers and ran over, her little eyes scanning me for wounds. I waved her off and told her it was nothing, only minor internal injuries from the recoil, and the crimson armor had kept me from looking worse than I felt. By the time I said it, Liara's healing had already mended what little damage remained. Back inside the train, I finally let myself breathe. For ordinary beasts, the turrets handled everything fine, and even against this horde, the train's attack power had never been the issue. The problem was sheer numbers. 3 turrets at full output simply could not clear them all. Both women volunteered to keep watch that night, and I shut that down fast. Baekhyun was the better pick, since her dual pistols could pick off any stragglers cleanly, and Lee Heian was too valuable as a frontline fighter to waste on a sleepless shift. I handed the Savage Bear Charge skill book to Lee Heian, told Baekhyun to take the first half of the night and me the second, then set Lee Heian and Liara to cover the next evening. We had 1 day of breathing room before the second wave, and the rest of what roamed the forest was ordinary enough that a single watcher could manage. I had Liara roast 4 cuts of the level 7 premium meat, since the stuff nourished blood and energy and strengthened the body, and right now nobody else in this whole sector had meat this good. The train still needed work though. My attacks were too single-minded, every weapon a straight line with no area coverage, and if I had owned anything that splashed, I would never have stepped off the train for those beasts at all. Only the Black Bear King would have demanded my time. I opened the chat to hunt for portable equipment, since I had 2 empty carriages begging to be filled, and the first thing that hit me was the survivor count. 75,000 left out of 100,000, which meant more than 10,000 people had died in a single night once the novice protection lapsed. The channel had turned into a wall of complaints, survivors begging to quit, mourning scrapped trains, and broadcasting their newfound wanderer status with no roof and nothing but beasts at their heels. So that was the cost of losing your train. You did not die outright, you simply became prey with nowhere to run, which in this world amounted to the same thing on a delay. I listed all my beast meat below level 5 for sale and posted a buy order for portable weapon blueprints or finished products. The reaction was immediate, the same chorus of awe before useless chatter buried my message, and private messages stacked up faster than I could read them, most deleted at a glance. Then one caught me. A handler named Sowa wrote that she had exactly the blueprints I wanted, but that the trade might prove difficult. And before anything else, she asked my location. She forwarded the blueprint first, and I liked what I saw. A lightning barrier net. Epic quality, capable of spending crimson power to chain lightning through anything within 10 meters, controlling and crippling it, and movable enough to strike buildings. Crafting it required a forging talent, plus attack parts, deep red organizations, and crimson iron ore. Good stuff. I told her I was in the Ghostwood Forest, asked whether she carried the forging talent, and noted that she sounded like someone in trouble. She fired back that she was in the same forest and pinned by the beast horde, that her talent was enchanting blacksmith, and that if I rescued her and spared some materials, she would hand over the finished product on the spot. She was near me, and she was exactly the forging talent I had been craving, so I answered with the truth, as I saw it. If she was right beside me and I simply waited for her to die, the items became mine anyway, free of charge. That stunned her into silence for a long stretch. When Sowa finally replied, she managed a brittle laugh and called my way of thinking truly novel, which I left unread. It was not me about to die, so whatever she decided to do was her business. Sure enough, she came back soon, offering to craft and reinforce and upgrade weapons for free, swearing she would serve me from here on. I let that sit too, waiting for her to crack. though privately I noted that if someone else recruited her first, I would have to track her down and carefully put her in the ground. Before long, she lowered her stance completely and begged to know what exactly I wanted, promising she would deliver if she had it. Only then did I reply, slowly. I needed a subordinate with a forging talent. She fit perfectly, and if she agreed, I would come save her once. She was quiet a beat, then exploded into a long string of messages that even made me pause. That was all? I should have said so earlier if I wanted a lackey. She had been desperate for a strong patron to carry her. She had nearly died during her protection period, and could not even scrape together enough to eat. My whole drawn-out plan had been pointless. Forging talent was garbage in the early game. No attack, no defense, barely any materials to craft with. So of course she had jumped at the first solid offer. I told her to send her location, and I would be on my way. At the edge of the Ghostwood Forest, 3 ordinary artillery vehicles thundered against beasts pouring in from every side, while Sowa huddled inside her train and let out a long breath at my message. She had finally found someone to carry her. When she first awakened this talent, she had felt doomed, too scared to venture far from her train for fear of being snatched and locked in some dark room, because she looked like a child and had no combat power to speak of. Today, luck had broken her way, and she could not stop herself from crowing that the great and powerful Sowa now had a patron looking out for her. Her joy lasted exactly until her train shuddered. The beasts had punched through her defensive line and were chewing into the train itself. A 19-year-old who had never seen anything like it, she bolted for the control room to steer away, only to find the train locked in place by the horde, immobile. She was on the edge of tears as she shouted into the night for Brother Fries to hurry, because her cute and charming blacksmith was about to be bitten to death. Her voice carried, and I had just touched down, so I heard every word. The boss her level 1 train had spawned was a pathetic level 2 thing that my annihilation turret deleted with a single shot the moment it appeared. Nothing more than a roadside stray. I crushed the rest of the swarm, walked up to her control room, and shouted that I was melancholy French fries and she should open the door. The iron door swung wide, and the girl behind it looked me up and down with her eyes lighting up like she had struck gold. She was clearly thinking I was far too handsome, and the whole carefree edge dropped out of her voice as she put on a syrupy shy tone and thanked the big shot, asking what she should call me. My face went flat. I told her to talk like a normal person, that I was Jing Yong, and that she could just call me train conductor. Then I looked down at the tiny thing in front of me and could not help asking how old she was, because she only came up to my crotch. She really was that short, the top of her head landing exactly there when she lowered it, and the word that came to mind was lowly. She planted her hands on her hips, indignant, and told me not to look down on her because she was already 19 and a fully qualified adult. Short, yes, but an adult, with the temperament of a bratty kid to match. She was pretty enough. Just very flat, probably down to rough childhood years, and I told her plainly to describe her talent first, that if it was not good enough she could leave. When I took in women, it was for utility. Combat power could be average as long as logistics carried weight, the way Liara's healing did. She grabbed the hem of my clothes, suddenly anxious, and rattled off her value, that she could add new affixes to weapons, craft star-plucking devices, and later swap affixes out entirely. That one line kept her. I asked whether swapping affixes carried any special requirements, and she explained the star-plucking device demanded a lot of materials, the cost scaling with the strength of the affix being replaced. Then she dropped the kind of detail only a forging talent would know, that after level 9 she would unlock equipment reinforcement, and a blacksmith's success rate on reinforcing weapons would climb. The world kept getting more game-like, but her value was undeniable, so I told her to abandon her survivor status and become my subordinate. Before I even finished, she ditched her own train and applied. A forging carriage module surfaced, born from her train's special nature, and when I integrated it, my 4th carriage transformed into steel, lined with forging benches and stockpiled materials. I called her back to my train and she took one look at me and started angling for an in, suggesting that since there was hardly any age gap, she might as well call me brother. It was a small scheme, the kind where calling someone brother every day quietly closes the distance, and I saw straight through it. Still, an extra little sister added a little flavor, so I told her to suit herself. And Sowa beamed. She gawked at the train like a country grandmother loose in a grand garden, drifting through the living room carriage, then the living quarters, past storage, until she reached the blacksmith carriage that would be hers. The 5th and 6th I planned to keep for equipment, the artillery she would forge to break beast hides. Inside the blacksmith carriage sat a massive intelligent device, and I asked whether she had the materials to build the lightning barrier nets. She nodded and pulled up a crafting menu listing everything she could make. An automated weapon deployment program waited there, demanding a crimson crystal core to enable, and I spent the one I had just earned without hesitation, because automated deployment was worth it even if those cores were maddeningly scarce, dropped only by high-level bosses. She fed materials into the machine, and 2 lightning barrier nets dropped into the 5th carriage, holding for a deployment order. She mentioned she could also craft 10 mobile artillery vehicles, weaker than the annihilation turrets but still elite grade, and crucially mobile, so I told her to go ahead. One vehicle after another rolled into the 5th combat carriage, patching the train's firepower gap, In defense, I was not worried about, since the Crimson Baffle could shrug off level 9 attacks and stall a boss for a while. Legendary grade gear would be hard, but with a blacksmith on board I kept a glimmer of hope. I asked whether Sowa could upgrade equipment quality, and she shook her head, told me not to dream, that only growth-type weapons upgraded and ordinary gear almost never did. Then she handed me one sliver of hope back, that once she crafted a better forging device she could try for legendary quality equipment, however brutal the odds. That was enough for me, so I let it rest, and walked her back to meet the others. The living quarters carriage went a little strange when we entered. Lee Haeon sized up the new arrival, taking in how the girl barely reached my lower abdomen, clearly wondering what kind of height difference this was, and whether the train conductor's tastes simply spanned the entire range from her own oversized frame to this petite one. Sowa, outgoing as ever, introduced herself and told everyone to call her little sister Yu, all while her eyes traveled over the 3 curved figures around her with frank, scheming admiration, marveling that the train conductor was living too well. Lee Haeon offered her own name warmly. Liara brought over a plate of freshly roasted premium meat and invited her to eat, and Baekhyun gave a short introduction of her own. Sowa bit into a piece and her huge eyes lit up as the meat actually raised her physique, which I confirmed had come off a level 7 boss. After a hearty meal, it was time for everyone to rest, since we had all been worn ragged for a day. I set up an extra-large bathtub big enough for the 4 of us, and Sowa, before she even worked out whether she minded, found herself shut out in the hall. Through the door she heard sounds beyond the running water. Her cheeks went red, and her body started to warm in a way she could not control. She decided right then that she could not allow herself to be excluded, that integrating into the group was her whole survival plan, because an outsider stayed an outsider. She needed value and charm both, and one glance down at her own figure told her the charm half would take some thinking. That night, with Baekhyun on watch outside, a knock came at the door while I lay in Lee Haeon's arms. It was Sowa, freshly washed and wrapped in a bath towel, her snow-white skin flawless under the lights, and her cheeks flushed, though I suspected the flush ran more toward annoyance than shyness. I could not resist teasing that with her figure she hardly needed to cover up so carefully, and her face went redder still as she puffed out her cheeks and scolded her train conductor brother for teasing his little sister like that. She looked cute and shy and a touch girl next door doing it. Then she closed the door behind her, and the channel later confirmed her pleasure value had spiked. Drop rate up to 150% with a critical chance climbing, and a premium pleasure card dropped into my inventory. I left it unopened, planning to wait until evening to see what special events it might trigger. By 8 the next morning, Sowa still had not surfaced, which told me everything about the little brat who talked big and folded the moment things got real. She had insisted on taking on more than she could handle, and barely managed it. The kind of kid who was both unskilled and overeager, though her constant brother this and brother that did sit well with me. I left Lee Haeon to mind the house and keep an eye on the tiny one in case she wandered and got lost, and Lee Haeon patted her ample chest with full confidence, and told me to leave it to her. If she had never become my subordinate, she might well have held the second leaderboard slot herself, instead of the rival who claimed it. But she knew everything she had now came from me, and her devotion ran clean and bright because of it. I had meant to add an affix to my 1000-mechanism umbrella that morning, but one look at the half-dead state Sowa was in killed the plan, since she was simply too weak to manage it yet. Leaving the train, I took point, set Baekhyun at the rear, and tucked Lee Haeon as healer into the middle. The crimson set sealed me head to toe, fitted like it had been forged for my body, my speed unchanged. The dark red metallic sheen of it bleeding violence into the bone-cold air of the ghostwood forest. At the entrance, my umbrella became a cannon, and I loosed 5 of the mobile artillery vehicles Sowa had built. They ran on the crimson energy packed inside red crystal coins, and I had those in obscene surplus, so I poured 1,000 coins into each vehicle and opened fire, carving a straight road through the trees. If I had not worried about blundering into an area boss and getting trapped, I would have simply driven the whole train in and flattened the place. The ghostwood demons screamed as the forest turned into a sea of flame, and I took the lion's share of the experience. I told everyone to watch for drop chests, since clearing the map this way was far faster, though some high-level monsters survived the bombardment and forced me to finish them by hand. A clatter raised the hair on my arms, and I stopped. Elite monsters were coming. I sent Lee Haeon to shelter near the artillery vehicles and told Baekhyun to pick off whatever the cannons missed from range. And as I spoke, a wooden thorn flashed toward my face with a cold glint. My great sword met it and split it in 2, and I was clearly the one with the upper hand, so I closed on the ghostwood demon and dropped it in a single stroke. 5 more elite monsters surfaced around me, and I let the sword light run wild, every strike stacking the 9 layers of the one-character continuous slash. 1 hit, 1 kill, then another. The whole exchange clean from start to finish in over in barely 10 seconds. With level suppression and that 9-layer passive working together, ordinary elites simply could not threaten me anymore. When the surroundings cleared, I spotted a chest drop nearby and put a round into it first to check for a mimic. The bullet only cratered the surface, so it was real, and it was golden yellow rather than the usual sort. Opening it gave me a crimson crystal core, a full crimson set blueprint, a golden spirit crystal, and 10 quenched red coins. The set blueprint was excellent quality, granting strong defense, and with all 5 pieces collected, 10% damage reduction against crimson monsters, requiring only deep red organizations and crimson iron ore plus a forging carriage to build. The description called it god-tier early exploration gear, and openly suggested crafting extras to profit off the price difference. The math was kind. Selling a single piece for 50 units of crimson iron ore would be perfectly fair, and right now almost nobody in the whole sector owned proper equipment, not even most of my own people. Sowa really had been the right person to recruit. The golden spirit crystal was epic, capable of adding an epic grade affix to a piece of defensive gear, a treasure pulled only from chests, and the panel cheerfully told me I had good luck. A solid haul, all of it tucked into my space. Soon enough, a strange shout reached me, and my mobile artillery vehicles came under attack. Several figures stood not far off, maybe 20 of them, men and women alike, faces fierce and eyes glinting with viciousness. Most of their weapons ordinary grade, but their numbers and coordination far above the usual rabble. I narrowed my eyes. This was no random pack. Zhang Pao, maybe, or Li Chui, or some other leaderboard name. I said nothing and watched, fixing my attention on the rugged man at the front, gripping an excellent grade iron axe. Tall, weathered, a scar running from his brow to the corner of his mouth. Arrogance and cruelty packed behind his stare. He felt my gaze and paused, measuring my strength right back. And a flicker of caution crossed his face when he registered the full set of armor. He had clearly arrived at the obvious conclusion that this fully geared kid might be the leaderboard's number 1, melancholy French fries. The dozen behind him noticed my 2 companions next, and the greed surfaced raw, a handsome youth flanked by 2 stunning women, the lead one sheathed in armor that flickered with red light. They were not fools, and the greed flashed and resolved into smiles with murder folded inside them. The burly man stared at me like a butcher eyeing a fat sheep, plainly convinced he was no weaker than the man ranked above him, and that I had merely gotten lucky with a suit of armor. He swallowed his hunger, forced out a friendly grin, and carelessly extended a hand, introducing himself as Li Chui and asking whether I had heard of him. I stayed calm on the surface and laughed inside, because his eyes had glowed green a moment ago, and a smiling tiger hides his knife behind his teeth. He had arrived at the perfect time. I was short a few expendables for scouting, and this dozen would do nicely. So I took his hand with a delighted chuckle, gushing that I had long heard of the great boss ranked second, introducing myself as Biome, my younger sister Bioma, and a third one I gestured at named Chuiwa. I pointed first at the baby-faced busty Baekyoung, then at Li Heiyan. The man's hand stiffened in the air, and irritation crept across his face at the ridiculous names, even as he muttered to himself that the kid would not even give a real name and would not be easy to fool. He chuckled to bury the greed, then leaned warm and probing, asking whether Brother Biome was here to explore the Ghostwood Forest too, and suggesting we travel together for safety. Get the information first, then move. I smiled and asked whether we would be a burden, since we all carried support talents, and Liara picked up the thread, explaining that she and Bioma both carried buffing talents, while Biome was a mechanic who could only fight through the mobile artillery vehicles. That deepened the covetous gleam in his eyes. No wonder we were fully equipped, since he thought he had found a mechanic, and he glanced at the 5 vehicles, weighing how to neutralize them before he struck. He said his team happened to need support classes and invited us to join the crusade against the area boss, never once showing hostility, his whole tone draped in concern. If I had not hit level 6 and learned to read the micro-expressions flickering across his face, I might genuinely have been fooled. I played pleasantly surprised, fretting aloud that our attack power was poor and we could only output from the rear, since I was not about to refuse a few free pathfinding consumables. He waved it off, rubbing his bald head, saying his team ran nearly 20 strong and was only short on support. In his head, the plan was already set. Snatch our gear and keep all 3 of us as subordinates regardless of gender, since our talents were exactly what he wanted. Perfect dogs to leash. A few of his people chimed in about survivors helping each other. They're acting far worse than his. Greed undisguised in their eyes. I agreed cheerfully, all innocent newbie, and let him lead us deeper. He suggested my artillery vehicles take point to clear the road, since in his eyes they were the only real threat. And I nodded along. The team had clearly scouted the terrain already, and they walked the forest with ease, past scattered corpses that were obviously their own pathfinding consumables. I did not underestimate Li Chui. Anyone who could assemble a squad this large had genuine ability, the strongest I had seen, but now that he had set his sights on me, that was his misfortune. Anyone who covets me dies. We stepped into a wide clearing, barren ground swimming in gray mist, a tall tree shadow looming in the distance with an aura that crawled up my spine. Around it stood elite Ghostwood spirits, and the panel named the looming shape the Ghostwood Tree King, level 8, carrying 6 skills, the true ruler of the forest, an ancient spirit that slumbered year-round and rarely stirred. Level 8, 6 skills, and my heart sank. This was absurd for a level 3 difficulty map, and the only explanation was that the Tree King's slumber had artificially lowered the rating. For a level 6 like me, this boss was overwhelming, since the gap from 6 to 7 was already a chasm, never mind 8. I was not stupid enough to charge it. Better to fish in the muddy water, test these people against the boss, watch their strength, and run the moment anything went wrong. Li Chui told me they had already observed that the Tree King would not wake unless attacked, so they meant to clear the elite monsters first, drawing the chilling axe from his shoulder. I asked what he needed from me, and he told me to watch from the side and arrange the 5 vehicles to support his attack, which was the whole point of bringing me, to grind the elites down with my cannons while his people stayed fresh. As for the boss itself, that was never on his mind. He sat around level 3 reaching for 4, and provoking a level 8 area boss would be suicide he had no appetite for. He charged in with his men, always a half step behind my vehicles, and I stood back and measured them. The leader was level 3 nearing 4, attack too weak to punch through stone. 3 others sat at level 3, and the rest hovered around level 2, a pathetic floor. Against anyone else they would have counted as a strong squad. Against me, they were stray dogs. I quietly switched the 5 vehicles to standby and pulled them back into my space, because there was no reason to let them take damage for free. The lives of these 20 were not worth a single one of my vehicles, and now that I knew where the boss lived, none of them had any further use. I called out that my vehicles had run dry and could not help anymore, and joy lit Li Chui's face. He thought the moment had come, but the clearing was too dangerous, so he called a retreat, claiming he had underestimated the elites, and we all withdrew. Keep pretending, I thought. A pack of dogs, and if I did not beat every one of them to death in a moment, I was a dud. Once we had put some distance behind us, the group stopped and Li Chu dropped the gentleness. His tone hardened as he suggested the kid with the broken vehicle stick close for support on the road. Support on the road, when he meant to pick me clean before we reached anywhere. I declined easily, said there was no danger and I would head back alone, and his face darkened on the spot as the dozen behind him drifted into a ring around the 3 of us. I asked what they thought they were doing, and my confusion convinced him I was out of tricks. He snorted, abandoned the act entirely, and told me he thought highly of me, that if I handed over the armor and became his subordinate, he would spare my life. Now that the threat seemed gone, he counted Liara and Li Heian as nothing more than harmless support. I wiped the smile off my own face and looked at him like he was an idiot. Told him he had flipped the script fast, that I had expected him to keep the act up a little longer. The umbrella snapped into my hand, and a thin, cold smile crawled up my mouth. He demanded to know what I was laughing at, a bad premonition driving him quietly toward the back of the pack, while the rest noticed nothing and assumed I was making a desperate last stand. I told them it was starting now, my voice flat enough to freeze blood, and the blade tore through the nearest man, splitting head from body in one cut. Instant kill of a level 3. The whole dozen went silent, staring at the corpse in disbelief, unable to process that a level 3 survivor had just died like that. Someone screamed to retreat, and Li Chu realized exactly who I was, cursing his luck for running into the rookie number 1 the instant he stepped outside. Revenge never crossed their minds. They had come to survive, and watching a level 3 get kicked apart like a stray drained every drop of fight out of them, so they scattered. I told Bei Young to leave none alive, and her dual pistols swung up like the scythe of death, gunshots harvesting them in a tight rhythm. I closed on Li Chui in a blink, and he flung up his hands and begged not to be killed, but my blade came down and ended him mid-plea. I told Baekyoung to leave one alive for questioning, and after the one-sided slaughter only a single level 3 survivor remained, his leg broken, thrown to the dirt and trembling, unable to meet my eyes. I collected everything on the ground first, over 3,000 experience among the spoils, which nudged my bar up about a tenth. Past level 6 the cost of leveling kept ballooning, and monsters below level 3 no longer fed me anything, so I would need level 4 and up to make progress. With the loot packed, I looked down at the survivor and asked where his train was parked, dangling the possibility of mercy to learn where the squad stashed its supplies. Letting people go was never a habit of mine. Provoke me and you go honestly into the ground. He answered in a humble pleading rush, swearing he would lead me there if I spared him. And when I asked how many guarded the base, he said 5, 1 level 3 and 4 level 2s, not daring to hide a thing. I hauled him upright and made him limp ahead, groaning with each kick. After more than an hour of dawdling, we reached the forest outskirts, where a convoy of trains stood lined in a row, a genuinely impressive sight. I had hit the jackpot. The survivor told me this was the place, and I told him he had done very well and could rest in peace. Then nodded to Baekyoung. She understood at once and put a round through his head. The gunshot roused the 5 guards, who rushed out one by one with weapons up and met a deep red sword beam, a flash of light, and then their own heads parting from their shoulders before any of them grasped what happened. The air at the train hung thick with a fishy stench, and not a ripple crossed my eyes, because in this world ruthlessness was the difference between living and dying, and anyone who threatened me had to go. The panel detected 25 trains, 4 at level 3 and 21 at level 2, and offered decomposition. I kept 1 level 3 intact to ferry the materials, and broke down the other 24, harvesting 500 units each of defense and attack parts plus 100 each of the matching components. Digging through the trains turned up over 500 pieces of crimson iron ore, more than 5,000 red crystal coins, and a heap of basic resources. So rich. My stockpiles were full again, easily enough for Sowa to build dozens more mobile artillery platforms and blanket the train's whole attack range with fire. I told the others we were heading back to sort the hall, relaxed for the first time all day. I had the location of the sector's area boss now, so the plan was simply to level until level 7, then go confront the Ghostwood Tree King. Back inside the accommodation carriage, Sowa had only just rinsed her mouth and stretched, complaining bitterly that she did not even know when she had passed out, that it was humiliating, that she had no idea how she would face the sisters now. The others all traded blows with the train conductor and held their own, and she alone had been knocked flat. Then a commotion outside interrupted her sulking. She hurried out, spotted an unfamiliar train approaching, and shouted about an enemy attack, ready to call for Lee Haeon, only to find Lee Haeon already geared and braced for battle. The train rolled to a stop. My figure stepped out, and Sowa sagged with relief, scolding the train conductor brother for scaring her half to death. Lee Haeon came over glowing, a thread of worry under the joy as she asked what this was, and I told her it was nothing, just a survivor squad I had wiped out on the road, the loot waiting in the train behind me, and asked her to help move it. I opened the warehouse, and the massive resources hit Sowa's eyes like a dream she did not believe. She walked out of her carriage, rubbed her little face, picked up a single piece of crimson iron ore with stars in her eyes, and asked whether all of this was really crimson iron ore, whether it was not far too much. It was enough to arm my whole train into a war fortress, and with enough red crystal coins we might flatten the entire forest. I told her that once we got home, she should start building artillery vehicles, the more the better, that I could afford it, planning to lay out a formation and pair it with the lightning grid to sweep the place clean. She promised to deliver, already plotting how to farm her own blacksmith experience, since raising forging talent demanded constant forging, and she was still only a tier 1 blacksmith. Then I remembered I was sitting on 2 trait unlocking items, so I asked whether she could unlock traits now and pulled out the red crystal mother ore and the golden spirit crystal. Her little mouth fell open. Yesterday she had thought I led the field by a small margin, and today she could see it was a total landslide, because unlocking traits usually required at least epic grade equipment, and the unlocking items themselves were rarer still. She led me to the forging carriage and explained the 4 trait tiers: blue, purple, golden, and red, telling me my 2 epic grade materials would awaken a purple trait at worst, and a golden one with luck. I handed over the 1000 mechanism umbrella, and the instant she recognized it as a growth type weapon, her face went numb. A growth type weapon, the kind that only lived in records, and my luck had pulled one anyway. She set the umbrella and the red crystal mother ore together on a fusion device, and began the process, a carving knife appearing in her hand as she etched runes into the mother ore. The ore drank in a glimmer of golden light, and merged into the umbrella. Golden trait. She crowed about her success and asked how I planned to thank her, twirling the umbrella with the smug little face of a kid daring the world to challenge her. I pretended to think hard, then told her gravely that her reward was that next time I would only go halfway in and try my best not to make her faint again. Her face flushed crimson, and she muttered that the last time was just carelessness, that she had been unprepared and too sleepy and had only dozed off, that all young girls were like that and only her terrible train conductor brother failed to understand. Weak, and refusing to admit it, I pinched her chubby cheek, then took out my breastplate and the golden spirit crystal and asked her to handle the careless Sowa's second unlock as well. She took the breastplate, blushing, and repeated the steps while I checked the umbrella's new trait. It now ran at level 6, fine growth type, its 1000 variations effect intact, melee attacks carrying 30% penetration and 20% extra damage, ranged attacks adding 40% armor penetration and a deceleration. The sharp blade skill could inflict full penetration damage ignoring physical defense on a 1-minute cooldown. The new trait was true damage, every hit landing 50% true damage that ignored any defense whatsoever. Even an enemy immune to the first strike would still eat that 50%, and nothing could block it. As expected of a golden trait, ridiculously overpowered, and I clicked my tongue and looked at the little lucky star beside me. A purple light then descended on the breastplate, a purple trait 1 step below golden but expected, since back-to-back golden traits would have been the kind of heaven-defying luck that shortens a man's lifespan. It was impact resistance, blocking 30% of blunt attacks, a fine defensive option that at least meant the next Black Bear King would not rattle my organs with recoil. Sowa stretched and announced she was exhausted, since unlocking traits was a draining technical job, but I was not done. I pulled out the Crimson Set blueprint and told little Sowa to make 50 sets of armor. Her stress spiked instantly, and she clutched her waist and pouted that her dear train conductor brother was trying to work his cute little sister to death. I knew the load was heavy, so I held up a single finger and offered 10 sets a day, telling her that once she equipped everyone, she would never have to take any risks beyond what leveling demanded. It was empty talk. I never intended to send a blacksmith to the battlefield, and what would a blacksmith do there anyway? So even if she never reached the quota, she would stay safe regardless. But an empty promise got results. 10 sets a day, 5 pieces each, 50 pieces of equipment a day. Keep it up, little Sowa, since my dream of getting rich runs straight through your forge. By evening there had been no second wave, so the day stayed quiet, and Sowa's afternoon of grinding had pushed the train's mobile artillery count to 23. enough to throw a direct fire net over any incoming swarm. Inside the forging carriage, the clang of metal kept ringing as she finished her 5th crimson set and stretched, 5 sets in half a day being plenty. I handed 1 set each to Lee Haeon and the others, fully arming them, then opened the chat to sell the last one. Cost per piece was 20 crimson iron ore and 10 deep red organizations, and I did not gouge much, asking only 50 crimson iron ore, 20 deep red organizations, and 100 red crystal coins per piece, since more artillery vehicles meant a deeper coin appetite later. I posted the full set at 250 crimson iron ore, 100 deep red organizations, and 500 coins. The channel went silent a beat, then flooded with people begging to be carried, and I frowned, because if my listing scrolled off the screen I could not sell anything. Before I could repost, a private message arrived. Jangpal wanted the set and proposed an immediate trade, a repeat customer plainly desperate for a full kit. I sent the list, the trade closed, and 1 set netted me 150 crimson iron ore in pure profit. I was going to get rich, and for that dream I would simply have to let little Sowa suffer a bit. As I moved to leave the chat, more messages dropped in. A handler named Hugh asked whether the goods were still available, and I told him it was gone, but I would take pre-orders, 50 crimson iron ore down with the balance later, to reserve the next set. He paid the deposit at once, 50 crimson iron ore landing in my account, and within a short while several more reservations rolled in until the accumulated ore crossed 500 units. Most people had thin stockpiles and reserved only 1 piece, which suited me fine, though the flood of messages made me think I needed a customer service representative. Then an old acquaintance surfaced, low-key Salted Fish, the bread and salted fish brother, complaining the price was too steep and asking for a whole set discount at 200 crimson iron ore. Was he joking? Still trying to haggle when the initiative sat entirely in my hands and the goods practically sold themselves. I left him on red since replying meant arguing, and I could not be bothered to argue over something like this. Take it or leave it. I was not the one in a rush. This was not food anyone could scavenge. It was solid equipment that jumped your combat power the moment you wore it. And falling behind meant getting beaten, and once you were getting beaten, no mountain of food saved you. On his end, Salted Fish stewed with a face dark enough to drip water. He had just hit level 3 and wanted to head out to take in more women and milk his more children, more blessings talent. But the local monsters ran level 2 or 3 and he valued his life too much to risk it. Just as I had guessed, he was rich in food and starved for the gear and items that actually raised his strength, and his prized talent had betrayed him, since the dozen odd women he had taken in had never once gotten pregnant, leaving him wondering whether something was wrong with him. Meanwhile, I lay lazy on the sofa as the sky darkened, bored, since even 3 or 4 days without rest left me fresh, my body practically superhuman now. Liara walked over, tenderness softening her face, and asked why the train conductor was not resting. I told her I was still busy, too many people messaging me for custom equipment, and stretched with a muffled grunt. She lowered herself in front of me, eyes warm and affectionate, knelt halfway, and offered to find me a little fun while the others slept. As expected of a teacher, the average person simply did not carry that particular mature charm. I said nothing and let it happen, resting both hands in her fragrant hair. Salted Fish kept pestering through it all, asking how many days until delivery, and I told him about 15, that deposit payers were already queued 5 days deep, that he could wait 15 days and fight for it in the market himself. He pushed for a favor between top 10 brothers, claiming friendship would aid development. Develop together with what? His crappy bread. I left him on red again. He grew frantic. Since 3 days out came the 3rd beast wave and he obviously needed a set fast, and asked whether the deposit could not buy him a faster slot. I told him 6 days was the floor since he had ordered too late, and when he begged to cut the line I offered him exactly that. 100 extra crimson iron ore to jump the queue. He howled about robbery, 100 ore just to shave a few days, asking whether anyone ran a business like mine. I told him plainly that buying was his choice, and I was only making a suggestion. He went quiet, because the truth was he only had a little over 300 ore on hand, then asked how many days 50 ore would buy. I told him 3 and sent a trade for 100 ore up front, 50 as deposit and 50 as the line cutting fee. I was rich. Nearly 50,000 units of crimson iron ore sat in the warehouse. The reservation queue stretched 20 days. 10 sets a day made 200 sets, and counting line cutting fees and deducting costs. Completing every trade would harvest more than 30,000 units of crimson iron ore. On the other side, Salted Fish nearly burst, raging that this damned fried fries was the enemy of his life, that he had gotten nothing and spent an extra 50 ore, that the man was greedier than he had imagined. He insisted he was no worse than me, snorted coldly, then threw himself onto his bed to resume his own grand plan for many children and much happiness. The next morning I yawned with Liara dozing in my arms, and an epic grade pleasure card surfaced. My first one, so I opened it, and the fine grade card I still held with it. A special situation triggered, the panel teasing that there was no way it would fit no matter how I imagined it, and the drop rate doubled. The haul was a wisdom forging table, 1,000 legendary grade safety items, 20 tier 2 energy reagents, 5 crimson crystal corns, and 20 crimson steel plates. The first legendary item I ever drew turned out to be a box of safety items, the panel noting my life energy was growing concentrated and advising precautions. With my essence supposedly thickening by the day, I was apparently destined to become a war god who hit the mark with one shot, which by rights should have earned me a more children more blessings talent instead. Resistant or not, I stored the legendary grade items in my room, since legendary was legendary. Then my gaze settled on the wisdom forging table, which accelerated set forging, clearly a Sowa-linked reward born from triggering her special event. With it, Sowa would go from 10 sets a day to 20, and I could not help smiling, since for the grand plan to get rich, she would simply have to suffer a bit. Liara woke, licked her lips, and slipped off to wash up and cook. Lee Haeyeon, who had risen early, threw the door open in only her underwear and stuck to me the moment she saw me, asking whether we were fighting today, since her talent had left her thoroughly warlike. After sanctification, the muscle lines across her body had sharpened, every inch firm and bouncing, and she sat beside me and opened her arms. I settled in familiarly, since the Haiyan brand body pillow was genuinely comfortable, and told her to rest today because the beast tide came tonight, and she would have her chance to show off. With the forest's area boss already located, there was nothing left to explore, only leveling and reinforcing the artillery with the new ore. I wanted to harvest the tide's experience and push to level 7 first, since as the core of the team I had to develop ahead of everyone, and Lee Haeyeon laughed that she was nearly level 5 herself. She was the strongest under me now, and without her subordinate status, she would have outpaced the deadly Chui without effort. After a short rest, Liara finished washing and started cooking, and Sowa got up to begin the day's forging, so I followed her to the carriage. I told her to find a spot for a new machine, which immediately put the little lowlie on guard, since she insisted I was smiling too cunningly to be up to anything good. I scoffed that she should not speculate about her own brother like that it was a good thing, and pulled out a small ball of light holding the wisdom forging table. Her eyes lit up, because it really was a good thing, since from now on she would not assemble parts by hand but only customize templates and let the smart tool fuse them, freeing her hands. She thanked me warmly and planted her hands on her hips, proud, but I did not leave. I stood beside her and remarked that with a good tool she ought to work even harder, and her body went stiff, her eyes drifting to me with foreboding. She turned and asked, half confirming whether I was about to assign new tasks when she was already half dead, and I waved it off as a small matter that surely would not stump her. She understood at once that the new tool had just made her a slave laborer. I cleared my throat, patted her shoulder with great solemnity, and told her that from now on she would forge 20 crimson sets every day. 20, she repeated, holding up 2 fingers and staring like she was asking whether I had lost my mind, since she still had to build mobile artillery vehicles and forge crimson steel plates on top of it. She pounded my chest with her weak little fists, wailing that I was working my little sister like an ox or a horse, that she had trusted me so much, you bad brother. I flicked her on the head. She yelped and clutched the spot, then puffed her cheeks and turned away, offering 15 sets a day as a counter. I pinched and rubbed her cheek as if weighing it, and with her face squeezed she mumbled, "Okay," so I let go. Then I looked at how absurdly weak she was and told her to come gain experience tonight, since she was not even level 3 yet and would not survive being caught alone, that she was my treasure now and could not have any accidents. She agreed, vowing to reach level 3, knowing the principle herself, since a little self-preservation went a long way if she ever got left behind. The faint scent of roasting meat already filled the accommodation carriage when we returned. Premium level 7 cuts sizzling oil, and Lee Haeyeon's eyes carried that tender, next-door big sister warmth that after my attention had matured into something more like a wife's. I gave the simple plan for the night, that I would take everything level 4 and above, while she cleared what sat below, then turned to Sowa with lingering concern, and told the little one to stay safe, to use the spirit firearms inside the carriage and leech some experience. She was a careless girl and worried me, since she was the treasure tied to my early development, but she giggled and swore she would never step off the train and would only sneak in pot shots. Crafty little thing. I glanced at her and took a bite of meat, and then something soft slid against my calf. Looking down, I found a pair of dainty little feet, the legs so short she could barely reach me even stretching her hardest. And when I raised my head, Sowa met my gaze with open provocation. A brat who went undisciplined for a single day was begging for it. After the meal, I returned to the bedroom with Sowa trailing behind, determined to wash away her earlier shame, but imagination and reality parted ways. A morning of fierce fighting later, I walked out relaxed and told the girl behind me to clean herself up and remember to work overtime finishing the day's remaining crimson set. She lay sprawled and spent across the bed, wearing one of the legendary grade safety items, eyes rolled upward, gasping for air. The ultimate defeat of the little brat. I went back to the carriage and opened the chat to see whether anything was worth scavenging. Wang Ho bragged about high drop rates in the new map, and 20 crimson iron ore in a single day, while another handler griped that his stretch held nothing but desert and burrowing sandworms, that had already eaten 3 of his teammates. Salted Fish was hawking water and hunting equipment blueprints and support talent teammates. And Jangpao posted a warning that the Crimson Fog itself was lethal, that a single minute inside it had sent a pale white figure shrieking out to snatch 5 of his people in an instant. Creatures inside the Crimson Fog. A weight settled into my chest. Whatever lived in that fog could kill 5 people in a blink, which made it far stronger than the Ghostwood Tree King, the area boss I already faced, almost certainly level 9 at minimum and no ordinary mob. Then I remembered I had inherited Li Chui's Crimson Clock, which ran 6 hours, and added to my own 8, it gave me 14 hours of exploration a day. With the Ghostwood Forest mostly cleared, it was the right time to push into the fog after new resources, though the things inside demanded caution, since by the descriptions alone I was likely no match for them yet. The descriptions also suggested every anomaly in this world might trace back to that eerie fog, but there was no point overthinking it. Everything still came down to going and seeing for myself, and first I needed to level. About an hour later, the bedroom door opened and Sowa walked out, freshly cleaned, her cheeks flaring red the instant she caught my gaze. She had boasted she would step on me and call me small fry, and instead she had been disciplined flat. I reminded her to craft the equipment, only 3 sets done today against a target of 15, and she snorted that there would come a day she stepped on her bad big brother, then limped off. I did not worry. The higher my level, the higher my fitness, and Sowa would only spiral deeper into an endless cycle of defeat. Toward afternoon, the attacking beasts surged, so I walked out and deployed the artillery for covering fire, and a massive flood of experience poured into me. The bombardment instantly stalled the charge, and a few elites with a sliver of intelligence already turned to flee, so I shouted at Li Heian to kill every runner and leave none alive, since they were ready-made experience and not one could escape. My umbrella shifted into a 2-meter broadsword and swept the beasts around me, tearing through flesh in a single arc, their dying roars summoning more in waves of futile vengeance. Under the broadsword they fell like harvested leeks, each death feeding straight into my body. The panel announced the second wave was attacking, warning that the Crimson Fog had strengthened the beasts, but also enriched their drops. I did not let myself relax, cutting down a level 6 elite before me, then clearing a whole cluster with one swing like slicing tofu. Behind me, Sowa, a level 2 newbie, crouched at the train entrance against the Annihilation turret, firing her freshly crafted spirit rifle at the weakest-looking beasts, lips curling upward as she watched her experience climb. I had taken on better than 70% of the swarm, the ground already carpeted with corpses, the smell of blood spreading for hundreds of meters. A true river of it. I raised my sword and killed another elite, and then a surge of raw power broke open inside me, veins swelling all over my body, my eyes flooding crimson as I gasped, a giant wave crashing through my limbs and bones, meridians clearing one after another with crisp cracking sounds from deep within. A level 7 elite charged just as the breakthrough hit, so I threw a punch with zero restraint to test the new strength. A sonic boom cracked, my fist drove into its flesh, blood sprayed, and the whole body burst into a mass of minced meat. A level 7 powerhouse was genuinely terrifying. I shook the blood off my fist and let out a long breath, eyes bright. The panel confirmed level 7, my attributes more than tripled, strength and spirit both vaulting past 1,000, and I felt endless power coiled in my body, the kind that made the blood boil. I swung my fists a few times to ready myself, and then the ground began to tremble. A massive shadow walked out of the Crimson Fog, every step landing like an earthquake, a special elephant covered in yellow-brown fur with brutally sharp tusks, over 10 meters tall, the size of a 3-story building. The panel named it a long-haired savage elephant, level 8, king of the land creatures, its powerful defense and tusks its claim to the throne, with a blunt warning not to get trampled because the price was my life. It stomped over before I could brace, tusks angled to skewer me, and I dodged hard. The thing rushed past with so much momentum it could not stop, plowing through a dozen trees before it finally halted. What a clumsy animal. I gripped the broadsword in both hands, the blade flooding red over a sharp cold light, brewing the power to sever everything, and unleashed a crimson slash stacking sharp blade and the one character continuous slash. The sharp blade light split its hide, blood pouring from the wound, and the elephant screamed as crimson crept into its eyes, and a thick armor of blood she spread to seal the gash. I only smiled, because the instant that armor formed, true damage activated and the closing wound tore open again. The beast went berserk, kicking up clouds of dust as it charged like an out-of-control truck, but the speed could not so much as brush my clothes, since I was not some animal that only knew how to brawl. After a minute, I dropped another crimson slash and severed one tusk. Pain drove it deeper into frenzy, swinging blindly, smashing 3 mobile artillery vehicles before a violent airflow gathered around its body and it charged again. Too slow, far too slow, and I was already out of range before the words finished. Another slash took the second tusk, and the elephant raged in place, helpless to touch me, worn down through patient attrition, until it finally died. The kill gave me 10,000 experience level 8 premium beast meat, a blood chi armor skill book, a crimson crystal core, 50 deep red organizations, and 50 quenched red coins. The skill condensed soft blood chi armor scaled off constitution to cut damage, converting every 100 points of constitution into a minute of duration on a 1-hour cooldown. With over 1,000 constitution, that meant 10 plus minutes already, and if I ever pushed the duration past an hour, it would amount to no cooldown at all. I happen to lack a defensive skill, and a skill bead armor I could not always wear, so paired together they would be even stronger. The second wave ended and dropped a beast-tied treasure chest, and I opened it to a flash of gold. 3 crimson crystal cores, a legendary grade train modification blueprint, 100 crimson iron ore, 200 deep red organizations, and 200 quenched red coins. My heart jumped at the blueprint, my second legendary item. It offered 3 modification schemes: War Fortress, Firepower Speed, and Offense-Defense Hybrid, with a major boost to train attributes, unlocking only once the train reached level 9. A post-level 9 blueprint then, and almost certainly the thing that would set my train's development ceiling later on. There would be fine grade and epic grade modification blueprints, and if you were unlucky you got excellent or common, the real watershed, because without a high-tier blueprint, a train fell behind in attributes even at the same level. Fortunately, a legendary one now sat in my hands, so I stayed relaxed. I decomposed every corpse on the ground for another 10,000 units of beast meat, listed most of it on the market, and kept only the level 7 cuts and the level 8 premium. Back at the train, everyone was painted in blood except the little newbie, who bounced up to announce she had hit level 3 and was almost level 4. None of the others had leveled, but all sat close, and I was genuinely satisfied with these teammates, since not one of them was a carried player. I told them to set 20 mobile artillery vehicles on watch tonight while we rested, then pushed open the bathroom door to wash up first. Sowa, ever stubborn, insisted she had only been careless and would swallow me in one bite next time, and Lee Haeyeon trailed in with the others, paused, blinked at her, and politely asked little sister Ye to wait outside a while. The women filed into the bathroom, and Sowa was left shut out at the door. The next morning I walked out still unsatisfied, since after level 7 I could even control every muscle in my body, fire when I wanted, hold when I did not. A genuinely divine skill. Once Lee Haeyeon and the others drifted out of the room, I told them to bring the mobile artillery vehicles and ordered Baekhyun and Sowa to stay and guard the base, since the little one was hopeless in combat and would be safer forging the Crimson set, while Baekhyun watched the home front. We could even sell a fresh batch when I returned. Sowa swore in her serious voice that by the time her train conductor brother got back, she would have 15 sets finished, knowing full well she would only be a burden against a boss, and was better off staying home to craft and earn me money. I nodded and walked out, the umbrella already settling into broadsword form, and followed yesterday's path toward the Ghostwood Tree King. On the way I told Lee Hae the plan: bombard the clearing with the vehicles first, then move in, with her handling the surrounding elites and the rest left to me. Her strength was nearly level 5 now, enough for most elite monsters, and she bumped her fists together with a clang of colliding metal and acknowledged the order. We reached the central clearing, where the Ghostwood Tree King towered some 30 meters, branches knotted and tangled into a canopy that blotted the sky, ringed by over 20 elite Ghostwood spirit demons guarding their king. I deployed 30 mobile artillery vehicles with their muzzles trained on the Tree King, and gave the order to fire. The cannons roared as one, flames climbing into the sky, the blasts rolling for miles. Branches whipped wildly as the Tree King jolted awake, and the surrounding elites charged toward the source of the shells, the ground shuddering as the behemoth at the center finally stirred. The earth cracked and branches lunged out like silver snakes loaded with killing intent, but I swung hard and severed them, and the vehicles fired again, blanketing the Tree King in firepower. I called the advance and rushed forward. And facing the Tree King head-on, I finally understood how small I was, since it was simply too big, the trunk alone 3 meters wide, nowhere obvious to strike. Before I could act, a giant hand of woven branches swung down to blot out the sky, and I dove clear as it crashed and shook the earth. Seizing the opening, I struck and severed the hand whole, true damage triggering and tearing a screech out of the Tree King. It was only just beginning. My eyes turned fierce as I hacked the thick bark again and again, splitting it open until viscous crimson liquid welled out, the smell of blood thickening the air. The branches all around flailed in fury, crashing down to impale me, but I dodged through them, and the one or two that landed only thudded against my crimson armor and pulled a muffled grunt from me. Then I drove a crimson slash into the crown. The red blade light cut through the canopy like a hot knife through butter, opening a wound over 2 meters deep and nearly piercing the Tree King clean through. The screech was deafening, but I did not slow, following the same gash with a second strike that severed the crown entirely. The surrounding branches froze in midair, then drifted slowly down, and the panel announced the area boss was dead. I stood there a moment, caught off guard since I had assumed these tree demons carried tenacious life and would not simply die from losing a crown. The reason, of course, was that the Tree King's consciousness gathered in its crown, so cutting it off was no different from severing a man at the waist. The kill gave me 10,000 experience, a crimson crystal core, 100 quenched red coins, a staff of forest blessing, 3 quenched red seeds, and an elite grade boss mark, plus a crimson treasure chest. Opening the chest gave 50 crimson points, 3 more quenched red seeds, and a meditation skill book glowing with purple aura. The skill raised mental strength through meditation and granted immunity to mental attacks, with the note that job advancement could later evolve it into a special meditation method by consuming resources, and no cooldown at all. Good stuff, and I learned it on the spot. Job advancement, like a game, becoming a special class. The whole world kept growing more game-like by the day, more data-driven, almost like a debugging device, but those things sat too far for me to chase right now. Knowing too much was rarely a good thing. Live in the present, then dream of the future. While I sorted all this, Lee Haeyeon and the others were still fighting, and I held back rather than intervene, since the practice did them good. The two women coordinated beautifully, Liara reacting the instant Lee Haeyeon took a hit, and layering on healing, so that Lee Haeyeon ended up drenched in blood without a single visible wound. The healing elf's talent really was powerful, and the epic grade staff of Forest Blessing in my hands suited Liara perfectly, useless to me since it could not arm myself, far better given to her than left gathering dust. Half an hour later, Lee Haeyeon pounded the last tree demon into wood chips and the battle ended. She walked over smiling, drenched in sweat and blood like a war goddess fresh from a bath of it, and I did not mind in the least, since I genuinely admired her. Compared to a vase good only for play, Lee Haeyeon was exactly my type, willing to clear the small monsters, unafraid of fatigue, never complaining, always working hard. The other girls were fine too in their own way, helping me earn and guard the house, not a single useless one among them. I ruffled her hair and told her she had done well, that this time she could eat all the level 8 premium beast meat she wanted, and her eyes lit instantly at the word meat. After a fight, she was always famished and needed a full meal before she could fight again. Then I turned to Liara and drew out the Staff of Forest Blessing, telling her she had done very well, that the staff would widen her healing range and let her control branches to attack, perfect for a healer short on offensive means. She did not put on any coy act, simply took the staff with a happy smile and thanked her Lord Train Conductor. Near the afternoon, we left the open space behind. Before that, I had wandered the vicinity a few more times hoping to turn up a hidden dungeon, but nothing surfaced, which left me faintly disappointed. It seemed not every map carried one, and when I thought it through, that made sense, since a dungeon on every map would let me pull the whole team up to level 9 and tilt the world too far in my favor. As we approached my train, the rumble of moving carriages reached me, and the direction matched my own. There were still people out here. A thread of unease tightened in my chest, and I told Lee Haeyeon and the others to hurry back, since someone had clearly found our train. I had combed the surrounding teams already, so the question of where these stragglers had slipped in from gnawed at me the whole way. Inside, Sowa was still forging the crimson set when she heard the same rumble. She assumed it was me dragging home another captured train, so she glanced out the window and instead found a ring of convoys closing around us, the strongest of them 5 carriages long. A level 5 train. The bad premonition that surged through her sent her straight to the chat channel to ping me, and then she lit up the 30 mobile artillery vehicles and 3 annihilation turrets ringing the train. Baekhyung had already pulled on the crimson set and locked both pistols in sweat-slick palms, watching at least 10 trains spread out front. How so many survivors had crowded onto one map was beyond her, but the carriages stopped and roughly 50 figures spilled out, some subordinates, some survivors, every pair of eyes lit with that fierce hunting glint. The man leading them wore a white shirt, and the sight of my level 6 train pulled real surprise across his face. He muttered that it had been only 10 days since the server opened, a level 6 train already, when he, the number 1 of District 3062, had barely scraped to level 5 himself. He kept his tone gentle and asked whether the friends inside might come out to talk, careful not to presume in case the owner was someone he could not afford to offend. Baekhyung answered through the wall that it was not convenient, and that if he wanted no trouble he should leave, and the instant she finished she released all 30 artillery vehicles. The pressure of it dropped a hush over the crowd. She had no intention of stepping out into whatever underhanded trick waited. Far better to stay buried in the train and grind them down through the muzzles. The white-shirted man read her refusal and chuckled that they had only drifted here through the crimson fog from a neighboring district and meant to rest a while. Surely she would not object. He was probing, of course, hunting for the true owner, because if no one of weight was home, then once the witnesses were gone, who would ever know who did it? Baekhyung's voice came back cold, asking why a man with this many people had to do it here, and whether he wanted a fight, and she swung every muzzle to point square at his chest. The more he talked, the more he gave away, and she decided talk was worth less than action, since none of these people could break through the artillery's coverage anyway. Watching the muzzles settle on him, the man's expression went grave, and somewhere behind his calm he was cursing the recklessness of pointing guns without provocation. Still, he had confirmed the people inside were weaker and fewer than his force. A hard push would crack the train open. He smiled and warned her that aiming muzzles at people was an ugly habit, and prepared to give the order to attack. That was when 3 figures walked up behind him and I skipped the pleasantries entirely. The first thing I offered him was a gunshot. I raised my hand and blew the head clean off one of his men, and the suddenness of it cracked the white-shirted man's composure wide open. Someone on his side had died in an instant, and even a level 5 survivor had not caught the motion. He felt the pressure roll off me, looked at the killing intent in my eyes, and immediately backpedaled, calling it a misunderstanding, naming himself the number 1 of the neighboring district, swearing he came without malice and would leave at once. Behind the smile, he was cursing himself for poking a tiger, certain now that I had to be this district's number 1. Gnawing at how I had outpaced him when his own level 5 train had taken hundreds of guild members working in concert to reach. He decided there was a secret in me, and he meant to dig it out someday. He never got the chance to enjoy the thought, because by then I had already raised the pitch-black muzzle again. Sparks flashed, and before he could react, a pain bloomed in his forehead, the world smearing and softening in front of him. He lifted a hand to wipe it and found his fingers slick with blood. The realization that he had just died arrived a beat before his eyes went dark, and he dropped on the spot. Men with ulterior motives deserved exactly that. I told Lee Haeon to wipe out the rest and leave none alive, because anyone who threatened me had to die where they stood for me to rest easy. These people had been crushed under the white-shirted man for so long that most of them barely cleared level 2, and Lee Haeon tore into them with the crimson set flashing its deadly red light while Baekhyung, finally backed by a presence she trusted, walked out and emptied both pistols into the crowd. The wails rose and fell and left me unmoved. It struck me, watching, that the number 1 of another district had actually pushed through the crimson fog to reach me, which meant the road ran both ways and I could do the same once my crimson clock stacked the full 24 hours. A server-wide announcement settled the matter for me. It declared that melancholy French fries had killed White Shirt, number 1 of District 3062, that the 2 districts would merge with mine as the base and resources density would climb, and that the losing district would surrender half its resources to earn entry into the new district or be killed outright. It congratulated me on a guardian chest. The cheers in my own chat channel and the wailing out of the other district rose together, and I left both to themselves. The merger pegged the combined population near 118,000, against a cap of 200,000. In my channel, a man named Lu Urjia gushed that the big shot had killed another district's number 1 outright and asked whether the drop rate would climb. And Jia Yibing snapped back that it had been the other district invading and getting wiped, calling him an idiot, though he admitted the drops would surge from here. Liang Bushan reported pulling an excellent grade weapon from a chest and praised freed fries. I paid the noise no mind, but the shape of it set me thinking, because districts could merge, which meant the game was fundamentally a contest over resources and cross-district war would come. That gave me a small, cold sense of crisis, since I had never believed I was the only lucky man in this world, and someone out there surely carried a talent to rival mine. I needed to step it up. I opened the Guardian chest, and it handed me 3,000 experience, 10 crimson points, 1 crimson crystal core, and an invader map, an epic item marked with a single red dot that promised to randomly tag another district for invasion, with a plunderer's chest waiting for anyone who looted deeply enough. Its description practically licked its lips at endless money and inexhaustible resources. A new gameplay mechanic then, confirming my guess that districts competed and the winners developed faster. I had to join not for anyone else's sake, but because the thing raised the regional drop rate that fed me. The red dot sat about a day's drive off, with only the Crimson Fog's creature standing as a real threat between us. Lee Haeon brought me the white-shirted man's drops, marveling at how much the guy had carried, and equipment spilled across the floor. I picked out the Crimson Clock first, the thing I needed most, and pushed my Crimson Fog exploration window up to 2 hours. 2 epic-grade weapons sat in the pile, so the man had been far from weak, and an orange-yellow crystal rolled into my hand, a golden spirit crystal, perfect for unlocking affixes on my gear. His train was just as rich, several thousand units of crimson iron ore and a crimson crystal core, enough to keep building cannons, and his level of exploitation matched my own. I swept up most of the experience orbs scattered on the ground, and went back inside, where Sohwa sat perched on the table, standing up the moment I entered, and hugging me, relieved I had arrived just in time. It had nearly been the end for her, and she had not expected me to reach her before it was. I ruffled her hair, told Baekhyung and the rest they had done well, and said that next time a thing like this happened, they should simply open fire and not waste a thought on intentions. 3 crimson shields, 3 annihilation turrets, and 30 artillery vehicles meant any attacker was only walking to his own funeral. I had Lee Haeon roast some level 8 premium beast meat so we could rest, and she washed the blood off and pitched in with Liara and Baekhyung, eager as ever. Catching Sohwa loafing off to the side, I remembered to ask how many crimson sets she had crafted today, and whether she had been slacking. She froze, chuckled sheepishly, and blamed the attack for delaying her, claiming she was only 5 sets short and would finish soon. The look I gave her sent her scurrying for the forging carriage. I went to the control room to upgrade the train, and as the material slotted in the space stretched outward by a ring, the 7th carriage taking shape at the rear, a radar blooming near the display with 2 or 3 red dots flickering at the edge of 3 kilometers. The panel listed the train at level 7, offense and defense at level 8, and offered 3 more crimson shields and 3 more annihilation turrets, with the next step gated behind reaching level 8 myself and holding an elite grade boss mark. Still uneasy, I built 1 more annihilation turret and dropped it into the slot. I made up my mind to raid another district that very night and aim for a clean, fast win, since holding the first-hand knowledge meant the time difference was mine to exploit. Back in the accommodation carriage, the roasted meat already steamed on the table beside fresh fruit juice, and Lee Haeyeon, hungry and thirsty, had thrown herself at it. I sat and told everyone to ready themselves, that we would rest once it was done. Lee Haeyeon's hand shot up first, meat still in her mouth since fighting was her specialty, and I told her she would get her chance soon enough. This girl had grown more combative by the day ever since she discovered how formidable she was. Soa pointed at herself, asking what she was meant to do, clearly worried I would leave the little newbie to guard the house, and I rolled my eyes and reminded her we were taking the whole train. Sometimes her wits genuinely concerned me. She laughed it off, insisting she had only forgotten for a moment. After everyone had eaten their fill and perked up, I took the control room and kept a steady watch on the road ahead. As the train slid into the crimson fog, every heart climbed into every throat. A wail tore straight through the train's defenses, rattling eardrums and fogging minds. But my gaze held steady, since the meditation skill granted me a measure of immunity to this kind of mental interference. I peered into the scarlet haze curiously, wanting to see what was clawing at us, because the creatures in the crimson fog leaned toward attacks of the mind rather than the body, and figures kept flashing past at the edge of sight. Lee Haeyeon rubbed her throbbing head, groggy and drained, asking what the thing was, and I told her gravely it was a monster of the crimson fog, that she should cover her ears and not listen to the sounds it made. She tucked in behind me and looked out through the observation window at the gloom the fog cast over everything. Another long, mournful cry followed, soaked in resentment, and Lee Haeyeon buried her head against my chest, so I drew her in and covered her ears with my hands, the two of us speaking only through the chat channel. Directly ahead, a figure resolved out of the haze, dressed in tattered white, crouched and curled on the ground in front of the train like a human that had forgotten how to be one. The information surfaced for me as I focused, naming it a weeping catwoman at level 8, skilled in luring cry, sharp cat claws, bewitching sound, and deceptive mimicry, a thing that baited passersby with its weeping and gutted them once they drew near. Just a small mob. I pushed the train to 200 kilometers an hour, turning the whole body into a high-speed projectile, and the figure swelled in the windshield. The train passed through with a faint whisper, and the weeping catwoman folded into pulp under the reinforced front. Out here, every small mob on the road was nothing more than a speed bump for my train to flatten. Then the front struck something hard that did not give, and I finally went serious, because a real monster had appeared and the impact had not killed it. The thing had long, spindly limbs and a body warped like a deliberate deformity, a small head set with narrow eyes that leaked a creeping red light. The panel named it a mental deformity at level 8, skilled in mental pollution, twisted body, and skeletal hardening, a creature forged from the minds of tens of thousands of dead souls twisted together by crimson power, with a warning not to meet its eyes if your mental strength was weak. A boss, then, the name marked apart from common creatures. I told the others not to look into its eyes and pulled the train back, then drove forward harder than before, daring it to test whether it or my train front was the tougher. The collision flung the mental deformity apart in a spray of flesh, as dead as anything could be, and the panel handed me 10,000 experience, a mental amulet, an elite boss medal, 3 crimson crystal cores, 10 quenched red seeds, and 50 quenched red coins. The mental amulet was an epic level 9 item that wrapped a 10-meter radius in protection against the mental shocks and spiritual pollution of crimson monsters. Exactly what my whole team needed to cross this fog. I equipped it at once, hung it at my waist, and the minds of the women around me cleared, the groggy weight lifting away. The crimson fog carried a Lovecraftian edge to my mind, this constant pressure of pollution that would not kill you in a stroke, but would surely claim you if you lingered here day after day. I felt a quiet gratitude for having learned meditation before coming, since its immunity to low-level interference had kept me from sinking into the pollution first. The road eased after that, though I held my guard because we passed enormous figures whose displayed level read only as a row of question marks, which told me the crimson monsters ran far stronger than I had imagined. Soon the train rolled out of the fog and arrived, by the map, at another subdivision server. The panel announced District 3605, the Kalen mining area, a level 2 difficulty map outputting basic, rare, and top-tier mineral resources. I did not step off at once. Instead, I read the radar, which was packed thick with red dots, so many monsters that I wondered whether the people here were simply slackers. I had the team take the artillery vehicles down, kept Baekyoung and Soa aboard to guard the base since we could not bring carriages into the shafts, and got off to release 20 vehicles that began shelling the surroundings. Most of what they hit were rats, pitifully weak. After everyone should have cleared the 7-day novice period and reached level 2 facing a level 3 map, a level 2 map this soft was barely a step above retirement, which made me wonder how badly these people had loafed through their first week. Before I could chew on it, a hostile gaze pricked at me, and I turned to spot a figure in the cave mouth. I ringed the cave with the artillery vehicles and called for everyone inside to come out or be executed without exception, raising my hand to begin the bombardment. The truth was I wanted them alive, since I had my eye on these mines and needed hands to dig before I killed them once the work was done. Several old men, all past 50, shuffled out telling me not to fire, their eyes carrying the arrogance and contempt of the worst kind of entitled elders. I frowned, doubting these old things could even serve as labor. Before I could give an order, the lead old man started jabbing his finger at me, ordering me to come over and help the old folks upgrade their so-called train, then sneering that I had no manners and that young people these days had no respect for their elders, all because I had pointed a cannon their way. I had already sentenced them in my head. As expected, a pack of unreasonable old things. They took offense at my muttering and crowded forward to complain. The old woman at the front practically spitting as she scolded me for wasting my schooling, demanding to know what it would cost me to help the elderly with their limited mobility. Another bragged that her son was a corporate executive and that I was clearly some country bumpkin by my clothes. A third told me to hurry up and upgrade the train, and one of the old men's eyes kept sliding toward Lee Hae-yeon, asking whether the pretty young girl had a partner, and offering up his white-collar son, rubbing his hands with thoughts that did not belong in a man his age. Some of these old things could not shake their lechery even at the edge of the grave. I let the muttering run a moment longer, then the 1,000-mechanism umbrella folded into a rifle, and I blew the head off the one who had been shouting loudest. The silence afterward was a real improvement. I told them all to go dig 50 units of crimson iron ore a day, or face the firing squad. Out of some lingering respect for their age, I had not meant to wipe them out, but they had proven themselves nothing but old immortals. A blight better put to use underground, and it would suit me fine if a few died down there and saved me the trigger pull. The lead old woman flew into a rage, demanding to know why I answered a few words with violence, since back in their residential complex they had run rampant, lying on the ground to extort anyone who touched them. Today they had run into a harder nut. I shot her dead and asked the rest why they were not in the mine yet. They were still trying moral blackmail in a world with no elderly protection laws, where lying on the ground bought nothing, and I had thrown my own morals away long ago. Watching another of them drop, the survivors finally went quiet, eyes hiding their resentment, and I did not care, since I had never planned to let a single one walk out alive. People like this nursed the deepest grudges. Once the minerals were collected, they would all be executed. One claimed they had no tools and asked how they were meant to mine, plainly stalling, and I smiled and answered with the muzzle. After that I repeated the quota, 50 units a day, not one less, tools or no tools, way or no way. Another insisted they were illiterate and asked what crimson iron ore even was, and I recognized him as the one who had been leering at Lee Hae-yeon, so I shot him without a word and told the rest that the illiterate had no need to live, asking who else could not read. 3 of them dead now. The remaining old immortals trudged back into the shaft and suddenly recovered their literacy, the excuses drying up entirely. Without pressure, they would not have done a lick of work. I told the team we were off to find the area bosses, certain these old things had never beaten them, since a lot of them strained just to climb into bed, and feeding 50-year-old firewood meat to a boss was hardly a fight. The map level promised the boss here would not be strong, and an elderly-themed map at low difficulty only worked in my favor. I drove the train a circuit around the Kalen area and found only small red dots, all ordinary monsters, nothing on the surface, so after half a wasted day I set my sights on the mine itself. I told Baekyoung to guard the base while I was below, and to fire the cannons on anyone who approached. Worried these old things might try to trick the girls, and I checked that the Annihilation Turret and Crimson Shield would shred anyone unwelcome who came near. She answered with vigilance, having heard the earlier gunshots and learned the cause from Teacher Liara, genuinely disgusted by them now. I led the team into the shaft and soon found the lazy old things still muttering foul things about me and Lee Hae-yeon, and my only answer to such people was bullets. After I dropped 5 of them in a row, the rest began to dig in earnest, and my flat voice told them any more slacking would kill them all. A gray rat suddenly darted from a pit, biting 2 of them dead in quick succession before tearing around the mine, and the data marked it a level 1 monster, so I took it out with a single shot and pushed deeper. The passage narrowed at first, then opened after 10-odd meters into a vast nest, low-level monsters charging the moment they noticed me. I did not need to lift a hand. Lee Hae-yeon cut them all down. The target was close. Almost every area boss kept low-level guards, so the Kalen boss had to be somewhere in this nest. I avoided the artillery, unwilling to bring the ceiling down on myself, and pressed forward steadily until a swarm of rats blocked the path. The elite ones only level 4 and worth too little to me, so I left them for Lee Hae-yeon while I walked on into the rat palace at the heart of the nest. Inside, a huge black rat sat squeaking with red glowing eyes, named the rock-armored gray rat, a level 5 rat king that the panel admitted could no longer break my defense. A level 5 boss. I shifted the rifle into a broadsword and loosed a casual crimson slash, splitting the rat clean in 2 from crown to tail before it could so much as flinch. The kill handed me 1,000 experience, a crimson crystal core, 30 units of deep red organization, and a quenched red seed, which left me bored, since if this was all the place had, it was painfully mediocre. There was supposed to be a treasure vault. I stepped past the corpse to a pitch-black cave mouth, raised a flashlight, walked in, and stopped, stunned. Ore, a small mountain of crimson iron ore flashing red under the beam, and I swept up all of it. Over 1,000 units, along with a piece of red crystal mother ore. I took back every harsh word. The place was lucrative beyond belief. A map tailored for these old immortals. Resources thick and monsters simple. And if they had only stopped chasing reward without effort, they could have reached level 2 with ease. Their loss, my gain. A pity there was still no dungeon, since what I loved most were the ones I could farm on repeat, growing stronger being my one true necessity. With strength there was nothing I could not seize, and what I lacked I would simply take. The panel told me I had cleared a normal grade boss from another region and earned a normal grade looting chest, which I opened without much hope, finding it stuffed with ordinary junk save for one useful thing, a new regional map. Lee Haeon wandered over, curious why I had gone still, casually tossing aside the flat-headed rat, and asked what came next. I told her I was studying the next looting region, and the map gave me pause, since it sat far off and was stamped differently from the others, marked with one large skull and several smaller ones. I figured the big skull had to be this region's top-ranked player, and a warning chimed the next breath that declared me discovered and marked as wanted by the current region. It did not trouble me. I had expected it. I told Lee Haeon we would welcome the third beast tide tomorrow. Then once the minerals here were collected, we would move on to plunder other regions. She patted her belly and asked whether we could eat again, famished after the fight. The 5-fold attribute bonus had dragged her level 5 constitution from 368 points to over 1,000. Not inferior to mine, but the appetite it cost her was immense. I pinched her belly and told her there was plenty of food on the train, that if a glutton like her wanted to eat, she could go help Liara, and her eyes lit at the promise of eating whatever she pleased, already drooling as she turned to plead with Liara for braised pork. Liara agreed with that ever-kind chuckle, saying she would make it once we returned, and that since I had approved, everyone should rest well today. Back on the train, Liara went to cook while I waited to collect the 50 units of crimson iron ore due that day. By evening, the old immortals dragged themselves out of the shaft with strange looks in their eyes, one of them whispering to another whether the coda really posed no danger. An older man snorted that it would be fine, that without tools they could only hand over 20 or 30 units to fool me, since I would surely never kill the only labor I had. So the lot of them walked up and surrendered the ore, 20-some people producing barely 600 units between them, and I frowned at the sheer nerve of it. They truly thought I would not dare act. I stayed silent and let some of them drift away, and once the old men were well clear, I cut loose at full force. Since they would not listen, killing them all was simplest. Lazy to the very bone. After cleaning up, I went back to my room, washed, and had Lee Haeon work the knots out of my shoulders, and she asked through her sanctification whether it felt good. It did. Taking her in had been the most correct decision I ever made, a living pillow with a figure beyond praise. Sowak kicked the door open before long, crowing that she had finally finished all 15 crimson sets and demanding I massage her little Wealth Star sister's feet, since by now she handled not only the forging but the shipping, the promotion, and the reservations, every trading matter on the train having passed into her hands. She shucked her shoes and thrust a pair of jade-white feet toward my face, and I shoved them away and told her to go wash her stinky feet first. She huffed that I only called her my precious-footed good sister when I needed her, and stomped off to bathe in a sulk, and I joked to myself that the girl still needed disciplining, though having someone this noisy around kept the place from feeling lifeless. When the meal came, I looked over the spread with real appetite, while Lee Haeon, fresh out in her lingerie, fell on the food like a starving ghost. Over in District 3605, the mood had already detonated. The chat channel filled with people terrified for their own skins. A man named Sihyun marveling that someone could kill across regions and wipe out a whole district's players, asking whether the killer would come for them. Iomayo wailed for their big boss Pengwang to save them, and Goody demanded the top 3 appear and eliminate the outsider before it was too late. Up in the level 3 region, Cannon Valley, those top 3 had already teamed up, led by a survivor named Pengwang. A bearded man among them admitted he had never imagined regions could be pierced, and asked what they should do, while the current second rank, Myung Jiao, his voice thick with hostility, threw out that the boy had obviously killed everyone in his own region to push the crimson clock to 24 hours. Myungjua pressed his old argument that they should pool their crimson clocks into one person and cut their own way out rather than waste time, and Peng Huang turned a faint killing intent on him, asking whether he truly meant to kill the 2 of them. Anyone who reached number 1 was no pushover, and one more careless word would have let Peng Huang take his life on the spot, the gulf between first and second being a chasm. Myungjua smiled weakly and called it a joke, offering instead to hand his own crimson clock over voluntarily, then fell silent, not daring to provoke the female Yama before him, since the last second rank had died for failing to stay honest, and he was only the replacement. He had raped and killed several girls early on, and Pengwang had regarded him with contempt ever since. If not for needing him against melancholy French fries, she might already have removed him and likely would once the outsider was dealt with. She told them to go back, that once the boy had killed enough, his location would surface and they would not ignore it, since she cared nothing for inter-district invasions and wanted only to grow stronger. Back on her own train, she finally frowned at how a regional war had started this early and at the name melancholy French fries, which she had never heard in her previous life, wondering whether her rebirth had disturbed fate. Peng Wang was a reincarnator. In her past life, she had been defeated while contesting the Crimson Star domain, and waking again at the dawn of the survival game had not been part of any plan she remembered. This time, her Nirvana True Phoenix talent had awakened by 30%, granting her immortality, eternal youth, and invulnerability, with 9 chances at Nirvana, of which she now stood in the first. Every death reigniting her from the ashes at the cost of 100 attribute points apiece, leaving her perhaps a dozen rebirths in hand. Riding her past life experience, she had already reached level 7, far ahead of the rest of her district, and she muttered that she would very much like to see what kind of person this melancholy French fries truly was. What strength he held, she could not yet guess. Meanwhile, on my own train, Sowa sat across me with a slightly strange look on her face, plainly at her limit, the kind that had nothing to do with eating. I stretched and shifted to make things easier on the competitive little brat, and the night ran long. The next morning, everyone rose early except one little one sleeping in, and I will leave it to no great difficulty to guess who. Liara said to let little Sowa rest, that her belly had been cruelly overworked the night before, and only because she had reached level 3 could she bear it at all. Li Heian stretched and remarked that I had only gone easy on the girl, that if I used the same force on Sowa as I did on her, I could poke the child to death, taking pride in the sturdy constitution that let her start every fight and finish it as the deserved big sister. Baekhyun came out of her room with a chuckle, calling Li Heian out for not wanting anyone else to learn how strong her recoil was, then tried to ambush her and discovered she could not even reach the height of her twin peaks. Caught in the act, Baekhyun smiled and asked whether Li Heian would believe she had only meant to touch her, and Li Heian's grin turned wicked as she asked how on earth she was supposed to believe a sneak attack on the chest she was proudest of, and called her a baby-faced student, asking for a beating. Her claws came out, and Baekhyun sensed the danger too late, already seized by the twin peaks of fate, crying out for mercy from her sister Heian. Watching the women bicker, I caught a smile pulling at my own mouth and turned for the cab. Today, I would clear the top few players of this district first, gather what I could on the strength of its number 1, and then decide. The train pulled out of the hollowed-out region toward the next mark, and entering the crimson fog this time felt almost relaxed. The train running flat out, a normal level 7 boss now no more than a few extra blows. I opened the map and looked at the little skull stamped with the number 2, the rank 2 of this major district, the one who had gathered with the 1st and 3rd the day before at a place called Kamo Ranch, surely to talk over what to do about me. The fact that the number 1 could pull the 2nd and 3rd to sit and talk willingly meant her strength was no small thing, since only absolute force commanded that kind of obedience. I decided to capture this number 2 and ask. Half a day later, on the outskirts of Kamo Ranch, the radar showed only a few hundred red dots within 5 kilometers, far from crowded, which told me the rank 2 had some real skill at clearing monsters. I took Li Heian along, partly to borrow this number 2 as a test of her combat power, and she looked up from a chicken leg and walked over the instant I called, eager to fight with level 6 almost in reach. I told her we were not exactly fighting, that I meant to find the district's number 2 for her to practice on, and that this time Liara would come with us while Baekhyun and Sowa cleared monsters and leveled nearby, since bringing a healer was the safer call against a real threat. The 3 of us armed up and got off, and I released 20 artillery vehicles to clear the way. Before long, the map showed a 5-car train, no small thing, but I found no one near it, so we waited about an hour until 3 figures finally approached. Their faces soured at the sight of strangers near their train. It was Myongjwa, bringing his subordinate back from a hunt, and the moment he drew close his pupil shrank as a prompt asked whether he wished to make a district-wide announcement that he had discovered the invader melancholy French fries. He trembled and cursed his luck at running into this jinx, and as he turned to flee, a fistful of force slammed in. He threw up his arms to block, bone cracked, and his eyes went wide with disbelief that his bones had simply shattered. He hurled himself aside, a sharp pain lancing the arm Li Heian's hammer blow had fractured, and begged to talk it out, promising resources, beauties, anything at all. He had picked me out at a glance as the one truly in charge from where I watched the show behind them. I considered him with a flicker of interest, since the boy was sensible, but he still had to die, only not before I drew some things out of him. I told him I could spare his life if he proved worth sparing, and he lit up, insisting he had value, that he could help me seize resources from other regions, that he was level 5 and surely worthy of being my subordinate, even dragging his female subordinate forward and offering her along with his service. I told him I would ask a few questions, and if he answered well, I would give him the chance to be my dog, and far from bristling at the mockery, he breathed easier, repeating that as long as he lived it was good. So I asked the level of the number 1 in his district. He named her Peng Wang, said she had broken through to level 7 the day before and was now grinding in a dungeon at frightening speed. My expression darkened, since level 7 matched my own. which made things troublesome. I asked after her strength, her talent, her skills, and he admitted he knew none of it, because everyone who had seen her skills was already dead. With our levels equal, the battle would come down to equipment, skills, and items, and Manhwa, knowing nothing, had no value left. I glanced at Lee Haeyeon and waved my hand. He panicked as I moved to end it, demanding to know why, since I had promised not to kill him, and I told him flatly that I was not satisfied with his answers, and stepped back to watch Lee Haeyeon work. He tried to lash out in desperation and ate a punch that dragged him straight back to reality, his broken arm screaming, every landed blow detonating on him like a missile, a humanoid beast in a girl's shape. White film sheathed her gloves as fist force gathered, the killing intent in it raising cold sweat across his skin, and he could only watch the blow crash into his face. The bones of half his skull caved, Manhwa died outright, and his equipment scattered across the dirt. Lee Haeyeon scooped up the experience orb and handed it to me, since the things that fed my experience went to me first, as the team's pillar, and she showed off the dropped gear like a child fishing for praise, asking whether she was not amazing, invincible at the same level. I told her she had done well, worthy of praise, and she truly was invincible level for level, having pummeled Manhwa without granting him a single chance to swing. After I absorbed the orb, I called Baekhyung and the others over and set the train to an automatic route. A prompt confirmed my location exposed, the kill, and a primary loot box that paid out 3,000 experience, 10 crimson points, a crimson crystal core, and 10 units of deep red organization. Ordinary supplies, since the conditions for intermediate or high-grade invasion loot ran far harder. I decided to kill this region's area boss first, certain it still lived, because a man of Manhwa's strength could never have beaten it, and a man of his temperament would never have shared a prize that fine with outsiders. Back on the train, I swept the surrounding map clean, leaving not one monster, since they were all walking experience. Yet the bar sat only half full, with over 50,000 still between me and level 8, and the urgency of it pressed on me. I had no dungeon to grind, no read on Peng Wang's level, and I had to move tomorrow, because at her pace she would soon hit level 8 and erase any balance between us. Searching a while longer, I found a herd of violent cattle in a valley where even the lowest Black Bull ran level 5, and I got off to face the Black Bull King with my blood heating, a level 7 area boss good for a full 5,000 experience. I harvested everything in my path on the way in, and the boss itself, slow as it was, posed little trouble. I wore it ragged and then loosed sharp blade, crimson slash, the red light severing its head in a spray of blood as it crashed down. The kill paid 5,000 experience, 3 crimson crystal cores, 20 units of deep red organization, exquisite cowhide, 3 quenched red seeds, and an intermediate loot box that gave 20 crimson points, a gold spirit crystal, 10 crimson crystal cores, 100 units of deep red organization, and 20 quenched red seeds. Another affix item, the gold spirit crystal brightened my hand, and at last some epic loot to show for it. I found Sohwa still crafting the crimson set and told her to stop a moment, which set her wondering whether I had finally grown a conscience, and I handed her the red crystal mother ore, the gold spirit crystal, and my weapons and gear. Asking her to unlock the affixes, she puffed her cheeks and grumbled that she had known there was no good news, that she had thought her brother had a heart, but she carried it all to the workbench and set to work folding the affixes into the equipment anyway. When I told her I would cut her daily quota from 15 sets to 10 once she finished, she perked up at once and swore she would arrange everything perfectly, then bent to the task as golden light scattered and lit the whole carriage. Another gold tier affix flared on the 1,000 mechanism umbrella beside me, and as I stepped closer, a piercing red light burst from within the gold. A mythic tier affix. This girl really was a lucky charm. Sohwa carried the umbrella out wearing a look of arrogant joy, hugging it as though she looked down on all living things, crowing that I should be grateful, that this might be the first mythic tier affix on the entire server, her little brat streak erupting in full. I flicked her forehead to bring her back to earth, and told her with a chuckle that she had done well, that today she only needed to make 5 pieces of the crimson set, and she rubbed the spot, pouted, and muttered that her bad train conductor would be sat on until he died tonight. She went back to unlocking the breastplate, drawing only a common purple tier affix this time, ordinary by her standards yet still something others could only look up to. I picked up the umbrella to examine it. The 1,000 mechanism umbrella read level 7, excellent and growth type, with 1,000 transformations effect, melee gaining 30% penetration and 20% damage amplification, range gaining 40% armor penetration and 25% slow. Its sharp blade skill dealt full penetration damage ignoring physical defense on a 1-minute cooldown, and the new affix, true damage, made every successful hit land 50% true damage through any defense, while the base attack rose 50% and climbed 2% more per level on top. A growth-type affix worthy of the mythic tier. The umbrella now covered nearly everything, physical, armor-piercing true, and soul damage all at once, the only gap a particular elemental damage that was mere garnish to me, since true damage already handled most monsters and no enemy could exploit a tribute restraint against me. The breastplate's affix this round was 30% elemental damage reduction, useful enough for targeting survivors who had awakened elemental talents, even if I had met no elemental monsters yet. I rubbed Sowa's cheeks and told my chief contributor to go rest, and she huffed that her stinky brother need not tell her, puffing out her already modest chest, a hypocritical little brat who acted dismissive by day and pleaded the loudest at night. Back in the carriage, Lee Haeyeon was missing, which struck me as odd since she would normally be stuffing her face by now, and Baekhyun pointed out the window and said Sister Haeyeon had dug a 4-meter spear out of the warehouse and was drilling with it outside. I walked out and watched her swing the long weapon clumsily, not disturbing her, curious how she practiced. After about half an hour she stopped, panting, and planted the spear in the ground, and I told her she had a talent for it. She scratched her head sheepishly, saying the spear simply suited her, and handed it over, and the moment I took it, I felt the weight. Never mind the point, even a flat swing of it would crush some low-level survivors to pulp. The panel named it the Holy Spirit Spear, an epic level 9 weapon with evil extermination dealing double damage to evil spiritual creatures and a gravity attribute landing full blunt damage, a relic of the vanished Holy Spirit race. I told her the attributes suited her and would pair well with her gauntlets, and she admitted sheepishly that she had only been swinging it at random without real technique. I smiled and told her I would teach her, since 100 years of training in the comprehension space had made me a weapon master, and I shifted the umbrella into a spear and let her watch. She followed my movements with full attention and picked up the basics, enough to call it knowing how to use a spear, mastery still well out of reach, and I told her to practice with it through the third beast tide that night, since real combat trained best and nothing would go wrong with me watching. She gripped it, finding it lacked the satisfying flesh-on-flesh impact of her gauntlets, but carried a sweeping, expansive feel that made her look far more imposing. The red moon rose that night, and shrieking cries swelled on every side. Huge black hawks wheeling overhead with their eyes fixed down on me as the panel announced the third beast tide, warning that this wave carried flying monsters. The third had indeed grown harder, and the hawks would not be easy. A pity I had no anti-aircraft blueprint to counter them, since I had combed the trading posts for days and found nothing of value. Least of all the anti-air weapons I wanted. With the beginner period gone, no one was foolish enough to sell a blueprint that precious. They crafted finished goods for sale instead, and the days of picking up bargains were over for good. Adjusting my plan, I told Baekhyun and Sowa to clear the ground monsters with their dual guns, set Lee Haeyeon and myself on the elites, and put Liara at the train entrance to heal. Then brought out the full 100 newly built artillery vehicles in a line. The first volley swept the ground clean, experience orbs and common resources scattering everywhere with no need to judge targets, and I worked my gun from the side against the Blackhawks while collecting orbs, leaving the ground monsters to Lee Haeyeon as another test of her strength. Any elite above level 7 I sniped down myself. The Hawks ran only average, and the elites were few, so clearing them put no great pressure on us. As the cleanup quickened, the Beast Tide boss finally stepped out. No hulking thing but an agile black-feathered hawk at level 8, skilled in soaring dive, sandstorm, hurricane, ripping claws, and hawkeye, named the king of the night that could take a life without a sound. Emotion finally crossed my face. A level 8 flying boss, exactly as expected. I shifted the rifle into a night sword with a sharp new caution in my eyes, since a grab from those talons would pierce bone for certain. A cold cry fell and the hawk's silhouette swelled toward me, clearly judging me a weak, pathetic two-legged sheep to be hunted at leisure, and I gripped the hilt in both hands and unleashed my strongest strike in that breath of underestimation. Sharp blade, crimson slash. The scarlet light tore through the flesh of its wing, black feathers and blood scattering on the air, and with one wing severed, the hawk could only sink slowly toward the ground, where my killing blow waited. The night sword fell on its head, and force enough to have it sheared away half the skull, and the body swayed and crashed down. The panel confirmed the Beast Tide boss dead, paying 10,000 experience, 3 crimson crystal cores, 20 units of deep red organization, 20 crimson points, and a Beast Tide chest, which opened to 20 more crimson points, a blueprint for a hunting class close-in weapon system, intermediate weapon insight, and 5 crimson crystal cores. I studied the blueprint, an epic level 9 system firing 10,000 rounds a second to sweep low-altitude targets within 3,000 meters, burning 1,000 red crystal coins or 10 quenched red coins for 15 minutes of continuous fire. Manufacturing it demanded 100 attack components, 50 defense components, 1 crimson crystal core, and 100 units of deep red organization. The running cost was outrageous. 1,000 red crystal coins would feed 100 artillery vehicles a full day of fire, and here it bought only 15 minutes. And the build itself ran steep, needing higher tier attack components at 10 attack parts each, the first train equipment to consume a crimson crystal core at all. No matter how expensive, it had to be built, because tonight had exposed how weak my anti-air was, and this system at least made progress. Even if long-range defense still needed work, it would claim an equipment slot, so I would have to pull 2 annihilation turrets once it was finished. I handed the blueprint to Sowa to forge first, and she went off with a bitter face to do it. I returned to my room to comprehend the intermediate weapon insight, since the primary insight had already benefited me enormously, and this would push my strength further. As the word fell, my consciousness was dragged into that special space for centuries of training, while 3 seconds passed outside, and when I opened my eyes again, a familiar fatigue clung to me, hundreds of years of unbroken solitude, having ground me numb as a machine. I needed to adjust my state of mind. I found Lee Haeyeon to ease the loneliness of those centuries, and it was the first time she had seen me so famished, leaving her curious what I had lived through in a few seconds behind a closed door. I only hummed and pressed my lips to hers, and she felt the hunger in it and flushed scarlet, turning her face aside, whispering against my ear that she could not take it. By the time the night dissolved the 100 years of loneliness, I felt loose and clear again, though she had been forced to pull in the other 3 women to barely weather it. The next day I rose full of energy. Lee Haeyeon still slept, having braced herself through the ordeal with help, while Sowa got up comfortably, having loafed the night before and joined only the last wave, so the strain had barely touched her. She pulled a long face at me at once, huffing that her bad brother had nearly hammered Sister Haeyeon to death in bed, insisting my behavior had to be strictly curbed, since how were they, with level 5 constitutions, meant to withstand my level 7 one? I admitted there had been an accident, that I had been too anxious and forgotten to use the legendary grade protection until 3 shots in, though I had caught it in time and squeezed everything out. After breakfast it reached 8 o'clock, and the panel offered me an epic pleasure card which I opened to see whether anything special would fire. It triggered a 100 shots achievement and a 5-fold drop rate, my pleasure value critical rate at 10%, and drop rate climbing to 180% before the 5-fold kicked in, and the hall left me frozen on the spot. It paid a Holy Spirit secret treasure fragment, 5 units of advanced mithril, a ring of true insight, a domain of radiance skill book, and 1 storage space slot, all of it legendary grade. A 5-fold drop on 100 shots truly returned this much. The fragment was a relic of the indigenous people here, one of 5 I would need to collect. Only the first in hand, though the description promised the fragments sensed one another, so finding the rest should not prove too hard. I put it away and turned to the ring. The ring of true insight read level 9, and legendary, its insight effect easing critical strikes, immunizing 50% of mental attacks from enemies within 5 levels of mine. Its wisdom eye skill exposing 1 weakness of any enemy in that range. My first legendary equipment, second in sheer absurdity only to the umbrella, with mythical gear still somewhere ahead that I could not imagine. I put the ring on without hesitation, and a warm current ran through my meridians. My mind clearing, my eyes sharpening. The fatigue swept away as I became myself again. Once the excitement settled, I turned to the last item, the upgrade mithril, which could break the cap on level 1 through 9 equipment and lift it into the level 10 through 19 range. The actual ceiling depending on the blacksmith skill. I did not need it for myself, but Sowa's skill should be up to the task, since she forged nearly every day with abundant resources and her blacksmith experience had climbed fast. I did not mean to upgrade the Crimson set yet, since its attributes were too specialized and the affix buffs went dead the moment I left Crimson monsters behind, so I needed a fresh set of equipment instead. I took out the invasion map, looked at the large skull, and headed for the control room. I would take down this region's number 1 first, since the player was too great a threat to leave standing. Anyone who climbed this far step by step held tricks in reserve, and Peng Wang also commanded a grindable dungeon, so until she was gone I could not rest easy. The longer I lingered, the more my location bled out, so I would strike first rather than wait. Over in Cannon Valley, Peng Huang had exited her dungeon and checked the location the regent fed her. Was he closing in? She watched my moving marker with a grave look in her captivating eyes. Since killing the second-rank Myungjua proved the man approaching was no ordinary figure, a heavyweight out of another region. Who exactly, and why she had known nothing of him before her rebirth, gnawed at her, since in her past life everyone had developed quietly and safely at this stage, with no region competition firing this early. Whoever I was, I had disrupted her plans, so she swore not to blame her for stomping me flat. As a reincarnator, she trusted her strength to sit at the front of the pack, likely the first to reach level 7 thanks to the dungeon, which was the root of her arrogance. And above all, there was her Nirvana True Phoenix talent, 30% awakened in her past life along with the mythical 9 Heavens Phoenix Halberd. Under the heavens, she believed, who could fight her? My train broke into Cannon Valley before long, and I told the women to stay hidden inside, since they could not help much here and were safer in the train, instructing them to open fire the moment I looked to be losing, since I had my own ways to escape. Lee Haeyeon took the control room with orders to ram the train straight into Pengwang if I fell to a disadvantage, since I doubted Pengwang would dare eat a direct hit from the train in that state, and she also worked the Annihilation turret and the Hunter-class close-in gun, while Baekhyung and Sohwa stood ready on the 100-plus artillery vehicles. I got off with a broadsword and found a figure standing not far away, dressed in red armor chased with gold, holding a long halberd threaded with gold and coiled with a fire phoenix, wisps of heavenly phoenix fire rising off it. A girl of incredible haughtiness, a mole at the corner of one eye, her gaze pouring disdain down on me, heroic and spirited, looking out over mountains and rivers. My own expression stayed calm, though a thread of fighting spirit kindled and a cold light woke on my broadsword, since I would show an enemy no mercy. The instant she saw me, Pengwang froze, disbelief flooding her eyes at finding my aura level with hers. Also level 7. A variable, her heart sinking at the thought that her rebirth had spawned one, since a variable would obviously bend everything that came after. She snapped that variable should not exist, so I might as well die, and she struck at once, leaping skyward like a phoenix in flight. The halberd loosing a phoenix cry. Phoenix descends on the Fermiana. The fire gathered on the halberd and lanced at me, but my broadsword was already primed, and a slash full of killing intent cut the fire phoenix apart in a breath. I told her that if this was all her strength it was nowhere near enough, and I brought the blade down. Sharp blade, crimson slash. The scarlet light reached her in a blink, and she threw the halberd up across her chest to block, but a surge of soul power shook her soul so hard she nearly dropped the weapon. She realized in terror that my attacks were strange, that one soul strike having stripped 10 points off her sanity and crashed her mental attributes. I told her it was not over, and another killing slash came straight down. She refused to be looked down on and erupted, flames sheathing her whole body. The halberd dancing as a tremendous force drove at me, but the shockwave reached my crimson chest armor and the affix mitigated it to nothing. She cried out heavenly phoenix descent, a phoenix phantom rising behind her and wrapping her body, and when she reappeared the heavy armor was gone, replaced by light feather armor shimmering with intertwined gold and crimson, the true phoenix fire warping the air around her. Her figure flickered and vanished from in front of me. So fast. My heart sank at how suddenly she had grown stronger, but I had prepared a counter. Wisdom eye. Light flared in my eyes and every motion of hers slowed to a crawl. Dazzling spots gathered across the feather armor and pooled at her lower abdomen. The weakness was there. I slipped another halberd strike, and in the opening as she pulled the weapon back, drove the broadsword straight into her lower belly. The blade tore through flesh and blood, and in her astonished eyes her impenetrable feather armor split, and her body parted at the waist. How is it possible, she gasped, the attack carrying armor piercing and armor breaking both, and what met her was my blade light without a trace of mercy. Decapitation, then sheathing the sword, all in one motion. I looked at the corpse with an indifferent eye, since however empress-like her elegance, a threat to me had no reason to exist. But while I waited for the experience orb, the corpse suddenly condensed into a mass, the body folding into a scarlet egg on the ground, and leaving only scattered equipment, the air around it turning hot and dry. I walked up, daring no carelessness, asking what the thing was, then released the artillery vehicles and poured a barrage into the egg. The smoke cleared and the egg sat unscathed, and with a soft sound it began to crack open before my eyes. Flame roared skyward, the egg split, and a figure took shape, resurrected. I gripped my blade and watched Pengwang return from the dead with full vigilance, wondering what overpowered talent let a woman survive both decapitation and bisection. She rose entirely bare and looked at me with fear flickering through her eyes, knowing she could not meet me head-on, that she had to retreat and lean on her past life memories to find an opening, that revenge could wait without rushing. As she leaped to leave my figure cut off her path, a large hand swelling in her sight to close around her head. Your talent is rather special, I told her coldly, and tightened my grip, her face twisting as she strained and failed to scratch me at all, freshly reborn and far too weak. Bone cracked, she screamed, and her skull burst in my hand like a tomato. I tossed the corpse aside like trash, since the most beautiful face once crushed was only a heap of rotting meat. I did not leave. I stood and watched, wanting to see how many times she could come back and meaning to kill her every single time. The scene soon repeated. The instant she resurrected, she tried to flee, failed to escape my grasp, and I tore off her limbs and took her head with one stroke. The third time she drew the halberd at once to fight a fighting retreat, and as she quietly resisted my soul attack her expression broke. She cried out at how there could still be true damage, watching cracks race up one arm before it burst into blood-colored fireworks, the pain striking straight at her soul, her body trembling, and a downward slash finished her on the spot. The fourth resurrection I cut off the moment she appeared, one strike to the neck. By the fifth she gave up acting, saw me charging, dropped to her knees, and trembled at the memory of every way she had just died. Too brutal. She could not escape at all, her feather armor shattering easily, her soul attacked, and even with everything defended there was always true damage waiting at the end. A cheater had run into a bigger cheater. She begged me to wait, asking whether I wanted to know why she leveled so fast, and I told her flatly that I did not. The cold words dropped a sliver of despair into her, the brat refusing to listen to reason. But I had my own ways to climb, so why keep a landmine like her at my side? Unless she handed her life and death entirely into my hands as a subordinate. The 5th life passed. On her 6th, Peng Wang panicked outright, blurting that she held the Nirvana True Phoenix talent, that assisting me would strengthen my forces, that she had the potential to be cultivated and was willing to become my subordinate. She surrendered her survivor status for the sake of living, since what she had wanted was strength, not to be a corpse on another man's road to it. Beaten brutally by reality in my hands, the reborn ambition gave way to recognition of her situation, but she had spoken a step too late, my blade already at her head, and she perished again. I felt a flicker of regret at acting too fast, since taking her as a subordinate would have been far better, but I had not held back. On her 7th life, she let go of all reserve, kneeling and groveling, and revealed her deepest secret outright, that she was a reborn person who knew everything coming in the Survivor game, and the locations of some dungeons, begging me not to kill her, swearing to become my subordinate and be used. In that moment, she dropped every scrap of dignity and became a complete loser, no longer the reincarnator who looked down on the world but a wretch groveling for the victor's mercy. 10,000 grievances in her heart, and this the only road to survival. She did not want to repeat a past life where her talent had only scraped to 30% near death, leaving her an ordinary survivor, since she wanted to become a powerful ruler. And even as someone's plaything, she would climb to strength step by step. I stopped my butcher's blade and finally looked her over with scrutiny and a touch of curiosity. A reborn person, the very protagonist of a Survivor game, and I had actually run into one. I pinched her chin and asked, since she was reborn, what my future achievements were, surely not low. The conversation died in one sentence, her eyes darting away, her heart a mess, because there had been no such person as me in her previous life. Sensing the killing intent, she bit the bullet and explained word by word that Master was a variable this life, with no information on me in the previous one, even calling me Master for survival's sake. So I had been lost among the masses before, a variable now. A thought struck me, and I asked whether she knew someone called Low-Key Salted Fish, and who he became in the future. Her eyes trembled visibly and she dared hide nothing, saying his real name had been Wang Cho Song, one of the top 10 survivors of the previous life, his talent by her reckoning tied to carnal pleasure, and that he had later fathered hundreds of children and still would not stop. Carnal pleasure children, the whole thing was many children, many blessings made flesh, someone actually awakening a talent like that, and the brat Wang Chusong really had bred his way into the heights. I asked when he started rising and whether there was a turning point, since I had no goodwill toward him and meant to suppress him, knowing that given his pettiness he could squeeze me to death if he ever rose. Her expression turned strange as she answered that Wang Chosung had originally had inactive sperm, the turning point coming after the 4th beast tide ended, when he acquired the legendary item Life Essence, which restored his fertility and let him climb step by step into the top 10. A strange expression crossed my own face. This Survivor game truly was a genius. Infertility awakening many children, many blessings, and how those two even connected was beyond me. I told her to tell me everything in order, the level she had reached in the future, the important resources, any special circumstances coming soon, and I stared her down. Since truly controlling a reincarnator would bring immense benefit, the knowledge of future resources and dungeon maps alone enough to grow me fast. She knew it was her turn to perform and said, kneeling, that in her previous life she had been an ordinary level 41 player, her talent never awakening because resources ran too scarce, while the strongest player had reached level 73. Then the survival game had changed, she had suddenly reincarnated, and time had reset to the game's beginning. I said gravely that others might have kept their memories and returned to this point too, since if a player over level 40 could come back, what about someone stronger? What about that level 73 player? Foreknowledge stacked on a top-tier talent. For a moment the pressure on me spiked. She admitted it was possible, adding that besides her spider nest dungeon another would appear next round in the Yilon mountain range. She named the next survival mission Crimson Descent, when the Crimson Fog's monsters would leave the fog and attack everything living, since the fog was only a larger novice map and the true power of other regions showed only once you left it. She answered almost every question, plainly afraid to hold anything back, and I raised my head and asked the level of the strongest monster in the Crimson Fog, and whether she knew of the aboriginal Holy Spirit race here. Surprise touched her eyes at the mention of the Holy Spirit race, but she gathered her words and said the strongest creature in the fog was the Crimson Matriarch, a level 19 boss. She knew little of the Holy Spirit race beyond a secret treasure mission whose fifth fragment had never been found in her past life, even after someone collected 4. She drew out a bright golden fragment, bowed, lowered her head, and held it up to me, saying she had obtained it through her past life memories, and asking Master to accept it. Seeing her kneel there bare and offering the treasure, I did not approach. "Throw it on the ground," I told her, wary of a trap, and she tossed it aside and stayed kneeling, not daring to lift her head, since she did this to survive and had no reason now to try anything suicidal. A woman like Peng Wang was a poisonous rose, and before subjugating her fully, I dared not be careless. I picked up the fragment and it was real. My mood lifted a little, and I asked whether she knew the clues to the other 3 fragments. She answered firmly that she did, that although she had only been an ordinary player, she still understood the resources before level 40, and I said coldly that she should apply to become my subordinate, that she had 3 seconds. The moment I reached 3, her application had already arrived, prepared in advance and waiting only on my word, and once I accepted, she let out a long breath, the tension draining from her body. She had survived. Humiliating as the process had been, it counted for nothing against death, and rather than dying with grand ambitions, she chose to live, since I was a variable and she a reincarnator who knew the future, and my achievements would surely land me among the 10 strongest. She thanked Master for sparing her life, and I nodded and told her abruptly to stand and let me see her storage space, naturally ready to inspect the spoils after so long a fight. She opened all 8 slots holding some medicine and otherwise items, and I fixed on the 9 Heavens Phoenix Halberd, mythical grade equipment carrying 3 skills, exclusive traits, the Heavenly Phoenix Fire Effect, and 1 unlocked legendary affix. I coveted it since disassembled it would forge fearsome equipment, and sensing my thoughts, she hurried to say it was exclusive and could not be taken apart. I returned it and looked over the rest. Nothing good, since anything useful she had already spent herself, and I asked about that set of feather armor that had so enhanced her attributes, wondering whether it was legendary since I held only epic gear and would take a legendary piece without a second thought. Acting the bandit, I watched her produce one of her pieces and explained that it was her talent at work, able to convert any equipment into feather armor, her original gear only epic grade. I confirmed she was not lying inside. Was she truly this poor? Not one thing worth taking, had I fought for nothing. I noticed her train, walked over, called Li Heian and the others off to start moving things, and asked Peng Wang what she was standing around for and why she was not helping Hall. She had frozen in place like a fool, and I told her to come move the spoils of war. She answered yes, Master, and I told her to just call me train conductor, since I had no taste for hearing Master every day, fine for the little games at night but tiresome otherwise. She corrected herself to train conductor and went to her train, carrying the items out and ferrying them to mine. With her surrender, District 3605 had fallen completely. The panel confirmed I had enslaved Peng Wang and earned an intermediate plunder chest, and the district announcement declared that melancholy French fries of District 3064 had enslaved Peng Wang of District 3605, which would soon be absorbed as a defeated district. The people of that fallen district erupted into chaos beneath it. A man named Jiang Boy refused to believe their number 1 had been enslaved and demanded to know who melancholy French fries even was. Eo Chuden cursed over handing half their resources and called their top 3 trash, and Bang Mu told them to stop barking, that there was always someone stronger and their district was simply outclassed for now. The intermediate invasion treasure chest opened in front of me and poured out 30,000 experience, 50 crimson points, a fresh invasion map, 30 crimson crystal cores, and 300 red crystal coins. Relief spread through me as my level climbed from 7 to 8, the panel grudgingly noting that I was still an advancing newbie who needed to shine the veteran's shoes. My strength sat above 1500 now, and my spirit a little higher, each up by roughly 500 points on average. A decent little boost. I clenched my fist and glanced sideways at Peng Wang, calculating that if I threw a punch right now I could probably end her with the one swing. She must have felt my gaze because her whole body gave a small shiver and she muttered, half to herself, that surely the train conductor wouldn't simply discard her now that she had served her purpose. I let her stew, and asked instead whether she knew what crimson points were actually for, since I had collected nearly 300 of them across several drops, without ever learning their use. She told me a crimson shop opened during the Crimson Descent event, where the points exchanged for extremely rare treasures. And then she paused with a glint in her eye, clearly preparing to keep me hanging in suspense. I had no patience for theatrics, so I flicked her on the forehead and told her this was no time to be coy and to hurry up and speak. Rubbing her head, she explained that the points accumulated, and whoever held the most when the crimson map ended would receive the final gift of the crimson. Then she peeked up at me, plainly wondering whether her beauty trap was working at all, since I had stayed entirely impervious to her charms. She seemed to conclude she would need to ask the others for advice, or risk being thrown out as cannon fodder somewhere down the line, her own body being her most valuable asset at the moment. She kept drifting off mid-conversation, spacing out so badly that I started to wonder whether I'd actually damaged her brain across all the times I'd killed her, since she fought like a fiend yet stood there now blinking like a fool. When her eyes finally focused and caught my scrutinizing stare, I had to drag her back and ask what the final gift even was. She gave a startled little laugh and admitted she didn't actually know, since the first place holder in her previous life had been killed by the rest of the top 10 in a joint effort the instant he stepped out of the Crimson Domain. I called her a disgrace to reincarnators, a creature who held a whole life of memory and still knew this little, and she protested, looking aggrieved, that an ordinary survivor from a past life couldn't be expected to be omniscient. I suppose there was truth in that, since if she really knew everything, the one wearing the subordinate collar might well have been me instead of her. I waved the complaint off and opened the new invasion map, where a fresh region had been marked, and asked whether District 3608 rang any bells for her, since I wanted to know if it held any experts. She thought it over and answered with certainty that it didn't, that there shouldn't be anyone formidable there. Good enough. I told her to take me to her dungeon first so I could look it over, since level 8 was nowhere near my goal, and I still meant to keep climbing. We returned to the train together, and I had her direct me from the control room, and roughly 10 minutes later she walked me to the foot of a steep cliff where a web-shrouded nest crept into view. The panel announced the Spider Nest dungeon at level 7 difficulty, dropping crimson coins, crystal cores, treasure chests, experience, and first-tier equipment, the description noting that the Crimson Fog had bloated the once tiny spiders into poison-fanged overlords of Cannon Valley. I told the group to head in and grind together, Lee Haeon and the others handling anything below level 5, while I took the rest, since a level 5 monster now coughed up a single point of experience for me and was simply not worth my time. Peng Huang asked, a little hopeful, what she was supposed to do, since she wanted to level 2. I told her splitting experience between two people was too slow, so she would protect Lee Haeon and the rest for now, and take her turn once I was finished. My development sat at the center of everything. Everyone else was a supporting role, and experience and equipment went to me first. She didn't argue, having clearly expected it, and went over to Lee Haeon's side to start building a relationship and quietly learning my tastes. She introduced herself sweetly and asked what to call her new sister, and Lee Haeon, recognizing the woman I had killed several times, took the measure of her pretty face and honeyed words. She decided plainly that I would never waste a woman, so they had simply gained another comrade to share the pressure, maybe even someone to push onto the front line in the days ahead. She told Peng Huang straight out that from now on they were sisters on the same front, and Peng Huang grasped the meaning at once and smiled inwardly. To her it meant I was only pretending to be aloof, that I didn't want to chase but to be chased, which she counted as good news since it meant I had some use for her. Then she spaced out again hard enough that Lee Haeon asked, half worried, whether I really had knocked something loose in her head, and Peng Huang covered it with a few light laughs and explained that I'd sent her over to guard them while they leveled. She fished for more, asking what Lee Haeon's talent was, and Lee Haeon showed it off without hiding anything, naming her sanctification and its 5-fold boost to constitution, which left Peng Huang baffled all over again that a talent so powerful had never once reached her ears in a past life. When she asked how Lee Haeon had first met me, Lee Haeon answered with real gratitude that she'd been infected with the Crimson Virus and nearly dead when I saved her, and Peng Huang nodded as if a theory had clicked into place, certain now that I was a variable who had spared people fate had meant to take. She turned the same question on the others, and Liara, leading them, said she and Baekhyung had been betrayed and had avoided death only because I took a liking to them, though back then the two of them hadn't dared even face me, jumping at shadows in their sleep because I'd been a genuinely cold-blooded killer at the time. Sohwa, who had defected of her own accord, had been spared the worst of that, and had mostly only witnessed that I didn't know how to hold back when I played around. Peng Huang absorbed it all and concluded that, since I was a variable, the whole world had shifted around me, sparing people who should have died, though how a variable like me had appeared in the first place she couldn't begin to work out. And she finally shook her head and decided to stop chewing on it. Inside the dungeon, a layer of sticky liquid coated the floor, and gluey white webs clung to my skin and refused to peel away. Peng Huang volunteered to guide, claiming she knew a way to bunch the usual 3 monster waves into one, and she led us deep along a narrow path where the webs thinned, warning everyone not to brush the large strands or we would wake the whole nest. Several crimson eyes tracked us from the white expanse, and after a dozen meters the passage opened into an enormous karst cave, its ceiling and floor crusted with clusters of red spider eggs that gurgled wetly in the damp dark. The stench and the writhing made my skin crawl, and Lee Haeon said outright that it was disgusting, summoning her holy spirit spear rather than dirty her gauntlets in the muck. Peng Huang offered to clear the eggs and called out her 9 Heavens Phoenix halberd, the air warming as wisps of heavenly phoenix fire coiled around her. She drove the halberd into the ground, and surging flame condensed into brilliant phoenix feathers that detonated in a burst of dazzling light, burning the unborn spiders alive in their eggs with shrill screams. The cave answered at once, tens of thousands of blood-red eyes blinking awake in the darkness, hissing. I was already sheathed in my crimson set, and the firelight lit a tide of attacking spiders, nearly all clustered around level 5. Useless to me, but perfect for hauling Lee Haeon and the others up toward level 6. I pressed deeper, cutting down a handful of level 6 elites for a few hundred experience apiece, barely better than nothing. And it became plain why Peng Huang had needed more than a single day in here. The monsters swarmed thick, but their levels ran too low to feed a real climb. That very weakness was exactly why she'd been able to scrape ahead at all, since the place rewarded patience over power. By nightfall, Lee Haeon was the first to reach level 6, and back on the train the whole group scrambled to be first into the bath, which left me frowning at our cramped bathroom that barely fit 4. I made a mental note to upgrade the train's quality of life, since a single accommodation carriage had felt fine for 3 women but had grown obviously tight once Sohwa and Peng Wang were added. My plan was to keep one carriage purely for sleeping and fold another into a combined kitchen, washroom, and bath. The only pity being that the train hadn't yet unlocked custom modifications to let me do it. After washing up, I went to the control room, since reaching level 8 let me push a train upgrade as well, and the train climbed to level 8 with offense and defense strength reaching level 9. The panel offered 3 crimson baffles, 2 annihilation turrets, and 2 hunter-class close-in weapon systems, then laid out the prerequisite for the next step. My own level had to reach 9, and I needed a Lord-level boss mark. The material cost ran to 3,000 units of red iron ore, 50 crimson crystal cores, 300 units of crimson essence, and 100 each of attack and defense components, all of which I already held, not to mention everything I had stripped from Peng Wang's warehouse. The reward at the top was the 9th carriage, a 9th equipment slot, sweeping defense gains, more travel speed, and automatic target acquisition. The required materials were all standard fare I already kept stocked, so all that remained was to upgrade step by step, and once I crossed level 9, I could finally unlock the legendary grade modification blueprint and renovate the cramped mess we lived in. I returned to the room and pushed the door open to find the lights off and only a faint glow inside. Several figures hidden in the dark. Peng Wang slid in behind me, and it became plain enough that she had decided to offer herself on the very first day she joined, testing whatever game she was running on me. I genuinely hadn't expected her to be so decisive, and Lee Haeon and the others swarmed in around her. The whole long-prepared scene dissolving into the kind of thing a safe-for-all-ages account leaves discreetly behind a closed door. What I will say is that it carried on well past midnight. The next morning, everyone rose early except Peng Wang. Baekhyung stretched and said, only half teasing, that she really did have to thank little sister Jin Huang for the night before, since none of them had expected her to push herself that hard just to prove her loyalty. Her technique had been amateurish enough to make me uncomfortable a few times, the others agreed, but the raw determination of it showed real promise, and even Lee Haeon offered a thumbs up at the novelty. I told them there wasn't much to do today, beyond safely welcoming the final wave of beasts, since Peng Wang had already cleared the area's boss and the place held no gathering value. Good now only as a foothold. Liara went to cook breakfast, her skills sharpening by the day and adding a small bright program to our dull survival routine. By 8, the panel reported my pleasure value risen, drop rate at 210% and critical hit rate at 13, and offered me an epic grade delight card to open. I opened it and triggered a 9-shot True Phoenix event that doubled the drop rate, which startled a dry laugh out of me, since apparently last night's effort had been enough to fire off a special event on its own. The card paid out a high-grade water condenser blueprint, a super exquisite train decoration package, a luxury accommodation package, 1 drop of life essence, and primary polearm experience, and every line of it hit exactly what I lacked. Our bottled water had been running low, and the current condenser managed only 30 liters a day, while the high-grade version pulled 1,000 liters of pure water in the same span. So 10 of them would mean 10,000 liters daily, enough to shower nearly 50 people. The decoration and accommodation packages spoke for themselves, lifting both my quality of life and my pleasure value. The last item stopped me, because the life essence was the very thing that had restored that salted fish, Wang Chu Song, to working order. Its panel listed it as legendary, accelerating injury recovery, restoring hidden ailments to normal, and elevating ordinary function to superhuman. The description teasing that an evergreen tree like me hardly needed it but surely wouldn't refuse. I swallowed it without hesitation, not for any of that but for the healing speed, and a gentle warmth like a breath of spring spread through me. Then I called Lee Haeon over and had her lean in to share the life energy, and as it passed into her my expression softened a little. While she absorbed it, I checked the chat channel where the mentions tagging me had already piled past 999, almost all empty congratulations, and I lurked past them hunting for anything useful. I found a man named Jang Boy selling a piece of red crystal mother ore, the kind that unlocked affixes and would be indispensable later even if no one wanted it now. Jang Pao moved on it at once, since he had owned one before and sold it under pressure and couldn't bear to let this one slip. Then Salted Fish jumped in, offering an elite-grade Crimson set, an elite-grade piece of equipment, 100 units of deep red organization, 500 units of red iron ore, 300 white breads, and 100 bottles of water. The bread offer made me smirk, but the sun had clearly risen in the west, because for once he was bidding generously, even if it fell short of the ore's true worth and only proved how badly he needed it. Jang Pao climbed his counter to 1,000 units of red iron ore. Salted Fish answered by throwing in a second elite-grade piece, and Jang Pao fell silent, unable to match it. Elite-grade gear was top-tier rarity now, and Salted Fish was going all in, betting that a purple affix beat a warehouse full of equipment gathering dust. Just as he thought he had it won, I made my move and bid one epic-grade piece of equipment, 1,000 units of red iron ore, and one deep red core. The whole channel detonated, big shot worship, and offers to polish my shoes scrolling past faster than I could read because a single epic-grade piece killed the auction outright. Even Salted Fish kept his lone copy as a family heirloom waiting on red crystal mother ore to unlock its affixes. Jang Boy accepted in barely a second, knowing no one would ever outprice me now, and I confirmed the trade and slipped back into silent lurking, while the channel filled with envy. One voice wailing that he should have been the one to dig up that red crystal mother ore. Somewhere off in his own corner, Salted Fish had a quiet breakdown, fury that hardly matched his low-key handle, swearing that if he ever caught Freed Fry stealing his things again, he would snap my bones one by one and turn me into a soft little fry. I didn't know what Wang Chosong was thinking, and even if I had, I wouldn't have cared. I only needed to snatch that drop of life essence later to keep dragging out his development, since he sat firmly on my must-kill list. An announcement scrolled up declaring the final beast tide would begin that night, the ranking to be decided by each survivor's comprehensive performance, and that one I took seriously, because this game targeted me with such precision that tonight would surely feature a powerful flying monster, which happened to be one of my real weaknesses. The stronger you grew, the stronger the enemies the game threw at you, forcing everyone forward one painful step at a time. The channel wailed and cursed its collective fate, none of them realizing it was already a mercy they hadn't drawn flying monsters of their own. Lee Haeyeon finished cooking. We ate, and by 1 in the afternoon, Peng Wang finally surfaced, stretching across the bed with a sleepy hum before rolling over to hug the quilt and sleep on. So-Hwa gave her a grudging thumbs up for being even lazier than herself, recalling how the night before Peng Wang had insisted she found the whole thing too average, and could last all night only for her body to prove far more honest than her mouth, holding on stubbornly until she nearly passed out rather than admit defeat. Baekhyun reminded So-Hwa she had been exactly the same once, and So-Hwa flushed and protested that at least she begged for mercy when she couldn't take it. Unlike Peng Wang, the kind of tsundere who would sooner die than concede a point, and so wound up flat on her back, half the day. I walked in on the bedside debate, and my face went strange, since these girls had nothing better to do than rank one another's performances in bed. I changed the subject and handed Lee Haeyeon the primary long weapon insight, telling her to practice the spear with it since I already held intermediate proficiency in every weapon and only she and Peng Wang used polearms anyway, which made Lee Haeyeon my first choice to cultivate. The others didn't begrudge it. All of them ranged users whose talents didn't suit a polearm, and besides, by their own words, they were sisters who had shared the same gun. Lee Haeyeon took the scroll with a stir in her heart and hugged me, and I warned her that once she used it, her consciousness would be pulled into a separate space for training, with no way out until she mastered the weapon. I remembered drifting through that space for 100 years myself, the loneliness genuinely agonizing. She couldn't wait, sat down on the sofa, and used it, and 3 seconds later opened her eyes with a weathered look in them, having lived through nearly 200 years inside. Then she fixed me with a burning, starving tiger stare and pounced, several centuries of solitude crashing out of her all at once, and I took her into the bedroom to help her work through what a few hundred years of isolation had built up, no one sparing a glance for Peng Huang still asleep nearby. Sometime in the thick of it, Peng Huang felt what she took for raindrops on her face and frowned, baffled at how it could be raining inside the carriage, until the unmistakable sounds reaching her ears explained everything. She opened her eyes facing the faucet, crystal drops showering down on her like rain, and woke fully to find herself drenched. By the time it was over, Lee Haeyeon lay flushed and bright-eyed and faintly proud, while a freshly washed Peng Huang glared with the resentment of a drowned rat. She marveled that the girl was not only built like that, but could spray a volume large enough to turn her into a soaked mess. Lee Haeyeon answered all of it with a sheepish apology, since in the urgency of the moment she truly hadn't noticed Peng Huang was still sleeping right there. Once she was steady, Lee Heian told me that during the training she had met the mother god of the Holy Spirit clan, who unlocked the shackles on her sanctification talent and even left her an inheritance. An ancient aura rose off her as she stood, her firm muscles fuller with power, and she explained that sanctification was still only 10% activated and would need continuous comprehension of the Holy Spirit inheritance to climb further. I was honestly surprised she had been lucky enough to find a benefactor mid-comprehension, and I asked what else the inheritance held. The aura around her took on substance as she answered that she had unlocked a skill called Traversing the Eight Wastelands, which condensed ancient power into vibration attacks and instantly doubled her own defense. I praised her sincerely, watching her stand there like a war goddess shaped out of marble, and felt the contrast against her softness pull all the stronger. Not long after, the last wave arrived, the panel announcing the final beast tied as I led everyone into position, the mobile artillery vehicle and the Hunter-class guard cannon spinning up. Roars rose on every side, and through the window against the dying sun, dense black dots filled the sky and swept down with ferocious cries. I frowned at the brand new shapes, recognizing them as griffins. Thousands of them, the hurricane of their wings bending the trees. My hand found the Hunter-class defensive cannon as they crossed 5,000 meters, then 4,000, and after they slipped inside 3,000, I waited 1 more kilometer and opened fire. The cannon spat tongues of flame, thousands of rounds a second saturating the air, and shrill screams carried for miles as feathers and flesh rained down, the firepower so heavy that not one griffin reached the train. Experience scattered across the ground and flowed into me the moment I stepped near it. Then a shrill cry split the noise, a bloody light staining the sky red, and a vast black shape flickered toward us with an aura that set my heart pounding. The panel named it the Corpse of the Holy Griffin, Level 9, the mount of an ancient paladin now driven by Crimson into a thing of pure killing instinct. And it carried 8 skills: Tear, Great Hurricane, Sonic Shock, Whirling Wind, Crimson/Wings, Blood Red Judgment, Blink, and an undying body that granted 3 seconds of damage immunity. 8 skills, twice the count of a conventional level 8 boss. Naked targeting if I had ever seen it, and for a moment I felt the train survival game's full malice pressing on me. As it appeared, the earth began to shake, and a tiger's roar rolled out of the forest, a beast army surging to surround us with a majestic black tiger at its head. The panel marked it the Black Tiger, Level 9, carrying Tiger Pounce, Blood-Sucking Fangs, Blood Explosion Rage, and Tiger Roar Mountain Forest, the description cheerfully warning that I was in trouble. Peng Wang, who had lived 2 lifetimes, said she had never once seen 2 bosses surface in a single tide, and asked, a little dazed, whether we were being targeted, to which I only spread my hands and asked whether that wasn't already obvious. I assigned the Black Tiger to the team, while I took the Holy Griffin, since the tiger, for all its menace, was the lesser of the 2 threats, and carried my broadsword out of the train. The circling griffins dove the instant they spotted someone leave the train and blinked clean past the defensive cannon's fire, untouchable. So I stacked 9 layers of 1 character continuous slash until the blade in my hand burned with a sharp red glow. The Holy Griffin lunged at my face and I raised the broadsword to block, the impact hammering me back more than 10 meters before I could plant my feet. Such strength. I refused to grow careless and answered with a crimson blade light, calling sharp blade Crimson Slash. The red arc howling through the air and shearing a piece of flesh from its body as true damage gnawed a second wound into it, though it never lost the ability to fly. It wheeled, flickered, and was on me again, its claws scraping a mark straight across my crimson armor, and I knew without imagining that a hit on flesh would be the end of me. Truly troublesome, this thing. I raised the broadsword to guard my chest, took a steadying breath, and called Wisdom Eye, the world dropping into slowness as one small point of light after another gathered on the griffin, and finally condensed into a single bright weakness at the joint of its wings. I leaped, gripped the broadsword in both hands, and brought sharp blade Crimson Slash down on the flaw, severing its wings clean off in a spray of blood. It opened its scarlet eyes with a shriek, and a stinging agony lanced through mine. I turned away a beat too late, and everything I had seen distorted into a vast judgment platform, a blood-red sword of judgment hanging in the sky above me. Its cry bound me where I stood, and the sword descended, its shadow swelling across my vision. So I forced through the pain in my eyes and called Wisdom Eye again, slowing the whole falling world. The sword crashed down in a storm of sand and stone, the Holy Griffin landing slowly to stare in my direction, and everything went silent. Then a dazzling red light tore out of the dust, and I came up out of the smoke holding the hilt of that 10-meter sword of judgment, 9 layers of 1 character continuous slash behind it, swinging with everything I had as I called sharp blade, Crimson Slash. The blade light hardened into substance and swept several miles, passing straight through the Holy Griffin. A gentle breeze stirred, a thin line of blood opened along its body, and the corpse parted cleanly into 2 even halves. The sword of judgment dissolved from my hand at once, a one-time item, which struck me as a real pity given it was a mythical grade level 19 weapon that would have transformed my strength had I been able to keep it. The panel confirmed the kill and rewarded me 30,000 experience, 20 crimson crystal cores, a star blink skill book, 500 units of crimson essence, 10 quenched red seeds, and 500 units of level 9 premium beast meat. Star blink let me consume mental power to blink a short distance with full immunity to direct attacks during the move. Exactly the trick that Griffin had used to dance through 1,000 rounds a second. Now it sat in my hands, immune to everything but rule-based damage. The 3-minute cooldown was the only blemish, but it would still pull off the kind of stunt nobody saw coming. The illusion vanished and I was back beside the train, beast roars still rolling around me, where Lee Haeyeon and 2 others remained locked in battle with the Black Tiger while Sohwa, freshly level 4, worked a turret at the rear to thin the smaller monsters. I held back deliberately, curious whether they could bring the Black Tiger down without me leaning in, and rather than stand idle, I tested Starblink. One step in and my figure scattered like a star and reassembled at the exact spot I'd been looking toward, sliding clean through a stand of trees, as if the trunks weren't there at all, the skill ignoring solid obstacles entirely and handing me an effective invincibility window every 3 minutes. Then I tried the aerial portion, pushed off with too much force, and shot 100 meters straight up to hang there with nothing to brace against, my whole body floating useless in the air. After I steadied myself, I took one careful step that carried me forward like a crane. More than 10 times my running speed and good for over 200 meters of height. This beat running on the ground by a mile, and I was just beginning to enjoy the freedom of flying when my whole body tensed. A cannonball was streaking straight at my face. I didn't even need to think to know it was that silly girl Sohwa working the turret, and the shell burst across my face before I could move. Most of the damage soaked up by the crimson armor, leaving me with a scorched, blackened face and my hair standing on end like an afro. Inside the control room, Sohwa was still hammering the flying target with the Annihilation turret when a sudden chill crawled up her spine. She muttered curiously that her physique shouldn't let her feel cold at all, that something gave her a very bad feeling, right as a blackened, bared teeth face loomed beside her, and a hand clamped onto her shoulder. She shrieked that a monster had boarded the train, and I told her to stop shouting and flicked her forehead. A familiar voice finally cutting through enough that she squinted, barely recognized me, and dissolved into laughter at how thoroughly I looked like I'd taken a cannonball to the face. I told her flatly that it wasn't just a look, that I had been hit by a cannonball, hers specifically, and flicked her again. She covered her head and grinned a sheepish apology, protesting that I'd been hundreds of meters off and looked like a little black dot, so she'd opened fire on instinct. Since who on earth could have guessed the train conductor would suddenly start flying? I sighed, told her to keep leveling, and that I'd educate her properly tonight, then glanced at Lee Haeyeon's group steadily gaining the upper hand and decided to go rest, since I should look after myself for a change. I washed up, took a bottle of happy water from storage, and watched from the lounge as the women finally brought the Black Tiger down to survive the Tide notice arriving with it. The final treasure chest paid out 100 crimson points, 10 units of crimson crystal clusters, 1 crimson heart, a Blessing Rain skill book, and a Precision Strike skill book. Neither book suited to me, but one fitting Liara and one fitting Baekhyung, the only one of us without a single skill. The crystal clusters were essential for breaking the train through to level 10, and the Crimson Heart was a high-level upgrade item that only dropped rarely from level 10 bosses and elites, so it was a solid haul. All that remained was tomorrow's district-wide announcement. Lee Haeyeon and the others trudged in, exhausted but glowing, proof that even without me, their strength now held as first-tier survivors, fruit of my cultivation. I gave a thumbs up, handed the books to Liara and Baekhyung as a small reward since gear I couldn't use, only gathered dust, and selling it would only benefit outsiders. Liara accepted hers with gentle admiration, the old fear of me long gone, and Baekhyung's body slammed into me to nuzzle my cheek until I slapped her off and sent the lot of them to wash up and sleep early. At 8 the next morning, the Beast Tide event closed, and a server-wide announcement greeted me, congratulating everyone for surviving and growing in the Crimson Domain. The ranking weighed on personal strength, monster kills, team strength, train level, and quality of life. The top 100 receiving rewards split across 5 brackets. The leaderboard dropped right after. First place, Melancholy French Fries, comprehensive rating 100, kill count 98,213. Second was Low Key Salted Fish at 91.21, with a kill count of 13,251. And third was Jang Pal, a hair behind him. My heart didn't so much as flutter at the perfect 100, since even a 99.99 got people targeted to death, and I couldn't begin to imagine how hard a flat 100 would draw fire. Forget it, I told myself. I'd handle whatever came. What I cared about was the first place reward, since equipment was the one thing I lacked, my Crimson set being mere level 9 gear that had already felt thin against the Holy Griffin. The new round of gameplay was announced, and just as Peng Wang had said, it was the Crimson Descent. The Crimson Fog would swallow the world whole, the monsters inside promising to smash the train I was so proud of, random events triggering daily, the Crimson Mother in her lair stirring corpse tides of death. The Crimson Shop opened, points earned by killing elite ranked monsters and higher in exchange for rewards, all tallied on a real-time leaderboard whose top holder would claim a mysterious gift from the Crimson. The current list held exactly one name, Melancholy French Fries, with 380 Crimson points, and the newly merged survivors from 2 other districts erupted in disbelief that one person could own the whole board, demanding to know whether I'd bought out the game, and whether the rest of them were just freebies. The defenders fired back that the doubters weren't even fit to be my freebies, and could only polish Brother Fries' shoes. A handful of snipers tried to drag me down, sneering that I was only a lucky brat riding a good talent, that any of them could have done the same, that their own boss, the 5th-ranked True Blue, had simply been busy leveling, and hadn't bothered with the board, or there'd have been no room for me at all. I let the slander roll past without it touching me in the slightest, since it wasn't even certain these loudmouths would survive the Crimson Descent, and could only run their tongues online anyway. I did privately concede their point though. I had a good talent, but there was no helping that, and luck was a part of strength, and I simply happened to have it. The 5th-ranked one called True Blue caught my eye all the same, and I quietly filed the name away to size up when the chance came. I'd considered upgrading the Crimson set with one of my treasures, but the cost-effectiveness was poor, and I had no idea how much upgrade mithril the 1000-mechanism umbrella would swallow to reach its 2nd tier, so I'd been reluctant to spend any of it lightly. The first-place chest arrived and opened on an inherited True Spirit set, a 2nd-tier train promotion certificate, an epic gem, 50 units of Crimson Crystal Clusters, 3 Crimson Hearts, and 300 Crimson Points. I had just finished calling myself lucky, and the very next breath the game handed me a full set of equipment. The panel listed the set as level 19 and legendary, cutting all damage by half, releasing a force of shock to stun and a force of counter shock to reflect attacks. The 5-piece bonus doubled constitution and halved both mental and physical damage, with a True Spirit Shock skill scaling off my mental power and a locked special attribute called True Spirit Armament. The description named it the only proof of a powerhouse, a gift from the Crimson Will that meant I had gained a powerhouse's recognition. I went straight to the living room and changed into it, the armor settling dark gold with a cold luster and a surging weight of power gathering all through my body. My constitution, originally just above 1500 points, doubled outright to a clean 3000. The bonus would vanish the instant I took the set off, but that was no concern since I kept my equipment hidden under my clothes and worn at all times anyway. As expected of legendary grade equipment, it was outright overpowered, far stronger than the Crimson set it replaced. I set the True Spirit Armament question aside for Penghuang, and turned to the 2nd-tier promotion certificate, the key that let the train climb past level 9, without which it would simply stall there for good. Then I reached the epic gem, and joy clearly broke across my face when I read its effect. It upgraded the quality of a growth-type weapon, the one thing my 1000-mechanism umbrella still stuck at fine quality had been waiting on. This was good stuff, the kind of item I'd have hated to waste, and I used it on the umbrella at once, the weapon glowing softly before it resettled into my hand, its lines cleaner now and accented with noble golden stripes that lent it a touch of nobility. It read as level 8, epic and growth type, its 1000 changes effect intact. Melee attacks now gained 50% penetration and 35% more damage, while ranged attacks gained 50% armor penetration and a 40% slow. Its sharp blade skill dealt 150% penetration damage that ignored physical defense. Its true damage affix carved 50% true damage through any defense, and its stacking base attack and soul damage climbed further per level. Across the board, its stats rose about 15%, and Sharp Blade's penetration jumped from 100 to 150. Time to soar. With the new set and the upgraded umbrella, my strength had more than doubled. I turned to the Crimson Shop while I still had time. Items started at a single Crimson point, rare materials at the bottom climbing all the way up to something called a Crimson Gift, mythical quality, promising unexpected surprises when opened, priced at 100,000 Crimson points and unique to the entire server. I clicked my tongue repeatedly at the figure, then relaxed once I saw the mythical grade, because if the thing guaranteed at least a mythical grade piece of equipment, it was absolutely worth it. Still, 100,000 points wouldn't come easily. I held barely over 300 on hand, and crawling all the way to 100,000 at this rate would take forever. So there had to be faster methods somewhere that I simply hadn't found yet. When in doubt, ask Jin Huang, since I refused to believe a former survivor wouldn't know a quicker path to points. I glanced over the rest of the shelves, noting a 2nd-tier promotion voucher priced at 100 points. Pocket change to me, but a long grind for the ordinary players who'd have to scrape every point together. Penghuang came out, saw me in the True Spirit set, and approached with gleaming eyes. She confirmed it was the inherited True Spirit set, and that I really was the survivor with the most potential in the whole Crimson Domain right now, since the set was only ever awarded to survivors recognized by the domain's will, and I had clearly won the recognition of the Crimson Will itself. I asked her, since she knew the gear so well, what the True Spirit armament was. She said that to obtain one I had to reach the palace left behind by the Crimson Matriarch and hunt Crimson True Spirits, adding that survivors usually departed the domain after clearing its 3 stages of events, so if I wanted that palace I'd have to go looking for it myself. The Crimson Matriarch was a level 19 legendary boss well beyond me, so I shelved the whole armament question for now and refocused on points, asking whether she knew any faster way to gather Crimson points, or any Crimson monster gathering grounds. She stroked her chin, thinking, and recalled a creature gathering point near Cannon Valley, then asked for my map. I pulled the invasion map, which already marked Cannon Valley and the land around it, and handed it over. She pointed to a protruding structure and explained that it held a level 9 Crimson Mother brood nest, and that if I imprisoned the Crimson Mother and kept feeding her freshly killed Crimson monsters, she would breed out more Crimson monsters for me to harvest. I was honestly surprised she'd thought of something so clever and said as much, and she laughed and admitted she hadn't. The method belonged to the previous life's first-place points holder, who had been killed afterward. My face darkened, since exploiting a bug and getting sanctioned was an ugly precedent, but the lure of a mythical-grade piece was too strong, so I told her we were leaving now. She quickly warned that the spot was usually already crowded, that in her last life a faction called Happy Home had taken it over by the time she arrived. I asked whether they were strong, and her expression went strange as she said they weren't strong, only very bizarre. An organization so internally divided that some of the women shaved their heads into buzz cuts to imitate men. It sounded like a cult, and I asked how long Happy Home had existed. She said about 20 days, until they argued over who would stand guard, nobody volunteered, and the Crimson Mother surfaced and wiped them all out. I nodded and said I'd simply clear them out when the time came, since they'd die there regardless and could either step aside or wait to be crushed under my train. For me, anyone standing in the way either moved aside of their own accord or waited to be rolled flat, and it made no difference to me which they chose. The others woke, and without wasting time I drove the train toward the marked location. The crimson fog thicker with creatures now, most ordinary monsters crushed flat under the wheels, though only elites dropped points. Rows of trains soon blocked the way ahead, a fortress of vehicles barely holding off a weak tide. The people inside only around level 3 or 4 by Peng Wang's reckoning. I brought the group off the train and walked to the wall of trains, where a sharp voice ordered us to stop, and more than a dozen women filed out to surround us. A heavily made-up beauty in a gown strolled forward with a cat-like gait, her thighs bared as she walked, her charming eyes parting from her red lips long enough to demand who we were and what we wanted, disgust flickering as her gaze swept over me, the lone man, and the women behind me. Li Heian stared at her and blurted in surprise that she was the national goddess Ryu Yua. I had no idea who that was, or how a national goddess had escaped my notice in a past life, and Li Heian whispered that she'd been a goddess manufactured by her own marketing team, her reputation collapsing twice over marriage scandals. The name surfaced at a middle school gossip then, a washed-up celebrity who'd been genuinely famous back when I was a boy, before it came out that she'd thrown wild parties abroad and got caught on camera, which drove her straight into a divorce. 2 years on, she remarried, cheated again within a year, absconded with half the family fortune, and made a clean getaway, earning herself the title of the goddess of reputation collapse. Ryu Yua heard Li Heian name her, and a flicker of joy crossed her face, plainly thinking she'd found a fan at the end of the world. Li Heian gave an awkward smile and admitted only that she knew her, not that she was a fan, since she merely followed the gossip closely and carried a deep impression of such a vile, bitch-tier character. The kind who dragged a child along to that sort of thing and left a real scar on her younger self. Ryu Yua frowned, pointed at me, and demanded to know why we didn't understand her rules, that men were consumables who could never be presentable. With her reputation in ruins and no way left to make money, she'd reinvented herself as a cult leader-level radical influencer, spewing one absurdity after another. And Li Heian shook her head and said plainly she wasn't her fan, that she only knew her because she was a vile creature whose past conduct had been outright insane. The single sentence froze Ryu Yua on the spot, her face cycling through shades of green and purple, before she spat that Li Heian was a man-pleasing wretch, a sow domesticated by men who didn't even deserve to be called a woman, and made to attack while the women behind her crowded and clutching all manner of makeshift weapons. I had long since run out of patience, so before she could close the distance, I leveled my gun at Ryu Yua and fired, the single shot freezing the whole arrogant, domineering crowd in place, then told the artillery vehicles to roll over them and leave not a single one alive. I'd known from the start these people were no good, so I brought out 50 artillery vehicles and set to crushing them, since who exactly was going to indulge this lot? Fire filled the sky. The women scattered in terror and were trampled underfoot or picked off one apiece with a single shot each. And once the noise died, my ears felt blessedly clearer. I had no interest in reasoning with the inherently unreasonable, since it would only leave me feeling sick in the end. Ending it once and for all was simply cleaner. After looting their trains, I led the group to the cave Peng Huang had described. A single wide passage walled in viscous red slime, the floor in places piled with writhing flesh that squelched like rotting meat underfoot, until Sowa's stomach turned and she muttered how disgusting it was. Deeper in, shrill cries led us to a knot of monsters with twisted limbs ringing an enormous red tumor, a high-level crimson mother. My eyes weighing the field as roughly 80% ordinary monsters and only 20% point-bearing elites. I asked Peng Huang how to bind the Crimson Mother, given how fast the thing healed even after its legs were broken, and she said a few steel spikes nailed through its bloated body would hold it fast, since it was too swollen to break free. Then turned to Sowa and reminded her she could craft ordinary items on the spot. A panel bloomed in front of Sowa and 5 huge steel spikes appeared before us, which I stored before telling everyone to clear the monsters first. The Crimson creations sensed us at once, and unlike the simple infection monsters from before, each of these had grown wild and wrong. Some had heads sprouting from their arms. One was capped with an old man's face at the bottom, and an eyesore of a backside on top. Others were tiled all over with grinning female faces, the sight alone dragging hard at the sanity. They surged forward the instant they smelled fresh flesh, massing into a single charging horde, and Sowa, thoroughly disgusted and calling them nauseating to look at, unleashed a fine-grade psionic Gatling gun she'd unlocked on reaching level 4. She swept the ordinary monsters down in a long hail of fire that left me a little surprised at the sight of a small girl wielding something like that. The cleared field handed me only 20 crimson points, which was frankly low, since at 20 a wave the climb to 100,000 would drag on until the year of the monkey. Peng Huang told me not to be impatient and slowly scanned the cave, pointing out 3 spots where turrets could sit. She explained that once the Crimson Mother molded fresh creations, they could be cut down the moment they formed, and that with one nest yielding 20 points a day, 10 nests would yield 200, after which we could simply move on to the next location and repeat the whole process. I asked whether she knew which crimson nest sat nearby, and she said of course she did, so I flicked her forehead and pointed out that she'd only ever marked the one for me. She covered her head and protested helplessly that I'd only asked for one, so naturally she'd answered truthfully. I walked up to the Crimson Mother and struck it once, the huge steel spikes pinning its limbs and one driving clean through its bloated body, fixing it in place so it couldn't resist, while the surrounding creations dissolved into blood and flowed back into it, set to be reborn the next day. Sowa left 3 artillery vehicles inside, and 2 more guarding the entrance to clear anything new on sight, and I nodded at the finished setup, satisfied, before telling her to mark every last crimson nest on the map so we could turn them all into point farming bases and waste none of them. One day later, 25 surrounding crimson nests had all been converted into automatic point machines. In the control room, I marked the 25th red dot and asked Peng Huang whether any nests lay beyond Cannon Valley, since the 25 farms ran at uneven speeds, some yielding 50 a wave and some a miserly 20, altogether barely over 800 points a day. That was a fortune to anyone else and nothing to me, since at 1,000 a day, 100,000 points still meant 100 days, by which the opportunity would be long gone. She spread her hands. In her past life, she'd only ever known Cannon Valley. Then, on second thought, a different method surfaced, and her face lit up as she told me about Crimson Towers, special structures that imprisoned the infection-ravaged remains of the ancient Holy Spirit race, all of them high-level elite monsters with possibly even special bosses. One tower easily worth over 1,000 points by her experience. I handed her the map and told her to mark them, and she marked all 3 towers in the whole of Cannon Valley from memory, and I drove straight for them without the slightest hesitation. We reached the first tower, and even from a distance I could hear weeping inside, so I ordered immediate fire to blast the place to pieces rather than waste any time poking around. Sowa worked the cannons eagerly, hundreds of muzzles converging on the tower, and the roar kicked up a wall of dust that swallowed the whole structure. The panel flooded with kills, level 4 and 5 crimson corpses falling for 4 and 5 points apiece, and once the dust settled over the ruins, this single wave alone had brought me over 1,800 crimson points. As the dust settled across the ruins, my heart suddenly fluttered, my pulse climbing as I stared at the wreckage, and the rubble tore open to release a 5-meter figure wrapped in iron chains, its bronze skin carved with wild runes, a 6-meter spear in its hand and dead puppet eyes fixed on me. The panel named it the Holy Warrior Corpse, level 9, carrying wind-piercing spear, warrior's glory, and wild spearmanship. A warrior of the ancient Holy Spirit race whose body had been hollowed out by Crimson into a thing of killing instinct. I sneered as it charged, glad for a chance to test my current strength, and called Sharp Blade, Crimson Slash. The sword light tore through space, severed the descending spear in midair, carried straight on into its head, and beheaded it in a single stroke. A clean one-shot kill on a level 9 boss. My doubled physique had sharpened the Crimson Slash, which scaled off physical stats, and combined with Sharpblade's 150% piercing, it had simply erased the thing in one hit. Exactly the kind of leap I'd hoped the new gear would bring. The panel paid out 90 Crimson points, 10 Crimson Crystal Cores, 1 Crimson Heart, and 10 units of Crimson Crystal Clusters, 90 points for a single level 9 boss. Not bad at all. I opened my point leaderboard to find 5 or 6 names on it now, including my old acquaintance Low-Key Salted Fish, sitting in second place with a grand total of 5 Crimson points. My own stood at 2,589, the remainder alone running 4 points above his entire score. I told the group we'd clear the last 2 towers today and then rest a few days. Lee Hae-on nodding, and over the next day I slid into cleanup mode, occasionally running an elite or 2 flat on the road for scattered points. While I worked, Wang Cho-sung killed an elite of his own and grinned at his 3 fresh Crimson points, telling himself the points weren't so hard to gather after all. A day and a night of effort had won him over 30, already a tenth of what I'd held when I first topped the board, and he swore that this time Salted Fish wasn't without a shot at first place. His voice ran thick with malice toward me for repeatedly stealing his things, overcharging him on equipment, and rejecting his recruitment, all of which a street thug like him read as provocation and insult. He snorted that I'd only had a good talent and a faster start in the early game, then glanced down at himself with a fresh wave of dread, since over the past days he'd taken in 20-odd women and tried them all without a single pregnancy notice, his whole world quietly collapsing. A self-styled 10 times a night man who burned 3 packs of cigarettes a day and stayed up all night on beetle nuts simply couldn't fathom why he'd stopped working. He insisted there had to be a way to fix it. His many children, much fortune, talent, a steady development powerhouse no weaker than any top-tier gift. Formidable in the late game if only his crippled body would cooperate. He told himself to check the leaderboard first, expecting to sit about even with me, then blew up entirely the moment he opened it, because I held first place firmly with over 5,000 Crimson points, the remainder alone exceeding every other player's total combined. He couldn't believe a single day and night had handed me 5,000 points, and as he cursed and stared, his own rank slid from second all the way down to 5th, his face dark as the bottom of a pot, until the Crimson monsters rushing in around him finally snapped him back to the fight. My train rolled on under autopilot, its radar sweeping 10 miles for enemies, each cluster of monsters marking a new nest. Lee Hae-on walked up, twisting shyly, and asked whether she and the others could take the next Crimson Tower themselves. I agreed at once, leading everyone off and telling her it was a fine chance to grind experience, as long as she left the final boss to me, since the ordinary and elite monsters were worthless to me, but the boss alone gave tens of thousands of experience. She lit up with fighting spirit, Peng Wang at last itching for her own turn toward level 8, and Liara and the rest, already level 6, hoping to push towards 7 during the cleanup, since real combat experience only came from real fighting. I handed Lee Hae-on my retired Crimson set, useless to me but top tier for someone still in fine grade gear, and the moment she equipped it, her aura shifted into that of a battle-hardened war goddess. Near the tower, I blew the gates open with an artillery vehicle, and the breach vomited hundreds upon thousands of Crimson corpses, like a poked hornet's nest. Lee Hae-on's Holy Spirit spear hummed with weight as a massive corpse leaped and slammed its joined arms down at her, and she called sweep across the 8 wastelands, ancient power flooding her body as her 4-meter spear swept every enemy in sight, and she charged into the horde as if into empty land. Caught in the thrill of the slaughter, she turned and saw Sowa trapped in a ring of enemies, the inexperienced girl standing far too forward, a corpse already gaping to bite off her head. Lee Hae-on crossed the field in an instant, carved a bloody path with her spear, and cut the corpse down just in time, letting Sowa scramble to safety gasping, cold survivor sweat on her brow. Liara reached her side and rubbed her back to calm her, and when Sowa praised how reliable Sister Hyeon had been, Liara laughed and reminded her that I'd been aiming my gun from afar the whole time, that she'd never actually been about to die. Sowa looked over, saw me leveling the gun, patted her chest in relief, and threw herself back into the fight, eager to reach level 5. After more than an hour, the last of the thousands of corpses finally fell. The final boss woke from its slumber, and I beheaded it the instant it stirred with a single sword strike, a warm current carrying me straight up to level 9. The panel logged me there, my strength now above 2,500 and my spirit higher still. Overall attributes up by over 1,000 points, and I could already feel that breaking into level 10 would bring a genuine qualitative leap. 2,000 more Crimson points landed in the same breath, pushing my total to 7,000. And looking at it that way, 100,000 suddenly didn't seem so far off after all. That evening, the group came back to the accommodation carriage worn out and bright-eyed, Lee Hae-on having reached level 7 and the others having made real progress. Pengwang gaining a little less from her higher level. They were most improved in how tightly their teamwork now ran after so many fights, though Pengwang and Sohwa still needed to fold in further. I told them everyone had performed very well and we'd take a day off, and Sohwa shot up cheering that they could finally rest for a few days, then bolted for the washroom, thoroughly worn out from days of nothing but leveling and forging, the others trailing behind her to wash up and sleep. Lee Haeyeon hung back and walked over as if presenting a treasure, holding out a key she'd picked up in the ruins of the tower I'd blown open, telling me to see whether I needed it. The panel named it the Holy Spirit Key, legendary, a key to open the Holy Spirit relic treasury, the description noting I didn't yet know the treasury's location and should hurry to collect the fragments. Good stuff, and now I needed only the last 3 fragments to claim the treasury for myself. So a hint of joy tugged at the corner of my mouth as I rubbed her little face and asked my lucky star how I ought to reward her. She said softly that she needed no reward, that Haeyeon had only come this far thanks to the train conductor and was simply happy as long as she could help. I looked at her with real warmth and told her to just say the word if she ever wanted anything, since I was never short on resources and was more than willing to spend what I didn't need cultivating my own people, least of all someone as sensible as the first woman I'd taken in. She chuckled a few times, said she understood, and went off to wash up, and I stored the Holy Spirit key away and sat back on the sofa to rest. That evening, with everyone else resting, I lay in bed scrolling the trading channel and chat channel out of boredom. By Pengwang's count, these few days were exactly when salted fish Wang Chusong was supposed to take off, so I prepared to intercept him by my usual routine. And while scrolling, I found the young man who'd been selling the life essence. He'd listed it on the trading channel by auction, openly admitting he'd opened something good that was useless to him, an item that only sped injury recovery, and almost no one bid, since nobody would spend a fortune on faster healing even at legendary grade. Wang Chusong, lurking in the shadows, was shocked when he read its effects and burst out that he'd finally found what he needed, since treating his hidden ailment had left him unable to eat or sleep with his talent crippled. He bid high the moment the auction opened, 1,000 units of red iron ore, a crimson set, and some food and water. Everyone kept waiting, but I felt no rush to retake the points lead, so with 10 minutes left I held off until the final moment and bid 1,001 units of red iron ore, leaving the rest unchanged. That extended the auction another 10 minutes and visibly soured Wang Chusong, who cursed that some orphan had snatched his thing at the very last second and blamed his sinking luck on the day he met that motherless fried fries. He bumped his bid to 1,100, and after 9 minutes I matched at 1,101, since the night was long and I might as well amuse myself while I had nothing else to do. He raised it to 2,000, and each time he climbed I simply waited for the last minute and added a single unit on top, until at 3,000 he could only inch up 1 unit at a time. Back and forth dragged into the small hours, Lee Haeyeon and the others tired, so I decided I was done playing and bid 5,000 units of red iron ore to end it outright. Wang Chusong's hand froze over the 5,000 unit bid, and 10 minutes later the auction closed in my favor, while he cursed his lungs out, demanding to know why someone sitting on that kind of wealth hadn't simply bid high at the start instead of toying with him. He pounded his table to vent before the realization struck that only one person on the entire server could outbid him every single time. Melancholy French fries. I just settled into rest when he began frantically tagging me, and I chuckled softly at the drop of life essence in my hand. Watching him swear at me and accuse me of snatching his thing when he'd already placed his bid, I had no idea what he meant by calling it his thing, since it was an open auction and he certainly hadn't bought out the trading channel. The chance to feast on late-night gossip drew a crowd anyway, and more people piled onto his side calling me unreasonable and inhuman, asking why fellow humans shouldn't share resources, why the number one wouldn't support the ordinary players instead of being so selfish and short-sighted. I only laughed at the lot of them, since I owed them nothing and saw no reason to prop up a pack of people who'd only turn around and betray me later. If being selfish was what made me number one, then yes, I was selfish, and there wasn't a thing any of them could do about it. So I gave a simple reply, a single image caption that he'd cried himself anxious, and Wang Chusong, furious that I dared look down on him, snapped that I only happened to have a good talent, and that without it I'd be nothing but garbage. I chuckled and sent the very same image again, except this time it showed a drop of life essence, the exact treasure he'd been longing for, and he trembled all over and railed that this was too much. Far too much. Just as he moved to add me as a friend so he could confront me face to face, a dialogue box informed him he'd been blocked, and he broke down completely, tossing and turning on his bed, without a hope of sleep. On my side, I smiled and slipped the life essence into storage, having already absorbed the first drop so a second would barely register, then yawned, gathered up the little Sohwa, and went to sleep. The next morning I woke, just out of bed, to find my crimson points had climbed by more than 800 overnight, and a smile tugged at the corner of my mouth, since at this pace the total would soon cross 10,000. A glance at the leaderboard showed second place now scraping over 100 points, while low-key salted fish had tumbled all the way past 50th, a far cry from the man who'd sworn to fight me for the top spot. The train kept rolling on, raining indiscriminate firepower on every monster that wandered into range. Far off in another district entirely, a fleet of trains came charging out across the wasteland like a pack of steel beasts. 20 cars in all, the leading train conspicuous among them, a level 6 machine with 6 carriages sheathed in black metal and turrets bristling from both flanks. Inside rode the number 1 of District 3801, a man named Yang Mu-juk, whose powerful organization and personal level 6 strength had together pushed his crimson points up into the top 10. He and his people had discovered that hunting survivors stole their crimson points outright, so they had begun crossing into other districts to hunt. As the fleet pressed on, Yang Mu-juk kept the comms open, calling on the member of his train fleet who carried the radar talent, asking Old Wang whether any monsters or survivors lay nearby. Old Wang answered that there were none, then cut himself off and corrected that there was a train. He paused abruptly, having picked out a survivor organization not far ahead, and Yang Mu-juk asked what kind of strength it held and how many survivors were aboard. Old Wang admitted he couldn't be certain, only that he sensed 6 people on the train, judging it weak and surely not a powerful organization, something they could raid. By their reckoning, the strong had all formed their own forces by now, and so this little 6-person team ahead of them held no competitiveness at all, and they resolved to raid it.